He watched the approaching Fae with wary eyes. Whatever it was, it wore his nephew's skin. If it could do that, it could surely do far worse. Tuck was not a fool. He had noticed the sudden change in the wormage who had purchased them from the manor. Albin, or Al as the Fae called him, that one had dog ears and a matching bushy tail. Yet the moment they crossed beyond the manor's borders, all of it dissolved like mist. The disguise melted away, reshaping into something else entirely. Black horns emerged, long and curved, flecked with faint blue light. Even the tail changed, shedding fur and swelling into something thick and fleshy, and their domina had sold them without hesitation. She had been in heat, her tail twitching restlessly. Tuck knew the signs well. He had always made sure young Urf was never near a wormage during that time. Mercs taken then were never seen again, devoured by the unrestrained lust of magical beings. Pain twisted in his chest. Urf had been sold only a season ago when spring was yielding to the first brutal days of summer. There had been no hope of seeing him again. The merchant wanted fresh bodies, the domina wanted gold. Tuck had prayed at least that his nephew had gone to a real merchant, one who would take him to the city instead of into the forest. Now this thing had returned wearing Urf's skin, and it had come back for them too. Here, two bowls were set down in front of them. The scent alone made Tuck swallow hard. "This broth is gentle and filling," the Fae said calmly. "I don't know how much you ate before, but Chimjin Manor fed its slaves poorly in early summer." Tuck accepted the bowl without speaking. Food was never refused, not after weeks of scraps, even if it came from a Fae. Refusal would only bring lashes anyway. If the broth carried foul magic, then at least he would not die hungry. He had tasted it yesterday and knew already that the flavor would haunt him for the rest of his life. "Is that what you told my Urf before you took his flesh?" Mela hissed. Tuck flinched. Grief had driven his sister past caution. Strangely, there was no shouting, no beating. The creature merely closed its eyes and sat still, silent as stone. Then it sighed, "Please eat." She glared at him, but the Fae did not react. Without the unnatural silver sheen in his eyes, he looked just like Urf. Tuck corrected himself, this was not a man. "A season ago," it began once their spoons touched the bowls, "a merchant caravan passed this road, a few carts. Many slaves bound for Samat, Urf was among them." Its voice was soft, unhurried, allowing them to eat as it spoke. It told them of an artifact from the old lands, forgotten and waiting to be found. An artifact that granted knowledge slowly, piece by piece. Urf had taken it all, desperate to understand his fate, borrowing wisdom from ages long past until that borrowed knowledge outweighed his own. Tuck didn't understand every word, but he grasped the meaning. Urf had been filled beyond his limits like wine diluted by a barrel of water. The story continued, of people met, places seen, and then of greed. Of those who sought to claim Urf or break him when they could not, all of it leading to a single, inevitable moment. "In a few 10 days, the Fae said quietly, "there will be a grand celebration, the divine ritual. Chimjin Manor has been chosen as host. Domina will soon receive a summons and travel to the capital with offerings, not grain or olives. The harvest has not yet come." Tuck knew Chimjin Domina never lacked for food herself. "She will bring slaves," the Fae said, "sacrifices to the gods of flow, knowing that I could not remain idle." Tuck took another spoonful, warmth easing his aching stomach. "And what now?" he asked when the Fae fell silent. "In public you will be known as slaves of Cametal Manor." Tuck glanced toward the wormage riding ahead astride an enormous horse. "Not him," the Fae said, shaking his head. "Albin Shebet Chassia belongs to another manor. He only lent his aid." He tugged at his tunic, revealing 2 seals at his neck. Both bore scales, one gleamed gold. "I am still a slave," he said. "Even with a jester I could only buy you out. The Cametal Domina is generous. My service will pay for the 3 of you. She will not demand your labor." Tuck stared. The Fae bowed deeply. "Forgive me for coming too late. Your life of need is over. You will have food, drink, and rest. For now, you cannot leave the manor without escort. Samet is not safe for you. If you need anything, ask me." Nothing about this made sense. He looked at the familiar face, taller than Urf, older, changed. Those eyes did not belong to anyone young. They held centuries, yet the being before him did not act like a Fae. He acted like a fairy of old stories. "Then give me back my son," Mela said. "I am him," the fairy whispered. Lies, she cried. I want my earth, not a monster wearing his flesh. I am sorry. Do not call me that, she begged. I am a merc, the fairy said, tears spilling free. Even if flow could reverse time, I cannot. I do not have that power. Then free me, she said, let me grieve in peace. The eyes opened fully and a chill swept over Tuck. You have my word, the fairy said, voice raw, I will make it so. Silence followed. Earth, wherever you are, Tuck thought, the gods heard you, thank you. Ahead Albin rode on, grinning as he studied a square parchment covered in elegant markings. XXX. I sat quietly as the cart rolled forward, chewing on a needle plucked from a nearby tree. Burgundy red needles, bone-white branches, it was bitter, I was bitter too. The conversation had gone exactly as I feared. They could not see a merc, they could not see Earth, I could not blame them. The change had been too fast, less than a month. Urge and Yeva had seen it happen, my family had not. I had my task now, I would free them, even if it took years. And this time I would not fail. The rest of our journey passed without any more startling revelations. I made sure my mother and uncle were fed, then gave them space, choosing instead to talk quietly with Albin about the state of Emini. Somewhere along the way, the rustle of forest leaves faded into open air. Wind whispering over fields, cart wheels groaning on packed road. The nearer we drew to the capital, the heavier the traffic became. Merchants rolled toward Samet with wagons full of goods. Shepherds drove herds straight toward the city's slaughter yards. Refrigeration here was a privilege of magic, so most meat entered Samet alive, walking on its own legs. Messengers cut through the flow in the opposite direction, riding hard out of the city. News of the coming celebrations had likely spread, and people hurried to warn families, rally servants, and stir their little worlds into motion. As usual, we avoided the main gate and the stink of the lower city. We took an auxiliary entrance and slipped straight into the wormage districts where manors sat like private fortresses inside the city's greater wall. This is Samet, I told the wide-eyed pair in the back of the cart, capital of the Emini Manorat and seat of Samet Manor. Their awe made sense. Until today, the biggest thing they had seen was Chimjan Manor, and that had been little more than a farming villa belonging to a low-ranked domina. Here, even the walls were different. They weren't shaped only by slave sweat and blood but by paid artisans and more importantly by trained earth wormages. Stone stood proud when it had been commanded into place. Only the 7 floating towers rose higher. From now on, I continued, we belong to the Keimiddle branch manor, and Keimiddle is one of the 7 pillar houses. I nodded toward the towers crowning the city like a ring of flying marble. That makes our domina one of the strongest powers in these lands. Behind me, Albin listened with exaggerated fascination. I refused to acknowledge it. The man was speaker of another pillar house and sat higher than my domina in the political order, but there was no chance I would explain that now. Them learning he was a wormage had been more than enough. Our cart rolled up to the familiar outer walls of Keimiddle's compound. Up close I could see the newer sections of the perimeter, still sharp-edged, still too clean. A major expansion built to give me and mine a private estate inside the manor itself. A settlement inside a manor inside a city. Proof, carved into stone, of how far my value had risen in Akarim's eyes. Many of her blood relatives didn't have anything like this. Then again, most of her relatives weren't planning production facilities that needed space, and they weren't multiplying her wealth at my pace. I pulled the golden jester from beneath my tunic and rapped it against the manor doors. A guard with fox ears greeted me, touching his chest. Alchemist, your sight is in my heart. Domina has awaited your return. You are to meet her tomorrow, she must prepare. My eyes widened at the last word. The guard's tail flicked with a hint of jealousy and discomfort. Preparation was for public meetings, for hierarchy and theater. Akarim was making a point. The itch that crawled down my spine wasn't pleasant. This wasn't for my benefit. We already had something close to friendship. This was politics performed for an audience. Welcome back, Earth, Albin murmured behind me. Enjoy the politics. Shut it, I muttered, turning just enough to glare in the direction of his smug face, then faced the guard again and returned the gesture. And your name is on my lips. I'm honored by her benevolence, and I will come when she summons me. Properly deferential, properly safe. I already had her son watching me like I might steal the silverware. I didn't need a household guard deciding it was his sacred duty to remind me of my place. The guard nodded and opened the gates wide. The cart passed through. I jumped down and approached Albin, who remained outside on horseback. "Thank you," I said. "Whatever comes next, you probably bought my family time and safety." He waved his hand as if swatting away a fly. "I still think it would have ended peacefully either way, but you're welcome." "Maybe," I offered my hand. "But I needed help and you gave it. You have my gratitude." I couldn't stop myself from adding with a smirk, "And you've earned yourself many more stories." He chuckled, then clasped my hand. His grip was warm, solid. "You're a story all by yourself, Irf. Try not to end too soon." Then he turned his horse and started away, calling over his shoulder, "And pack your own food next time." Another week and I'd have been broke. I watched him vanish into the city before exhaling through my teeth. Great friend, the kind you want a punch in the face once a day. Did he mean that as a joke or as a warning? With Albin, it could be either, and the timing was terrible. My family was here, vulnerable. My body had nanites and 100 ways to keep breathing. They didn't. Inside the gates, I waved over servants. "Take the bags from the cart to the soaps. I'll deal with them later." The trip had taken almost 2 weeks. Most of it had been spent buying my family out while Chimjan Domina tried to have Albin's babies. While I'd been away, my lab was in ruins and most servants weren't allowed near it even in the best of times. The soap workshop was safer, a locked storage room with limited access but not guarded like my old lab. I looked at my mother and uncle. They returned cautious stares. "Please," I said quietly, "come with me." I tossed them twin medallions, not the scales at my throat but the tree symbol similar to Lif. Identical to the ones I'd ordered for Urge and Yeva. "With these," I told them, "no one in this compound can order you around, no one except her." I kept my voice even. "She is my master, that puts her authority above mine. I hate it as much as you do, but it's the reality." Akarim Kehmital Adal decreed that I and everything that is mine answer to her and her alone. Learn that, use it, don't abuse it. My uncle slipped the medallion over his head. "Thank you, master." I winced. "Don't call me that, call me Irf or call me nothing, and don't argue. I didn't drag you out of the fields just to hear you chain your tongue." To my surprise, he nodded with more confidence than before. "What are we expected to do here?" "A start, I could work with that." "Nothing for now," I said. "Eat, rest, breathe. The estate should be finished. If it is, you'll have free run within its borders. If you need anything or want to do something, talk to me, Urge or Yeva." We walked in silence after that and I turned their reactions over in my head. They were confused, of course they were. They weren't used to a master who spoke gently. Slavery on a farm wasn't soft. Those manners brought little profit, demanded endless labor and fed that labor with the same grain it harvested. Dominas like Chimjan cut costs and demanded more work, relying on fear and punishment to keep bodies moving. So they waited for the other shoe, for my kindness to collapse into cruelty. Like my staring at cheese, certain the trap was hidden underneath. I understood it. It still hurt. A clatter ahead made me lift my head. My door stood wide open. Heavy footsteps thumped inside. I caught a glimpse of my runes, their lines faint under a smear of dirt and grass tossed over them like an insult. Before I could speak, a piece of furniture began inching its way out through the doorway, scraping and rattling, accompanied by muffled, furious grunts. I leaned against a nearby tree and watched, waited. Then, when the thief finally appeared, red-faced and sweating, I spoke. "Where are you taking my bed, Urge?" "XXX. It took the bed getting properly wedged in the door frame and a wide-open window for Urge's hands to finally reach me and yank me into a crushing hug. Her shoulder had healed well, her grip proved it. She talked fast, words tumbling over each other while my feet dangled off the ground. The estate was finished, at least finished enough that Samet's workers had packed up and left. She'd started furnishing it like a woman possessed, with Yevo advising, of course. And the first major decision after one night in a new place was that they missed the old bed. I remembered their faces when they'd discovered it. Most M&I beds were built for one thing, sleep. The rich kept tiny bedrooms meant only for collapsing at night, leaving as soon as morning arrived. The poor had whatever they could afford and that wasn't much. I wanted none of it. I didn't care if people thought me lazy for owning a luxurious bed or cheap for not keeping a separate leisure room. I pulled a favor from a carpenter and had the thing built, a monster of comfort and space. Apparently, I'd corrupted my wives into luxury too. My family noticed the bed, but a simple "it's complicated" pushed the questions aside. Urge nodded, kept the conversation moving, and then put me to work freeing my own bed from the doorway like it was my punishment for leaving. She'd return to the questions later. Urge was an overseer. She could read a room with a glance, and she chose not to press while my family stood nearby, still stiff with uncertainty. I loved her for that. I loved other things too. Her loud, cheerful presence and the way her Amazon build somehow packed more than 2 meters of muscle and femininity into sun-tanned grace. Hard to ignore a woman like that. The cougar ears helped. A teasing smirk told me she'd noticed my gaze. She didn't mind. Between grunts and shifting weight, she explained the estate. A 2-story living building around an inner courtyard with enough rooms to house a small army. I'd insisted on proper washrooms. No outhouses, no night buckets. I wanted clean water, real bathing, and private storage rooms for books and anything else that didn't belong in public view. I was the manners alchemist. My work made Akarim rich. There would be items I could not leave in workshops. Security mattered. Servants had their own residence. A separate kitchen pavilion fed the people assigned here. The whole place was a village inside a manor, insulated from other compounds. Warehouses, future workshops, baths, open ground for greenhouses and expansions, and courtesy of Akarim's pressure and aqueduct, not the stonework itself. That was nothing to families like these. The real prize was the daily quota, fresh water diverted from a nearby river and fed down into Samet. A luxury compared to the Shara River that Samet grew around, a river every city used as a sewer whether they admitted it or not. I nodded as she spoke, my eyes tracking over the estate as it rose into view. It was impressive, and not at all the same as picturing it in my head. Saying 2 floors was one thing. Standing beneath them, realizing they were mine, was something else. It was also unfinished, built but barren. The building stood empty-eyed, waiting for furniture and purpose. The people were the opposite. Servants ran everywhere carrying tools and supplies, the compound buzzing like a kicked hive. I didn't expect this much activity yet, I said. Urge shifted the bed and shrugged, the whole wooden beast moving with her. Domina decided to move your kilns and glass workshops here too, and apparently she had a shakedown with Eska, dragged that snake back in Flo's shackles. Her voice hardened. If it were up to me, I'd have kicked her off a cliff. But Domina kept her, for now, probably waiting for you. My gaze caught the scar peeking from Urge's tunic. The Lamia's assassins hadn't aimed only at me. I just wanted over, I said. I'm too busy to keep looking over my shoulder because some family thinks I stole their glass. I paused. Do you want her executed? Urge's jaw tightened. I don't know if that's even possible, she's a wormage. But I won't accept gold as payment, no matter how heavy the pouch is. Agreed, I exhaled. Where's Yeva? Urge's expression softened. She got fed up with the noise and the changing walkways. Leave the bed and your family with me. I'll carry it and show them their quarters. Go past that building to the pond. You'll find her there. I hesitated only a second, then nodded. Urge was stronger than she looked, and hovering over my family wouldn't help anyone. None of us were children, and Urge knew how to treat mercs, especially mine, XXX. I didn't need to search long. My ears caught familiar notes and I followed them like a thread. Yeva sat under the evening sun, leaning against a tree, my guitar in her hands. The melody was familiar and not familiar at once. She'd woven my lessons and M&I tunes into something new, something that didn't quite belong to either world. A child servant sat nearby, wide-eyed and silent, as if afraid moving would break the music. I leaned against another tree and let myself finally breathe. The sound washed the stress off my skin. My chest tightened with a quiet ache as I watched the two of them. One day, our own child would sit like that.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
I still can believe they are treating you like that, Yeva grumbled with annoyance in her voice, to pull away from your own child and blood. I silently pulled her back closer into my embrace. This hectic day was over and we finally found ourselves on our large bed. And Yeva was obviously not very happy by the news that Urge and I have told her about my family. Give them time, Urge intervened. I've seen plenty over the years and many come with confusion in their hearts. And they will act in the only way that they know for sure won't get them lashed. But he is her son, she hissed, that is different. I am not, I suddenly butted in, making them glance at me with surprise, well, not fully. I sighed and collected my thoughts as they patiently waited for me to continue. So far I've tried to be intentionally vague and I will stress it out still, this knowledge can get you killed. What is different right now is that Albin has learnt of my origins during my travels and I refuse to keep it from you and Urge when another wormage is already aware. Especially since Domina is likely to learn about it too in the recent future. From me, she frowned, is that what you told Yeva before? Some secret of the Mercs. That and more, I nodded. Merc minds can't be scryed for knowledge as easily as other were and I didn't want to risk your life at least until I grew stronger. I have never heard about that, she scratched her head, but then I have never heard of scrying spells being real either. It is not a public knowledge, that's for sure. And something that even I had learnt completely by accident. I paused for a second, pulled their bodies closer to mine and started my tale. What you came to know as Urf was not who I was when I was sold off at the Chimjin Manor. On my way to Samet, I had found an artifact, one that gave me that rare knowledge you had noticed me using all this time, but that wasn't the only thing it did. Within my body resides a swarm of nanodendrites. Tiny little tools that I was talking about as my stab wound was recovering faster than it would on a magical whir. Nanites for short. They made me stronger and recover my health that much faster. They were also the main source of knowledge. I sighed, knowledge that didn't come alone. My body is a union of two selves, a merc slave that lived his short life on a farming manor and a navigator that explored space for centuries until he met his resting place in the woods near the capital. And you can guess what part of me is more obvious. There is no difference for you. I am my usual self that you came to know since you've met me, while all they see is an imposter. A monster that took an image of their son and nephew for some nefarious reason. Silence loomed over us as they processed my revelation. I remember hearing your voice when we were on the move, Yeva murmured, only to scrunch her nose. I am sorry, but I like the way you are right now. You were angrier back then and much more spiteful. I was afraid. Thinking back, I was just an urchin with a completely unknown future ahead of him. Sold away from his family and shipped away while knowing little else but the harsh reality of life at the farm. We aren't judging you, Urge butted in, just saying that we like the current you. Wait, if Albin Chassia learnt about your origin, does that mean you went back where you found that artifact? Did you bring more? I put these heavy bags into a safe place, by the way. No. Most of these bags are filled with rust and broken pieces. I need them only for the metals they contain inside, as most of the stuff isn't useful in its current form. In terms of artifacts, the one I've gotten was a single use and was more of a vessel of rebirth rather than a tool of knowledge. I couldn't help but chuckle, and there aren't many navigators around these parts. What I can do is let my nanites grow from the nourishment I had obtained and share them with you in the future. Yeva first, for I want to give her more power and also cure her blindness, and you later. Especially since I am still cautious about how they would act inside your body. They were designed for mercs after all. The Amazon squirmed. I don't think I am interested in anything merging with my body. I can just feel them crawling under my skin. I laughed. I won't force you to. Especially with flow making you strong and resilient, the nanites won't give you that much of an immediate benefit. And no, you can't feel them, it is more like another sense, an improved awareness of your body. I will think about it, perhaps after Yeva if she would decide to do it. Bugs under my skin is nothing if it meant I could have my sight back, Yeva grumbled. No one is getting any bugs under no one's skin, I cried out loud. Would you really think that I will force any of you to choose between two bad options? This is why I want to wait with you, Urge. I wish to make sure that nanites won't cause you not just any harm but no discomfort either. That doesn't mean they have problems. It is basic prudence to make sure that even something you have complete trust in is working as it should, especially when it comes to your bodies and lives. I will explore every little possibility and I will offer them to you when I am sure without any doubt that they will do you nothing but good. And even then I will merely offer, you will never be under the obligation to take them. Well, it doesn't look like something immediate, so let's put that talk aside, Urge chuckled as her hand played with my hair. I noticed you said only most of the stuff you brought was junk. Interested, I teased her back. I got a few seeds of a very special plant, one that could grow things other than food. It is not very fast, but it trades its speed for versatility. For example, it could grow olives, but it would be just as fast if not faster to plant an olive tree. However, it could grow things that don't grow on plants. Think honey, or it could produce sap that can be molded into shapes and then hardened like clay. I am interested. Your ideas and inventions had been wondrous so far, Urge sighed, but I also need to prepare myself for what is undoubtedly to come. The soaps and conditioners had piqued the interest of the lady of the house. While your glassmaking and mirrors have not only secured your position in Kametal but also brought wrath and fear from Eska. Let's not even mention the rings of pale arcsite that I've noticed Domina and her daughter wearing with an increased frequency in recent days. I am sure there will be some response to that at a later time too. We just don't want to repeat what happened with Anais, Yeva interrupted, not to stop you. Right, I nodded. Right now our main task is to gain strength and freedom. Something that is very likely already. Domina had allowed me to grow my hair. But I am not stupid, and I know that her protection won't be as strong when I will be one of her free tributaries rather than a property. Nevertheless, I promised my mother that I will grant her freedom and I need to be free to do so, and free both of you as well. I understand. I already expected that from you and even started to train myself as well. Urge flexed her arm in front of me, showing off her growing muscles. I even noticed some slight bruises and scratches here and there. It looked like she was serious about it. I silently gave thanks to the sacrifice of whoever was her sparring partner. I knew her strength well. My nanite-enhanced muscles weren't a match to her magical ones if she tried to fight me seriously. Ooh! I couldn't resist reaching out and squeezing at me like, please be gentle. Yeva snickered while Urge let out a low guttural growl. You wish. Her hand slid down on my body only for her nails to scratch at the scales now covering my crotch area. You said you will remove it by the time you are back. Why is it still on? Yeva's snickers grew even louder. Strength wasn't the only thing that Urge had more than both of us combined, because it hadn't finished growing yet. Apart from the junk, I also brought 2 batteries. By themselves, they do nothing, but they make other things move, or make certain things stronger and faster if it is designed to attach to them. Additional time of the skinsuit growth is for that reason. Sorry, Urge, but some of the tools I use can only be grown in one continuous cycle. Any interruption and I would have to start all over again. I gently stroked her chin. I know you are frustrated, but recent events made me a very notorious person. And I can't let them succeed when the next time comes. When, not if. This is why I am growing the skinsuit over my body and why I want to give nanites to Yeva as soon as I generate a sufficient amount. It is not a real armor, but it should provide just a bit of extra protection. Add to it the increased strength and she could take down a surprised word just as I've done. You won't have to wait long, it will be done growing in a day or 2. I scowled, especially here where I don't have to hide how much I eat without Albin yelling that I am gonna starve him to death. Both of them burst out laughing. I know you are back when I hear you grumble about food, Yeva grinned. Now about other plans I had in mind. I deftly changed the topic. There are a few, but I don't think many of them would stir up as much trouble as glass did. At least, I hope they would not. I wish to start working with metals. Not to make weapons and armor, but to make machines out of it rather than using wood. Considering how much I had to explain precision, I don't think many would understand the purpose of my actions beyond wasting money. Yes, but don't forget you started glass only as a means to make a few trinkets for yourself, Yeva reminded me. Right, I should talk to Akarim about that just in case. Albin warned me not to touch fooled steel and I agree with him in that regard. However, most of what I am trying to make wouldn't be very obvious. On the other hand, I would also need to work with clay a bit, mostly to make better insulation bricks and casting forms. And porcelain thrones, obviously. The other plans are even more obscure. You are familiar with how watermills use the river to move the millstones? I plan to use steam eventually to make my machines move as well. At the same time, the plants that I've brought can provide me with organic materials never before seen in Emini, or things that are familiar but obscure like spider silk in quantities enough to weave dresses from. They could also provide me with seeds of common plants that we can grow inside the greenhouses. What do you mean, common? Urge narrowed her eyes. I've noticed that Earth common and Emini common are two rather different things. I shrugged. Anything non-magical, I guess. Yeah, no. Be very careful there. I can't tell about other things you've mentioned, but I've been enough around wormages to know how crazy they can get about certain spices, especially since their shipments are very sporadic. It can bring a lot of money for Domina, but I think you need to concentrate on your safety right now rather than make her even richer and yourself even more infamous. You know, I haven't thought about that in this regard. It is easy to forget how much influence logistics can have on the market. I thought for a second, yes, let's not introduce any plants that are obviously grown elsewhere. In the meantime, I just remembered another thing that glass can do for me. The talk about ships had reminded me of yet another invention that I had to work on as well. Something that would also help me in my quest for greater precision, not offend any other supplier I haven't yet offended, and bring me quite a significant political leverage as well. With a healthy dose of notoriety, obviously, but everything I did had that problem now. I need to start making lenses. XXX. Akarim didn't wait for too long. I was summoned to her office quarters early in the morning. And I quickly found myself in a discussion that lasted hours as she wanted to know every single and minute detail, both on the trip itself and the abilities that I had neglected to inform her about. I could see her annoyance when I told her that Albin was now aware of the ship ruins, but she was quickly placated by the fact that he took nothing from it. I somewhat feared that Akarim would grill me on the abilities that I've hidden from her so far, but that was not the case. She merely requested to see the growing scales on my flesh and asked a few general questions, changing the topic pretty fast as soon as she confirmed that this was not something I could mass produce, and all it did was made me a bit sturdier and stronger. My confusion quickly evaporated when I realized where she was leading our conversation. While I had a friendly relationship with Albin, I couldn't outright demand his help to get my family despite his sister forcing my hand. Neither I could afford to risk asking him only to receive a refusal in return, so I made him an offer he couldn't refuse. I took all my earthen knowledge on history and sociology, politics and finances, outlining in broad strokes where and how Emini would crumble as many ancient civilizations did before it. And the self-proclaimed historian as well as an appointed general and a speaker of the summit absolutely had to learn more. Obviously, some propriety was in order and I couldn't plot behind Akarim's back with impunity. So she had received the entire collection of notes that I was planning to grace Albin with, including my musings on economics. Akarim Kamital Adal, Domina of the House of Trade. The youngest Domina that clawed her position of power with her financial acumen. And I gave her a manuscript that vaguely referenced the foundational ideas of classical economics and even used some words by Adam Smith himself. For me, it was something that needed to be acknowledged since it would undoubtedly bring problems in the future. Emini economy was largely agrarian and it heavily relied on minting cuts of silver and gold to support itself in times of need. Cuts that would slowly settle into the coffers of a few select manors while the country needed to mine more and more. Manors would redistribute some of their wealth when it was necessary, but that only postponed the inevitable problems. For Akarim, it was akin to a bleating of a lost lamb for a hungry wolf. She was still picking up the faint possibilities of my ideas, but she could smell the profit to be made, a lot of it, and an opportunity to push her manor to the heights unseen before. Compared to that, the fact that her alchemist was slowly growing a scale skin around himself was not an issue at all. She probably felt relieved knowing that I would be even less likely to die accidentally. Fortunately for me, there were other pressing matters for Akarim to truly interrogate me on economics at this time, which forced her to begrudgingly cut that topic short while stressing out to me that a more detailed manuscript would be expected at a later time. Unfortunately for me, these pressing matters were for me as well. I am sorry, I made sure that my ears were hearing correctly. She is my what? You heard me the first time, Akarim sniffed, From this point on, Shahin would be your slave to deal as you see fit. But why a slave, why me? She tried to kill me once already. What makes you think that she won't simply try again? Especially if she is forced to be so close to me. My hand tapped on my growing carapace. She is a full wormage to boot, and this new skin of mine might not be enough if she decides to simply swat me with her tail. Exactly, because she is a wormage, Akarim growled, and a second daughter of the major manor of Yusuf. I don't have sufficient political resources to burn so that I can press for her execution, especially with the tacit backing of Samet, and I won't accept a mere Wurgild for her actions either. But my status and pride won't let her go unpunished. She sighed and relaxed back into her sofa. That was the slave part. Why yours? I have many reasons. I have stressed it to her sufficiently enough that if you and yours were to be hurt by her action or inaction, her family would suffer as a result. I showed her your notes on the glass so that she knows I mean it. Don't forget, you can't simply take a wormage into slavery. Even if you capture one on a field of battle, they would be mere prisoners for ransom and not your loot. How convenient. Slavery for thee but not for me, indeed. So I gave her an offer and she chose to take the servitude option herself. Make no mistake here, she might act angry or frustrated by the humiliation it brought to her and her family, but she had done it willingly. Which makes you an owner of a wormage who will put your safety to the level of her family. And she would be smart about it too compared to the other one. Well, I definitely trust Viter more than I would trust her. I scratched my chin. What kind of offer did you give her? Domina smiled, rather predatory, tail swishing left and right. Kimital won't compete with Eska in the products they already make, something that I had no intention of doing anyway. I couldn't help but shake my head, smiling ruefully. Akarim was fleecing them raw, but Eska were put into this situation with their own policies. I had to provide some concessions above that, so they would have the right to sell our products outside of Emini. She twirled the pale blue ring of glass in her hand, arcsite glass and mirrors. Perhaps even that unbreakable glass too. Tempered glass is more of a process, not the glass itself. It is not something we can ship to them in bulk. Both thermal and chemical strengthening were the final modifications of glass, where the surface was toughened by increasing the internal pressure of the surface layers. An act that made the shape of glass quite final. Yes, I've read your manuscripts quite well. She looked pointedly at me. Oh, you wish for me to divulge some secrets then? I raised my eyebrows. Her tail leapt into her hand as she started to gently stroke it. Having a wormage guardian was only one of the reasons. The second one is you. I didn't miss how that slave changed his stance about you, Viter, right? Likewise, I couldn't ignore Urge's actions either. Nor the actions of my first daughter. Twin ambers flashed in my direction as my throat suddenly felt rather dry. I quietly swallowed, waiting for what would come next. There was only one thing scarier than Domina, a parent of your its complicated girlfriend. You have a certain charm about you, Akarim quietly mused instead. I must admit of noticing it myself as well. You use the tactics of mercs with the acumen of a wormage. Instead of taking others head-on, you flow around them like water and inadvertently drag them along. I wish to see what you can do with someone of her status. Does she really need to be my slave for that? I pressed anyway. I already had a hard time not feeling like a hypocrite as I owned a few myself while reminding Domina how slavery is bad and eventually unprofitable. I had enough mental fortitude to tell myself that ownership of my Sadek and my own family was the best possible outcome at the moment. But that didn't remove the ever-present implication of my status over them. To acquire one for the sole purpose of political profit felt like another step down a very slippery slope. I am too busy to do it myself. If you want, you can teach manners to my son instead, Akarim offered with a smirk, only to sigh seeing my expression. She is not a true slave, it is not permanent, and she is allowed to keep some of her possessions while sending the rest back to her family. Likewise, if she is to sire a child during this time, it would be a child of Eska rather than yours or mine. Why do you need Shahin by your side? She scoffed. I don't need her at all. I need the second daughter of Eska by my side. A parchment rustled nearby and my manuscript landed in her hand. Once, I would have jumped at a chance to destroy Eska and take the glassmaking as my own. Now my ambitions go beyond that. Instead of conquering them with power and strength, I wish to use your methods. Instead of paying me a tribute, I want them to work with me to make me gold as they profit themselves. Yet to have their goals slowly align with mine over time, I want them yearning to become my subjects. She waved the scroll at me, and you are the best suited to make it happen. Now will you? I gave myself a moment to think. It spoke volumes about our relationship as my master didn't even demand me to do it outright. Yet there was another task I absolutely had to complete. My knee went down to touch the sands of her office. An unusual style for a floor that they employed in every official room, a wormage tradition that I was unlikely to adopt in my estate. Akarim raised her eyebrow in silent question. You know about my stance on slavery, and I know of the boon you promised to bestow upon me as my locks grow longer with every day. Please give me the ability to free others just as well. Akarim quietly stood up and walked over to me, kneeling in the sand. I remember when you asked this for the first time, she quietly murmured as her tail gently caressed my cheek. I told you that you weren't ready for it, for you were just a merc. She chuckled, only for you to drag an unconscious whir back in. And survive a collector, you have grown earth. Talk to Sulla in a couple of days and do what he says. While I can give you the choice to change your purpose, you will have to take it with your own hands. In the meantime, you have a slave waiting for you outside. Her tail left my face as she clapped her hands, telling the servants outside that the meeting was finally over, with the agreement between us left unsaid. I bowed deeply and hurried outside, only to be met by an imposing waiting figure. Shahin Eska Yusufya, Lamura of the Eska Manor from Yusuf, Lamia for short. Her human part looked rather normal compared to widely different shapes of other wormages, even if most of it was covered with overflowing robes. Her snake part was enormous, however, enough that I couldn't even say she was standing in front of me, as most of her body mass was coiled on the ground. At least 5 meters of solid magical muscle wrapped in black scales and adorned with golden accents. A set of glowing shackles looked rather useless on her arms. What are your orders, master? She quietly hissed behind her veil. Shahin always spoke slowly as far as I'd noticed, but this time around she managed to drag her sounds to a greater degree, making them almost sibilant. Most likely caused by her current situation and my status, no doubt. Golden irises on a black sclera looked down on me like a predator gazes down on her next meal. Unblinking and waiting, fucking great. My orders? I couldn't help but rub my hands under her gaze, feeling the goosebumps on my skin. Neither my skin suit nor my long-sleeved tunic that was hiding it could stop me from feeling the unnatural chill. Perhaps it was the merc in me that felt unnerved by the gaze of an angry wormage, or just general unease of the position I was in. Nevertheless, I pushed it down. In front of me stood someone who tried to kill all of us for profit. And almost succeeded in killing Urge. This wasn't my penance but hers, and I refused to feel guilty for something she caused. I raised my eyes and looked straight into hers. What can you do, exactly? She watched me silently for a second as we stood alone on a path toward my grounds, only to sigh afterwards. So it was not Akarim Adal but you I should have paid more attention to. I do commend your talent in dramatic arts. You have made your act quite believable even to my eyes. No wonder she values you so much. How many other wormages had you fooled for her? Now that was just plain rude. I think you overestimate your worth, I hit back, making her eyes narrow by a tiny fraction. You came here on your own accord, and you should be aware by now that Akarim Adal does not need you. This wasn't a ploy to capture you but a punishment for your active hindrance in our plans. We didn't need Eska. I don't need Eska. I started making glass not because it was profitable or that I could take over your craft. I quietly spoke as I kept watching her veil move with every angry breath she took. The shackles would stop her magically enhanced strength, and this was probably the best time to see how far I could push her. If we were going to be around for an extended amount of time, I had to make sure that she wouldn't snap out in anger and hit with her whole might. Especially around Yeva. Wormages knew of their strength, and many of them would resort to it to make their problems disappear. The question was whether Shahin was one of these, or was she smart enough to think about consequences even when she was figuratively pushed into the corner. I needed glassware that I could use to boil water on the fire in the pursuit of my alchemy, something that your wares cannot do, so I did what any proper alchemist should. I made my own. Your snooping around was not something that I enjoyed, and I made absolutely sure that you would pay as little attention to me as possible. Not to capture you, but to defend myself. Punishment, you say, she hissed back. You think I cannot see behind your lies. I came here to defend my house. I put these shackles on my wrists myself to ensure the safety of my sisters, and you dare to talk about being the righteous one while putting the lives of 3 against the lives of many. I am and I will. For it is the actions of your manner that brought you here. I spoke back without blinking. Tell me how many alchemists like me Eska employs, not craftsmen to make beautiful designs but alchemists to make better glass. Shahin scoffed, you being good at something makes you righteous. I have seen children wiser than you, with better arguments. Well, for an annoyed snake she was behaving rather amicably. I could see my jabs at her family had an effect on her, but all I got in return was an equally barbed answer. Promising, humor me. She looked at me for a moment and shook her head. Have you not been educated by your mistress on wormage servitude? I will serve you, but you cannot demand anything that belongs to the house of Eska, including knowledge. A long and winded response for very little or none, I rolled my eyes. That is the evil of Eska. A long time ago you have discovered glass, most likely by setting fire in the dried lake. Shahin lunged and a rather cold arm covered my mouth shut. Do not dare to reveal our SS secrets. Or I will reconsider if is better to finish what I started. I stood still, quietly watching her for any other action. And then I sighed and pushed her hand away. This is a deserted road for a reason. We are within the borders of my estate and only these that belong to me are welcome here. Most of which are busy with their tasks elsewhere. Besides, I knew of how you discovered glass as soon as I heard about your climate. If you know how glass works, it is as easy to guess as if you brought goods made out of wood, and I guessed that trees grew in your lands. And I've told my domina about it as soon as I recovered from the attack. I finished quietly. You will achieve nothing by killing me or mine, but only doom your house further. Unless you are planning to destroy one of the pillar manors of Emini entirely. I could hear the grinding of her teeth behind the veil. Who are you? What do you want? I ignored her demands. With its discovery, you have established an early monopoly on glass and reaped just rewards for your curiosity and ingenuity. But then you fell prey to greed and sloth. Instead of embracing that acquisition of new knowledge, the very thing that made you prosperous, you chose the idle comfort of monopoly. Instead of growing above others, you chose to stagnate in your current position by removing any hints of competition. That, in turn, not only slowed the progress of the glass craft but made your position fragile and weak, ready to crumble with just a couple of sentences written on a parchment. I will admit the knowledge I possess is extremely rare, but even without my kind Eska should have found these new types of glass by themselves centuries ago. Your kind, what are you? It looked like she picked up on my hints. Irrelevant, I avoided the question once again. She could make her assumptions herself, whether they were correct or otherwise. What matters are your actions from now on. Do know that all this is because my domina desires it so. If it was my will, you would have been gone a long time ago, either permanently or just from Emini, yet it is not, so I will abide by her wishes and find a purpose for you. But if you want to be more than an assistant to my war guard, I suggest you be a bit more eager to do your tasks. So once again, what can you do, exactly? I watched her quietly, observing her emotions and body language. Shahin managed to restrain herself, but that wasn't enough for me to simply shrug her previous actions off. If she wanted my pity or, at least, forgiveness, she would have to work on it herself. And then she would need to do the same to my wives. Shahin had a lot of pride, all wormages did, but she had plenty of skill to hide it when necessary. I wasn't sure that I could have gotten this much of a reaction if she was not out of her element. And even then, all I got from her was minuscule movements of her eyes whenever I called her family incompetent, or when I implied that she would answer not to me but to Viter. But now my other words had planted a seed of confusion in her mind. I knew exactly what I'd done. Akarim hoped that I was a daimon, a mother lode of gold that she discovered in the dirt. Albin was excited that I was a daimon, an oddity and curiosity that brought some excitement into his life. I wasn't, but that didn't stop me from making Shahin fear that I was a daimon, either a child of one of their gods or a reincarnated hero of the past. Unfortunate enough to be born in the body of a merc yet still having a sharp mind and knowledge one should not possess at birth. I benefited greatly from it without knowing, and now that I knew the cause I could use it in my own plans. I just had to make sure that I would never confirm it myself but allow wormages to jump to the conclusion. They wouldn't be that far off anyway. Apparently, these mythical daimonas were rather similar to my situation, with the only difference being that daimonas were a product of their magic and only occurred within wormage families, while my knowledge was purely artificial. Judging from what I could see, she had arrived at the exact opinion I expected her to reach. She threw a quick side glance where the domina resided and looked back at me, only to see me silently tapping the golden jester on my neck, both confirming her wild guesses and preemptively informing her about Kamital knowing of my status, just in case. Lest she would resort to outright insane solutions while standing alone with a daimon. A quiet rustle and the wave of movement passed through her tail, slamming the end into the ground. 100,000 gold talents, she said. Shahin quietly whispered as her shoulders and the rest of her body sagged down. For the first time since we've met, she was at my height. I have been an envoy of Eska for more than 70 years. I traveled far and wide to further the reach of my house, and I have acquired a vast array of valuable contacts along my travels. Contacts that I could reach with just a pen and a parchment. While they belong to Eska, they could also work with you, as long as my house is compensated justly. She spoke quietly, her eyes looking straight into mine, the rest of her face hidden. Other envoys of my family will arrive in Samat within a few 10 days, both to be present at the divine ritual and to mediate recent events. I believe you would find their presence less aggravating if my assurances would satisfy them. Well, Shahin was responding rather than fighting, except for the part where she instantly used my only gripe about this situation as some leverage in her favor. Great. Enjoy being saddled with a snake that breathed intrigue, I couldn't even exhale my breath in any sigh-like fashion lest she picks up on some other weakness of mine. I should have demanded more from Akarim for this bullshit. Perhaps, if you managed to convince me that they could offer anything worthwhile to a merc what my domina would not. I raised my eyebrow only to notice a familiar line on the cloth. Unbidden, my hand reached out to the hem of her robe. Shahin stood still without a single breath as I gently twisted it outward, revealing what was hidden underneath. Are you? These are the runes of fire, I idly commented, studying the dull runic script across the hem. Are you a fire mage yourself? She lifted her eyes from my arm on her chest and inhaled sharply, only to sigh and yank the robe out of my hand. All Lamuras are fire mages from birth, she huffed while trying to pull robes tighter around her body. You know the runic script. You are surprised at that, I asked. Receiving no answer in return, I moved on. How hot are your flames? Hot enough to make a wormage scream for mercy, and burn to cinder were and murk alike. There was a surprising amount of ire in her words. Perhaps these runes were their family secret? Kamital book had something similar but with slight variations within, but I wanted a more precise answer to that question. Hot enough to melt steel into liquid. Foolish child. Have you forgotten about the limits of wormage servitude already, or the decree of your domina to generate that much heat would freeze me on the spot? Shahin moved closer to my face. Are you ready to face a wormage that is on a brink of death and knows it? So it moves heat against the gradient, huh? How peculiar. I expected it to generate more heat from the energy of flow. I ignored her threats as I contemplated on the new knowledge. It appears that you know only of the runic script, or you would have known that both exist. Or that you can never achieve the similar heat with the flame spells as you would with fire ones. She pulled back up again. It makes me wonder how much you really know. I have knowledge that is innately useful to me as a merc. I glanced toward my estate. No matter, we shall continue our discussion at a later time. Familiarize yourself with the new glass workshops as you might frequent them in the future. I was curious about the fire magic and how it managed to imitate Maxwell's demon, but it could wait for a later time. I grew tired of the constant tension of our conversation, trying to discern her hidden traps and tricks but probably failing at it miserably, especially after a prolonged meeting with Akarim. My skin suit had finished growing and was now removable. I also knew that the sauna and the baths were finally ready and should be hot and waiting for my arrival as we spoke. Shahin could wait. I had many itches I couldn't scratch for weeks. So you wish for me to conjure flames for your kilns, to use flow instead of charcoal? Very well, I shall undertake this punishment, she bowed. Punishment, you say? I turned back, my eyes narrow. You don't have to do it then, you won't mar your esteemed hands, and I can probably set up a room for you to write letters to your contacts and perform other noble tasks. Far, far away from dirty kilns where I work. Shahin froze. I can set your rooms with rich carpets and pillows and send you the slaves carrying fruit baskets daily. For all 50 years you would be here. And then you could return to your family, well cared for and safe. A moment of silence passed between us as I stood still, waiting for her to respond. Please let me work at the kilns, she whispered. Better, I nodded, make no mistake. I know that you are much better with words than I am, but I have all the things you desperately want while you have none that I need. We are playing the game of dice where I have all the coins. And all it takes for you to lose is for me to stop playing, something that I am eager to do every time I see a scar on my wife's shoulder. Do not play games, little snake, unless you are willing to gamble everything. Do what I say and what both of my wives order you to obediently and earn our respect back first. Then we can really talk. Now go. XXX. I sat in a spacious wooden bath that smelt fresh with cedar. Gazing silently through the large window arch into the greenery outside, hot tub with a nice view, this would have been the perfect peak of opulence. I harumphed and crossed my hands. Unfortunately, it wasn't. I can hear you huffing and puffing all the way from the cold baths. Yeva laughed nearby. My frown couldn't hold my smile as I appreciated yet another view in front of me. The recent weeks in the Capital Manor had done great things to Yeva's body. Proper meals and lack of constant backbreaking labor allowed her body to slowly but finally recover, filling her figure with shapes and curves I couldn't pull my eyes away from. She was likely to remain lithe, however, at least until nanite injection, but that didn't make her any less beautiful. Well, Yeva carefully walked over, already showing certain familiarity with the room's layout. Aren't you going to give me your hand? I forgot myself for a moment. I reached out so she could climb into the bath with me. Her body, still cool from the colder set of baths, pressed against mine, stealing my warmth cold. She giggled and pressed tighter as the twin nubs poked me in my chest. I've missed the feeling of your skin. I missed yours too. And taking off the skin suit in general. I let us settle back into the bath with her sitting in my lap. If only these idiots haven't ruined the sacred place. What was wrong with it? Another voice joined the fray. It looked pretty well made and almost exactly as you asked. What is Satana, by the way? Everything is wrong with it, I thundered. Who makes a sauna that large? The sun-tanned Amazon walked over, shaking her head while carrying the wool hat I dropped near the door to the disgrace, and nothing else. Despite my righteous anger, I could notice Urge had also filled up, except in the different areas than Yeva, gaining additional muscle mass instead. Besides, her assets were rather significant already, any more and they would turn from pleasant yet annoying to support to the constant discomfort and pain in the shoulders. Note to self: I needed to work on bras and other undergarments. After the bioprinters would take root, a scar on her shoulder, the reminder of Shahin's work, she was proud of that one. Apparently having the proof of being attacked by a collector while still being alive was a really big deal among certain people. They found out it was a special room for the master of the estate and made sure it was appropriately significant. Well, they better supply me with artifact stove that can heat up the monstrosity. How am I supposed to get the heat there high enough now? I grumbled as my fingers subconsciously traced her well-defined stomach. Come join us, heal my broken heart. A large cannonball after, and I had to wipe the splashed water from my face. Urge, Yeva shrieked, always wanted to do it, she commented unrepentantly. Too many rules and snitches at the public baths. Didn't you and Yeva visit this place before? Yes, but you weren't here, she stuck her tongue out. I chuckled and pulled her closer, allowing all of us to relax and enjoy the view all while embraced together, including me as I finally let out the bubbling outrage within myself. Despite my righteous anger at the barely tepid sauna, this was a great place to relax. We could even bring wine or other drinks as well. Later, perhaps, or not, lest we waste the days away while looking like prunes. So how are you going to deal with the snake? Yeva quietly murmured. Wait and see for now, I sighed. Akarim wants her around and alive, but if she steps out of her bounds, I will send her packing away from here. Something that I made crystal clear to her too. At least she seems to understand how unsteady her position right now is, so she should be obedient for now, to all three of us. I preferred if she obediently killed herself, she mumbled. Unfortunately, that won't be good for us, Urge refuted. Laws forbid us from killing her. Obviously, these laws were written by wormages like her. I sighed and hugged my rather bloodthirsty kitten. Don't be so vengeful. Killing her wouldn't do you any good but make you feel empty afterwards. She huffed and pulled in closer, burying her nose in me. I will think about it. There is another way not to feel empty, Urge wiggled her eyebrows. Yep. I expected that, not here, Yeva groaned. The water will ruin everything. Well, Urge stood up, hands akimbo, to the bed then. Calm yourself, I grinned, unashamedly ogling her. You might have enjoyed this bath plenty of times when I wasn't around, but I want to soak a bit longer. She glanced sideways. Fine, let's go, Yev. Let us leave this merman alone. That I did not expect at all. Maybe she would like to stay with me, I ventured. Yeva giggled. Maybe later. The smell of fresh wood is too strong right now. We will go and relax in the bed, and if you don't come soon enough, we might fall asleep. Urge pushed Yeva from my lap into the water and quickly gave me a kiss. Amid the splashing of the outraged girl, her lips brushed over my ear. In the meantime, make a decision about Anais. Now would be a perfect time to think about it, and then come to our estate and to our bed. We will be waiting. Urge, Yeva sputtered. Why would you do that? You look cuter when you are angry, came an immediate answer. Why you? Tiny fists fruitlessly smacked were flesh. Unhand me. Urge adjusted the fighting weight in her arms as she stepped out of the bath, and both quickly disappeared behind the door amid shrieks and giggles. Leaving me alone with my thoughts again, I wanted to follow them, but Urge's words made me pause. She was right, I was back in the manor, and sooner or later I will cross paths with Anais. I couldn't ignore the uncomfortable truth any longer. But what could I say? What should I do without abandoning my Sadak? Somehow be her teacher with additional lessons on the side, which Urge and Yeva proposed under implication of Akarim. I groaned and massaged my temples. The customs of this society were convoluted to the extreme. Her own mother was fine with me educating her daughters in carnal lessons. My own wives agreeing for me to see her so that I can cement my social status. I was used to emotional connections and eagerly built them with those I loved. Yet here the unions had many political and social undertones as well. Undertones that neither of me had any experience with. Deft fingers slid on my shoulders, gently massaging the stress away. I groaned in pleasure as they worked on the knots I didn't realize I had all this time. Definitely Urge, Yeva couldn't squeeze that hard. A soft rustle and I felt another touch. A touch of hair, lots of it too. My eyes popped open and I saw the bright flames of a red tail all over my body. A set of twin emerald eyes watching me from above, silently. Urge, I am going to spank your ass red when I see you again. If I survive, that is. I sucked the air in, but before I could utter anything, a dainty finger pressed down on my lips. You have said plenty already, Anais murmured. Now it is my time to speak. That was probably for the best. No matter how hard I tried to think what I could tell her, my thoughts tripped over themselves into a jumbled mess. I could recite the numbers of pi for hours, quote the sequence of many genes and proteins, base by base, amino acid by amino acid, but there was no correct sequence to a woman's heart. Especially now when any slight misstep could lead to drastic outcomes. Anais bent down and her arms slid over my chest, hugging me from behind. A cute gesture that sent shivers down my neck. I remember seeing you for the first time. A young teacher that my mother forced me to take. Her finger traced circles on my chest while her chin rested on my shoulder. I was furious back then, you know. I thought you were my punishment for something I could not even remember doing. A soft but humiliating way to put her own daughter in place. Well, I could guess why. Teachers were old, even the wormage ones. I didn't just have a body of a young adult, I was also a merc with a much shorter lifespan. A child by their standards. I wondered if Akarim's presence during that first lesson was only due to curiosity, or did she possibly protect me from the wrath of her youngest child? Then you told me about numbers. Numbers that I had seen on artifacts all my life without knowing of their meaning. Numbers that even my granduncle didn't know about. You promised more and I believed you then. Another hand wrapped around my body. You didn't teach me just these numbers. You taught me other patterns and ideas, things that made my status grow among my peers. I was no longer just a mere lady of the house anymore. I became the youngest student of Vernon Shaw himself, the wise fox of Camelot. I can see their gazes, Earth. The arms squeezed me tight and I find the feeling exhilarating. I see them looking at my lustrous hair, my braids, and my tail. I see the heads turn at the sight of my trinkets, clad in arcsite glass, ears turning when Vernon Shaw greets me at the gates to personally take me into the tower. I see the jealousy and envy where I once saw contempt and indifference. You gave me that. It sounded like praise, but the possessive hold she had on me wasn't very reassuring. Her lips near my ears, brushing on my skin with every word. I know there is more, much, much more. My mother, she had to fix that parchment of yours multiple times with flow as she had read it so often. She even took it with her to bed on a couple of nights. The speaker of Shebet, the one who chased you all over the city, apologizing for his sister in advance, one who revealed a prized artifact and risked the safety of his manor just to save your family. Or granduncle, who bestowed upon you a gesture of Camelot, stirring up a buzz within the entire house. I respect my family, Irf, and despite his insufferable actions, I am well aware of the knowledge and experience Albin Chassia possesses. They don't see you as a merc but as a daimon. So do I, and I want that for myself. Except I wasn't a daimon. Anais, I tried to speak out once again, only to be interrupted by the tail wrapping around my face. Save your words for later, for you promised me plenty already, promises that I intend for you to keep. She pulled away from me, dragging her tail over my body. You were sent to me by my mother as a teacher first. To teach me numbers, maths, and other things. She had also assigned you to be my attendant, to attend to my needs. A quiet rustle and Anais walked around the bath I was still inside of, finally entering my field of view completely. Instead of the usual caftans and tunics, she chose to wear a robe this time around, with a similar cut of a caftan but too thin to be called an outside dress. She also left the sash behind. The robe hung freely off her shoulders, barely concealing the twin peaks behind the sheer fabric. The same could not be said about the revealed valley of flesh in between, a long opening that stretched from her neck down to her feet. Her long legs emerged with every step she took. A familiar hint of red. It wasn't just the orders, you promised me these things yourself, and then you promised more, to teach me of things beyond philosophy. Her hand picked up mine and pulled it to her body. To show new things to me. I felt the tickle of hair as she pulled my hand to her core. Have you forgotten that only your blade can shave me clean? Even if it did skip my memory, I was in no state to answer coherently. Anais stepped into the bath right in front of me. My hand and the robe were the only things that managed to hide her from my eyes, as much as the thin cloth and skin that could feel her heat could do. The eyes of green looking straight into mine. I will have that, and I will not accept a no this time around. Damn it, woman, I glanced away trying to think of a way out of this mess. Something that was outright impossible with her standing in front of me half naked like that. Especially when I felt the moisture on my hand and it was definitely not her sweat. Look at me, she whispered as her other hand turned my head back to her. I admit jealous gazes of others are quite enjoyable, but I crave another emotion in your eyes. Slowly, carefully, my hand was moved away, revealing the treasured flower hidden behind. I felt her gaze on me as I looked at her petals, pink with desire, right in front of me. The glistening folds slowly swelled with arousal, a slight touch of hair on her mound as a testament to the lack of my ministrations lately. Wormage bodies were extremely resilient, and that included their body hair. Unfortunately for them, they somehow developed a fashion for lacking certain body hair, despite not having blades sharp enough to cut them. So she had to endure the pain or use one of my blades that were sharpened with nanites. Her tail swished in the water like a large red fish waiting for food. Your gaze is different, Irf, she murmured as she played with my hand. There is something in your eyes whenever you look at my body. Something that makes me feel the fire within. No other had looked at me like that before. Well, she should blame society for that. Anais grew up with hordes of servants and in a culture where mixed baths were part of a daily routine. Even public nudity was usually seen as a sign of poverty rather than indecency. While my otherworldly upbringing, while not outright prudish, recognized nudity as something personal. It was no wonder I could not look away from the view she offered to me, and what a view it was. I was not a stranger to female forms, especially having two wives of my own, and yet I still appreciated how different they all were. Yeva was lithe and thin, elvish even. She was my fairy with a sharp mind and a helpful word that helped me through the trying times. Urge was tall and muscular, taller than an average human were and even the classical basketball player. The ones that played old style without augmentations. And yet, despite having cougar ears and having certain cougar tendencies, she looked more like a warrior, an Amazon that stood tall and proud. She was my rock and my drive. Anais was neither of these. Her wormage body wasn't large but radiated primal power from within. This was a huntress and a predator, full of animalistic desire and ready to pounce. And not just your gaze, Anais purred. Biting her lip, she slowly bent my fingers one by one, all but two. Mesmerized, I watched as she slowly slid my fingers inside herself, wet with lust and hot with need. A shuddering breath as her hand pressed mine deeper, her mound grinding on my knuckles, her legs shaking from an occasional touch. And I know you enjoy it too. Her other hand slid down on my stomach, her fingers gently caressing my raging boner. I groaned as her fingers teased me underwater, as the heat of the bath made it nearly impossible to guess where her touch would land next. A giggle escaped from her mouth. Did you know my mother had planned all of this? What? I harshly croaked, completely blindsided by the message. You and me? She grabbed my shaft and started to stroke it gently. Not to push me over the edge but to tease me more. A young, impressionable daughter and a merc with immense knowledge, practical, philosophical, and carnal. She wanted me to fall for you, to care for you not as a servant but as a man. Her tail wrapped around me again as I tried to process the information, desperately trying to ignore what her hand was doing to me and what mine was doing to her. Akarim did tell me that she wanted me to teach her daughter about sex, but the fact that she planned to do so ever since I was promoted to be an attendant or even as far back as teacher was new to me. She succeeded, of course. After all, she is my mother and knows me best, and yet she failed. After all, you are a merc daimon, first of your kind. She expected me to learn about loss from a merc that wouldn't last. She wanted me to desire you but unable to keep you. What she didn't expect is for you to last. I might not be a demo. With a guttural growl, Anais threw me into the side of the bath, breaking the brand new wooden side. Goodbye the new bath, I hardly knew ye. Amid the deluge of escaping water, her fingers found me again and pulled me out, only to slam me again on a nearby bench. I said enough of your words. I don't care whether you call yourself a daimon or not, I've made my choice. Before I could even say anything, her hand had found its previous place. But instead of caresses, she pulled my shaft in an upright position, unmistakably guiding it where she wanted it the most. The bench creaked under us as Anais slammed herself on me, and now you have to make yours. I believe I said my piece, I growled back. I will not abandon my Sadek. I both expected something like this and did not. Anais was a smart girl, but she was also new to this kind of drama, and possibly to any high-strung emotions in general. But that didn't mean that I would ignore her tone or the fact that she ignored my previous decision. And yet you promised to satisfy me, Anais half purred, half growled as she settled on my lap. You, a merc to satisfy not just two but three, and one of them being a wormage at that. She smirked as her hand caressed my chin. Have you forgotten about heat? You wouldn't satisfy even me alone, yet another too. I felt the burning desire to simply stem the blood flow to my nether regions and deny her the pleasure completely, despite the constant gyrations of her hips. Despite her tail pulling me tightly into her, she knew damn well that I was aware of wormage heat, and she also knew damn well that I was no mere merc either. My thoughts screeched to a halt, only to speed up in a completely new direction. Obviously, she knew an act. What was she aiming for? I didn't get the chance to continue thinking. Anais simply pulled me into a kiss, strong and passionate. Prove it, she panted as our lips parted. Prove that you can satisfy me fully, or I won't let you go. A low growl escaped my lips as my hands grabbed her robe and yanked it down. She wanted me to play rough, I could make it happen. She wanted me to do the impossible and give her the excuse to let me go. I would do it, and I would make sure that she would enjoy every second of it. My hands pulled back again, tying her hands to her torso with the loose robe and forcing a gasp of surprise. A twist and turn, and it was her time to slam into the bench, only to pull her back to me by her tied-up hands. "You want proof?" I rumbled over her panting face. "I will show you the proof." Her breasts swayed up and down with every thrust I made, with every creak of the bench. Despite our frantic, frenzied movements, I knew her body well, and I knew how to push just right, how to angle myself to make her toes curl. While the wormage in my hands did her best to return my ferocity with interest, grunts, and moans. And I set the perfect pace to get her engine rolling fast and hot, and ready to explode at a moment's notice. Something that Anais noticed herself as I once again found myself flung into the ground with a frenzied fox riding me with abandon. Her tail flinging droplets of water with every swish in the air. Her finger, red with blood, was drawing patterns on my stomach. I opened my mouth, but the runes lit up and the deluge of pleasure hit me like a rocket. Whatever it was, it had been the most intense feeling of my current life, and likely could compete with some faint memories of the past lives too. Multiple waves combining into one peak, the mix of numerous orgasms rocked through my body, forcing me to explode inside the pleased vixen as I struggled not to bite my tongue off. "This is how the wormages fuck," Anais panted victoriously on top of me, rubbing her thighs together as she tried to keep the pleasure rolling and not to spill a single drop. Her core squeezing around my shaft in her own pleasure, rubbing my back into the splinters of what once was a bench. I growled and grabbed her swaying tail, pulling it harder than usual to show my dissatisfaction. Hard enough for it to turn ramrod straight, hard enough to force a squeak of surprise from her lips. A squeak that turned into a familiar moan. "Never try something new without given consent," I panted harshly, "even if you know it would be pleasant." My words fell on the deaf ears as she shuddered in another release of her own. Bit lip and rolled eyes, twitching legs, and a deluge of new moisture where our bodies met in the carnal union. Whatever cheat spell she used, it sure hit her just as hard. The faint tremors in the tail as I kept pulling at it. Or maybe that wasn't the spell at all. I huffed and stood up, picking up the pliant, foxy girl into my arms, only to push her against the nearby wall as we already ran out of unmolested furniture in the room. Anais groaned as I slid back into her. "You are still ready to go. I didn't expect you to last after that one. Perhaps I should use it on you again." "No," I pressed her harder into the wall. "No more magic tricks. We will finish it the old way." Anais tried to turn, but my hand wrapped around the root of her tail as the other pinned her in place while getting ready for the things to come. I kept forgetting how resilient wormage bodies were. I knew she liked her tail pulled, but I didn't realize how hard I could actually pull. My hand wrenched her tail, eliciting yet another tone of moans and keeping her distracted and pliant enough not to attempt any foul magic, as I used to call it in my childhood. They were resilient in flesh, but so was I. They had their spell, and even ones that they could use in bed. I did not, but in terms of control over my body, I saw myself superior to their kind. And in terms of experience? Well, my mind was full of techniques that my previous selves amassed over the centuries, if not millennia. A near 20-year-old lady was no match for me. I held her tightly with my other hand as her fingers could barely grasp the wall. I set the previous pace once again as her legs failed to stand upright. She wanted my proof, and I would give it to her fully, and I wouldn't stop until she would say enough. "My tail," Anais murmured amid her pants. "If you keep pulling it, I would look bent for days, all would see." "Isn't that what you wanted?" I whispered into her blushing ear, "for all to see, to follow you with jealous gazes and know that kink in your tail is for a reason. To let them know from a glance that you were dick to satisfaction as you limp around the manor. A soft and pitiful whine. Just think of their gazes," I kept whispering as I used my hand to slide her back and forth on my shaft. "How they whisper between themselves, curious yet unable to ask you directly, letting their minds wander and imagine." It was my time to ignore her mewls of protest. I kept working on her, using her responses to push her over the edge again and again, to pull her tail harder and longer, to whisper the things I knew would make her ears twitch, only to nibble at them afterwards. If you pull harder I will get pregnant, Anais panted without any attempt to stop me otherwise. Don't even dare to think my mother would let you keep your Sadak after that. Really, my grip on her tail stayed the same. I thought you needed to be in heat to conceive. She gasped from yet another vigorous thrust. Usually but if you pull that hard it happens too. Well then, I pulled even harder. How unfortunate it would be since I am not in heat myself. And I will not sire a child until all conditions are met. I made sure of that. She turned back to me wide-eyed. You can do that. Yes, I can, and more. I gently grasped her chin so she could look me in the eyes. Her frequent peaks had taken a toll on her stamina already. I am the master of my body. And it will do anything that I desire, including fucking you non-stop all night long, until you will have your proof. Tears swelled in her eyes. With a loud sob, Anais collapsed in my arms like a marionette with strings cut, unwilling to exert the token support she once had, and finally recognizing the futility of her actions. XXX. I gently cradled her on the floor as she cried her heart out while desperately clutching me in her arms, our previous frenzy long forgotten. I am sorry, Anais, I gently murmured as I rocked her body in my lap. I wish there was another way, but I will not abandon them. To do so would be to become a different person altogether, and you would not like that other me. Is that why you declared it as a Sadak of equal terms to my mother? She accused me without raising her head from my chest, so that you can use them to protect you from my advances. No, not from you. From other wormages of other houses. I was deathly afraid back then that your mother would marry me off to someone to curry favor. Marry off a daimon, Anais scoffed. Are you daft? Or do you think my mother is fey-touched? I didn't know about daimonas back then. As far as I knew, Akarim simply acknowledged my skills, but I was still a merc slave without other prospects in the future. But that is all irrelevant. Even if an equal Sadak did not offer us additional protection from unwelcome advances, I would have still chosen it over being in charge. I value freedom and choice, Anais, I gently murmured as my fingers brushed her hair, still wet from that time when bath ceased to exist, not just my own but of others too. I know of my unequal status with my wives, but I could not see them as anything else but my equals. Equal Sadak was my statement of sincerity, my message that I wasn't merely claiming them but I offered myself in turn. And I am selfish too, in a certain way. I want unconditional love, not one based on obligations or forced by status. I want the one that can only be freely given. She sat in my lap quietly, slowly recovering from the roller coaster of emotions with only an occasional hiccup interrupting our silence. Her tail, slightly crooked, was still wrapped around our bodies, her ear lying flat on my chest right above my heart. Do you love them both? Her whisper was barely audible. Yes. And each of them separately. Absolutely. And you will do anything for them. I sighed. If I can, that is what Sadak should be about. She raised her eyes, twin orbs of green staring straight at me. And if you didn't jump into Sadak so fast, if I was the first to notice you, would you have taken my offer? Anais. Her fingers cracked as she flexed them into fists. Answer me. Yes, I conceded. She sighed and closed her eyes, her fists still clenched. Promise me, Anais whispered, that you will love every one of your Sadak equally, that you will never forget neither one of them, that you will cherish and honor them. I will. Promise me, she yelled, swear by the 3 divine horns that you will, or let fate punish you if you will not. By the 3 horns I swear, I uttered, astounded by her ferocity. Gee good, she mumbled, her previous tone forgotten. I will make sure that you won't forget about that. Thank you, Anais, I sighed with relief. Neither I nor my Sadak would forget your kindness. She was young but wise, and would grow into a truly formidable person. Very few had the wisdom to accept such a thing without letting their pain affect their words. And tell the servants to prepare another room in your estate. What? What? She sat up straight and crossed her arms, a determined visage clashing rather oddly with her naked chest. For your 3rd wife, of course. I stared at her slack-jawed. What? Anais asked, hiding behind her tail. You realize that your mother would kill us? I managed to croak out, or at least me when she finds out about this. And I am not saying that because I think bad about her. In the eyes of Emini, I am still her property. And what, she leaned closer, makes you think that she doesn't know already? Akarim's apparent agreement didn't reassure me much. Is that about me being a daimon? I am not one, I just look like one of them. I kept pushing for more answers, and Naze pushed her ears flat to her head, a frown on her face. Are you trying to backtrack on your promise? I sighed no, Anais. While I am overwhelmed with the news, I am happy that you chose me. Guilty even for you to choose me despite my own Sadek. I just don't want this to accidentally ruin you or your relationship with the rest of your family, at least not while I am a slave of your mother. Or something worse, if others will think of me as a daimon only to find out later that it isn't true. She scoffed as her tail smacked me in the face. If you think that we would willingly speak about you being a daimon, you aren't thinking hard enough. Discretion is a powerful tool among the manners. I would have done this discreetly too, but I am unwilling to risk you picking up yet another stray, only to slip away from my grasp due to their poisonous words. I hope that my Sadak would notice someone who has no other plans but to poison it from within, I pointedly reminded her, and they were the ones who assured me that you would be welcome, despite me not believing you would ever agree to this. If not for them, I would have never approached you the way I did either. You don't need to remind me, she sighed. While this is not how I wanted this to happen, it is one of the outcomes I prepared myself for. I wouldn't have planned for it if I was unwilling to tolerate their presence. Planned for it? I did not expect to hear that. She scrunched her nose with a sly smirk. Oh, I might be young, but I am still the lady of the house. Did you expect that I would leave this to the last moment without thinking it through and through? My jaw started to descend again, and if your mother knows about this, that means she was agreeable to you joining my Sadak all this time. Anais pinched my nose and pulled it slightly. Of course not, silly. My mother was obviously against it. Until today, that is, when you stopped being just a slave and became the slave that owns his personal wormage. A wormage that would be present whenever you will make any public appearance among other wormages and follow me from time to time. A chuckle escaped my mouth. Followed by another and another, I started laughing as my palm met my forehead. I fucking knew it, so there was a bigger reason why your mother saddled me with that snake. Plans within plans indeed. But no matter, I shook my head and faced Anais fully once again. Machinations of your mother aside, I want you. And my Sadak welcomes you as well, and I promise to love and cherish you just as much as I cherish them. I gently cradled her blushing face with my hands. You will be part of our Sadak, not mine, not theirs, ours. Will you help us build it into greatness? Betrayed, Anais pushed my face away with her hands. You can't just say that to my face like that. Of course I will. I felt her shiver in my arms and bring me a new robe. I am cold. As you wish, dear. HNGH, say that again. Yes, dear. Yeva. Her fingers touched the strings, but instead of playing, she put the instrument away. She didn't feel like playing right now. Urge tried to sound confident, but Yeva could hear the long pauses in her speech, her loud heartbeat when she touched her skin, an awkward laugh for no reason. Stupid why wasn't he just a little bit less noticeable? She knew it was partially their fault. They were the ones that pushed him into her arms. But that was how things were done. If one needed safety or benevolence, they should seek out a patron. And when his original patron lashed him, they urged him to seek a patron of a different kind. However, did everything in his own way. Instead of a benevolent patron, he had made a lover. Someone who cared about him enough to forego the social norms and offer him a place in her future Sadak. An unthinkable thing to do by a wormage for a merc, and they never thought about it until it happened. It is likely the promises of Domina's wrath that Anais didn't snatch him then and there, that and his own Sadak. Urge was wise enough to understand that she couldn't hold him herself, but both of them could. Sadakat were unions blessed by the gods, the glue that held Emini and its families together. Breaking one apart was frowned upon, at least in an obvious manner, which still left plenty of non-obvious ones. And Anais definitely knew of them. But their wasn't of a stupid kind either, nor was he greedy for status, stubbornly choosing their side rather than the promises of the lady of the house. And he was wise enough to see a plot to break apart his Sadak despite his frequent claims that something of this kind was beyond him. A slight smile crept up on her face. It was the act such as that made her confident in him, confident that he would return back to them. Anais knew of that as well. This is why she confronted them well in advance while Urf was away, demanding another night with him. Another attempt to change his mind. Both she and Urge were sure that Urf would remain unmoved by her advances, but Anais was strangely confident in herself as well, and that confidence was unnerving. Yeva was pretty sure that Domina's daughter won't resort to underhanded tricks. After all, if she fails, she would lose him forever. Yet her heart had been full of worry, for many do unreasonable acts out of passion. Acts like offering Sadak to a merc slave. She turned her head sharply, interrupting Urge's monologue about something unimportant. They are here. They, Urge croaked in a suddenly hoarse voice. They. This doesn't mean anything yet. She shook her head as she sat straighter, waiting for that now familiar creak of a new door. The sound was almost deafening to her ears. His smell on her was unmistakable. Hey, Urge started to speak only to be silenced by something hitting her. A soft sound, pillow, how dare you leave me there alone? Urf bellowed across the room, to be eaten alive by my yet another wife. Yeva sat a bit more comfortably, listening in to the familiar bickering between these two. That was acceptable. What do you mean another, you randy dog? Urge hissed back. Domina will pluck your balls for that. That was less than acceptable. Apparently, my dearest mother-in-law had planned all of that in advance. I am not just a mere slave, but a slave that owns a snake, totally a marriageable material. Urf a scandalized shriek. Yeva never heard the lady of the house sound like that. But it's true. Oh gods, I see now why Albin Chassia likes you. Anais groaned, you act just like him sometimes. I am sorry, a loud squeak and Urge snicker, but one could cut the air with a knife here. I had to do something about it. This is already awkward enough as it is to have unresolved stress looming over it. Yeva smiled, these idioms of yours are back again. Now, Urf gently brushed her cheek and placed a peck on it, only to gently slap Urge on the butt by the sound of it. Let's get the introductions out of the way. As you can tell, this is Anais Kimital Hillel, a wormage, the lady of the house and now a member of our Sadak. XXX. The evening was an eerie affair for all of them. Urf might have rubbed shoulders with wormages on many occasions, but for them, it was the first time to try and talk to one of them as an equal. Even Urge struggled. She simply chose to sit and observe most of the time. The lady didn't sound angry nor spiteful, but mellow and languid. She didn't even need her smell to understand why, nor Urge's remarks about the crooked tail. Urf didn't just act as a mediator between all of them, he also made sure that Anais was properly dicked prior to the conversation and satisfied to the brim to smoothen the conversation. Still, the wormage upbringing was obvious through her tone, and Yeva realized that she felt her upbringing just as well. It took her some effort not to jump to action whenever Anais commented about something, but she still felt herself tensing with every word. Urf's gentle hand didn't fully help either. It was a wormage voice, a voice of power and strength, someone who could kill her with a thought just like some wormage blinded her before. The fact that she loved the same man didn't make it easier either. At least Urge had her magic to rely on to put herself on a more equal status with the dominant bee. Well then. Urge, can you show Anais the layout of the main building so that she can choose a room for her liking? I will be meeting with Rena tomorrow and she could start working on it right away. One small mercy that they still had was that Anais wasn't particularly keen on sharing the bed with them. She preferred to have her own room for actual sleeping, but Yeva had a feeling that wouldn't last long either. Good idea, I will be right back, Urge answered as she stretched. Oh, you don't need to rush at all, Urf suddenly said. What do you mean no need to rush? Urge rumbled menacingly. Two strong arms wrapped around Yeva and pulled her into his lap. All she could do is squeak from surprise. There isn't just three of us anymore, and some new decorum should be in order. At least for a while, I will try to split my time equally among all three. Anais had her share already, and now would be Yeva's time. While you, Urge, will be thoughtfully punished tomorrow. She could help but blush. It looked like her disquiet was that obvious. Urge stopped herself suddenly. Let me show you the way, Anais Hillel. Anais would be proper, Wormage replied. We are together now, are we not? And would that mean my day would be the one after tomorrow? I would like to show you my new rooms by then, although I expect to see you during the days anyway. Absolutely. Have a good night, Anais, Urge. After a few more pleasantries, both of them left, leaving only her and Urf behind. She didn't waste the time and quickly turned around and wrapped herself around his body. Her nose in the familiar nook on his shoulder. "I will take these nanites of yours as soon as they will be ready," she mumbled into his skin. His hand stroked her head. "And you will have them. But I will not let you go no matter what anyway." "I know," she sighed, "but I don't want to hide anymore. I don't want to sit quietly in the corner and hope that no one would notice my presence. I need a more active role in this, both for you and for myself." He chuckled. "I have a fear that soon enough all four of us would be extremely busy, but I will make sure that you will have an equal share of tasks in the future, especially as your sight would return." She squeezed him tight but didn't say anything, content to simply lie in his embrace for hours on end. Perhaps having Anais wouldn't be too bad. "Yeva, did I make the right decision?" Irf suddenly asked. "Time will tell, love," she sighed. "Sometimes we have no best decisions to choose from, and sometimes what we think is true isn't. But I believe it was a good one. Don't blame yourself for the growth of Sadak. If not her, someone else would have forced their way in eventually. But you have chosen to spare the heart of a maiden, the one we were all at fault for. And that is something a man that I love would do." Yeva settled in better. "Now hush, and let me enjoy your clean body." XXX. The morning was hectic as usual. I spent my early waking hours running around and juggling the potential bedrooms of my Sadak. Anais didn't want a room. She wanted something that would properly showcase her status within the estate. Which meant Urge wanted the same as well, and I would die before I let Yeva be satisfied with leftovers. So rooms had to be investigated, assessed by their relative prestige, and given out so that neither of three would feel left out. I was already starting to feel the pressure of handling a large Sadak. No wonder Akarim chose to have a mere 2 husbands. Then I had to find my family and share with them the most significant gift I had, the trip to the kitchens. Both to let them familiarize the area where they could get the food in the future, and to stress to the cooks that they were my family and therefore would be treated with proper respect. I also haven't seen the kitchens either. They weren't that impressive for now. They were large, yes, but the selection was still lacking, and I only had a single wormage in the estate. I also heavily doubted that Anais would be eager to cast ice daily to have proper fridges and freezers. So I would have to come back to that at a later time. Right now, having warm, freshly cooked meals would be plenty enough. At least my family agreed with that. There weren't any tear-eyes reunions, but I could see the glimpse of gratitude where there was only fear and unease before. "Small mercies?" Rena intercepted me shortly thereafter. "I've built that bathtub merely a day ago," she roared as I tried to swallow the last morsel of food. My uncle and mother were nowhere to be found, spooked by the word's somewhat rightful outrage. "Really, Rena?" I rubbed my ears. "Could you speak a bit more quietly? You are scaring everyone off." "It is Master Rena to you, kid. I've been working on this estate for days now, as Domina deemed it was more important than looms. And the first thing you do once you are back is break my creations." "Well, they were rather flimsy," I unapologetically accused her. "Others at the inner courtyard of the manor were much stronger." "That is because they have runic carving so that a passing wormage wouldn't shred them to pieces, especially when their mind is clouded by the passion." "Are you a wormage, Urf?" I looked at her. "Urf?" There was a hint of wavering in her tone. "There are 3 rooms inside the main building." I ignored her question as I pointed back to my living quarters. "Find Urge, she will show you which ones specifically, and tell you how to furnish one of them. Ask Yeva about the other one, and the third. Did a wormage take you in? Was it Myra's? But he is sensible enough not to break my stuff." I turned back to her. "Make sure that the 3rd room would be similar to the inner rooms of the lady of the house." Rena gulped. "Anais Hillel. You were taken by Domina's daughter herself." "Of course not," I denied, earning a sigh of relief from the work carpenter in front of me. "I took her in." "What?" Rena choked. "You lie. Ask Domina herself or be present at the feast that would undoubtedly follow soon." I shrugged my shoulders and started walking away. "And recommend her someone. I would need a carpenter on a more constant basis from now on." "Urf, wait, I am sorry." Rena chased after me. "Look, I will carve the proper runes. I have the templates." I was just surprised that it was broken so quickly, and Anais is a very strong girl. She would need a full set. I would still need another carpenter, one to build machinery, not furniture. I kept my pace. "Machinery. "I will do it," came a frantic yell. I stopped and glanced around. "You will." Rena nodded, her ears fully down. "Just tell me what to do. I even made that master screw you have requested before." "But what about the looms?" I asked innocently. "I will teach my apprentice. She knows enough already to be her own master." She pouted. "Look, I've apologized already. What else do you want? Next time don't scare my family away. And tell Domina about your decision. I would expect she would approve, but some things need to be followed." I turned around and continued my walk at a more leisurely pace as the rapid footsteps disappeared toward the Domina's residence. I couldn't stop a grin on my face. I got myself a carpenter, and a great one at that. If only I could get a coppersmith that fast too. "Urf!" a gruff voice spoke behind me. I glanced around only to flinch away from a fist flying into my face. "Ho," Sulla murmured as he calmly watched me get up from the ground. "I did not expect that from you." "What is thigh?" Another fist slammed into my face, sending me back to the ground. "A good reaction is essential," he commented, "but if you think that is all you need, then you are a fool." He slowly stood above me, calm, relaxed, confident. "I see you started growing your hair. It looks like Domina had finally agreed to offer you freedom. So show me, young merc, can you defend that freedom?" We broke shui. I spit the blood out of my mouth as I observed my adversary. Despite the explosive beginning, he patiently waited once I landed on the ground, standing close but well out of my reach. Without knowing, he gave me precious time to prepare. The time that I had no intentions of wasting by forcing him to act once again. Time for my skinsuit to envelop at least my torso. Navigators never left their skinsuits behind. Once grown, they became an integral part of our biology and were safely stored in subdermal pouches when not in use. They were also designed with quick deployment in mind. The inner fibrous layer was split into multiple spools of exoskeleton muscle fibers that would envelop my skin in the first protective sheath and assist me in the physical tasks if needed. Once they were set, they would drag the second layer of protection out on the surface. The ganoid scale layer, rows upon rows of highly mineralized enamel plates designed for extreme hardness. I made sure to make them of a similar color to Akarim's white scale mail. If someone would notice it, I would prefer them to think it was an expensive gear rather than an outright impossible one. The scale layer would convert any physical impact into a blunt force, which would then be absorbed and spread out across my body by the flexible but viscous muscle layer. The scales would likely break if the force gets excessively large, but that is why they were scales. Each one was alive and would regrow if it would get lost or broken. This whole process could be lightning fast too. If I wasn't dressed in summer short-sleeved tunic and was trying to avoid unnecessary attention, that is. Rapid envelopment would not only shred my clothes to pieces, but it would also reveal my hidden tricks to all there were to see. As such, tiny snakes of dull black slowly crept around my torso as I lay on the ground, hidden away by the linen of my shirt. My arms and legs would stay uncovered, but they weren't that critical. My head. Well, I had a thick forehead for a reason, especially since I once again was walking around the manor without any guards. That would teach me to be extra prudent next time around. Speaking of guards, I had to find where Viter fell off to. Haven't seen him around since I was back. I felt a hint of concern, the faint worry of a tree ship. Internally smiling, I gently pushed the inquiry away, making sure to add appreciation to my emotions. Lif was too far and in an unknown location. Any assistance would come in late and likely to endanger her more than help me. My situation wasn't dire yet anyway. "Are you going to crawl on the ground all this time?" Sulla raised his eyebrow. "Well," I carefully started to get up, making sure he wouldn't reach me with a single move. "You weren't attacking, which meant I was doing something right." "I do know that you had brought a whir with a broken leg." Sulla made a step forward, "but perhaps I shouldn't have waited for you." I took an equal step back. "What is this about?" "I am not here to talk." He frowned, only to harumph when I kept my distance once again. "This is about your freedom, kid. You want to fight me because of it?" I was still unsure what did he wanted me to do. "Definitely not kill or maim, for that I was certain." Akarim mentioned Sulla when we talked about my freedom, but she was even less obvious than him. He scoffed. "If I wanted to fight you, you would have been on the floor already, bleeding. I want to see your strength. Show me or stay a slave forever." Well then, I stretched, hearing the soft but comforting rustle of fully deployed scales on my back, and took a better fighting stance. Legs wide to keep my balance, arms up high and guarding my chin, ready to stop another blow. Too high, in fact. I also tried a few jabs in his direction that had absolutely zero chance of hitting him at all. I had the strength and speed, but I had no training in hand-to-hand combat, especially gravity combat. Navigators attacked through their ships, not with their hands. Sulla tusked, seeing my actions, pathetic. Before I could utter anything at all, a huge blow landed into my gut. Hard enough to make my feet slide on the ground. His fist planted right on my wide-open stomach, a wave of warmth over my skin suit as the only feeling of impact, right where I wanted it to be. Hey! I stopped faking my guard as I grabbed his arm. My other fist slammed into his face point-blank again and again. He knew how to dodge and fight better than me, but all I had to do was keep him close and keep him occupied. Besides, his fist was strong, but he was nowhere close to Albin. I felt my feet get kicked out of me as I fell back on the ground, his arm wrenching out of my fingers in the process. I bounced immediately backwards, only to see him put a distance between us this time. That wasn't good. He was trained and smart, and now he was wary. Sulla blew the blood out of his nose, only to frown as he noticed the large bruise forming on his forearm. Right where I held him. Impressive, I admit. This is not a strength of a merc. I have an alchemist title for a reason, I pointedly reminded him. That doesn't mean I only make powders to make my enemies sleep or die foaming at the mouth. I patted my belt as I spoke to remind him I had other, deadlier methods too. Good, come with me. He turned around and started walking away as if nothing happened. Perhaps I need to grab Viter. I scratched my head as I started to follow him. Something tells me that this was just the beginning. The tiger were, Sulla answered without turning his head. He is recovering after training with Urge. Training? The images of Urge's muscular arm popped into my mind, along with the tiny scratches and bruises. What would require something that intense? Haven't you guessed already by now? Your freedom, of course. Or did you think that all Domina has to do is say a word? I came from a farm manor, I reminded him. No one gets free there. You work until you grow old and then you die. There had been some rumors that if one worked hard enough, Domina would set them free, but no one believed that load of crap. After that, my time in Cametal had been rather busy. While all the codices Acherim Adal tasked me to read were about how Emini worked as a whole, how to distinguish the rank of a wormage by their sash, and how not to offend them afterwards. As far as I recall, none of them was called 10 Easy Steps to Become a Free Merc. Sulla barked a laugh. Such codex will make mountains of gold for its author, if they would survive long enough to see the profit. So what's the catch then? I prompted. I know that I will have to defend myself more often once I am free, and my Sadak was in agreement with my thoughts. However, the Urge's training and your own attack make me think that I would be hunted as soon as I take down the amulet of Cametal off my neck. Because you will be, in a certain way. He waved me down the path. I never had the chance and opportunity to explore that much. We were heading toward the general living quarters of the Cametal, place where cousins, uncles, and other relatives lived at. These of status to expect certain treatment based on their relationship rather than work they provided, yet not that closely related to live in the inner courtyards where Domina and her immediate family lived. This was a place that Acherim made sure I would avoid. Probably for the best, as I could imagine what kind of nasty web of intrigues I could have landed myself into when I was just a new teacher yet blessed by the golden jester on my neck. I was already seeing the calculating eyes on me, both by foxes and minotaurs alike. Tarhuna's side of the family lived here as well. For a quick moment, I wondered how would they look at me once Anais would officially move out of the inner courtyard and settle into my estate. Would they be slavish to the husband of the lady of the house, or would they resent me for spoiling their precious flower? But these thoughts quickly passed away as Sulla started talking again. Emini is besieged by enemies on all sides. Other states are eager to see us fall, while creatures of the forest will feast on our bodies once they find the soft flesh. And Emini does not tolerate any weakness or rot within. You either perform your purpose or you are made to serve. Most take their purpose with pride, but anyone could challenge it, and to successfully challenge it you must prove your worth. Not with coins and concoctions, but with cold steel. A military conscription, I summarized his words. Precisely, if you seek a better status, you need to prove to Emini that you can defend it. The Manorat needs to know that if a calamity strikes, you can pick up your sword and spear and march toward the enemy, and be more than a nuisance on the battlefield. We passed another set of gates, and I noticed the increase in steel and leather. A multitude of new noises assaulted my ears, clangs of steel, yells of an instructor, and repeated grunts of people sparring and exercising. The omnipresent smell of sweat and oil. Apparently, we walked all the way to the guard barracks combined with some sort of manners training grounds. How long does it last? I asked as I observed the whir and wormage activity all around me. So this is where Cametal guards would come from and where they would disappear after their task was done. For normal mercs depends, you could march the drills and protect the caravans for 2 years. Or participate in a single campaign that would declare you worthy. A campaign that could last less than a year or more than 5. If you survive, that is, as even the caravan duty would claim a certain number of mercs and were in a year. Do all that and you could take a title of freed merc from Domina rather than a subordinate. Stay for more than 5 years and get a stipend from Emini Manorat. 20, and you will receive a plot of land to call your own. The last part was concerning. Freed mercs can't just buy land. Sulla stopped and turned around to face me. Freed mercs can't afford land, kid. Even these 20 years of service would give you but a tiny plot near the slopes of the Babur Mountains, the only place inside Emini where creature attacks still occur. And yet many do this eagerly despite the chances of them never reaching that age. Make no mistake, your position is special even among the few mercs favored by the houses. Every year thousands of mercs join Emini arms. And less than 100 would be promoted out of manners. Skilled artisans, artists, teachers, companions. They will join the forces from a much more favorable position both due to their patron's influence as well as the skills they possess. You will be among their kind. Skills, I prompted. Anything. Ability to read and write, to shape wood or hammer steel, even singing songs to the commanders and generals. They will find where you will be most useful, and if they don't, Akarim Adal would force them to make a position for you. What matters in the end is that on the field of battle you will likely be a runner to deliver missives rather than a warrior in the first lines. Your duty would be as short as possible too. Domina wouldn't want you to waste your time digging latrines. He nodded at the word training nearby. But that doesn't mean you will slack off with training either. Domina is taking a high risk to send you away and she expects you to come back safe and sound. That means you will be ready for battle even if all you will ever do is pour wine for the generals. Understood. I couldn't help but stand straight. Yes, sir. He frowned. My name is Sulla, not sir. No matter. Facing enemy combatants or even weathering the volleys of war mages would not be your most pressing concern. That spot belongs to the creatures of the forest. That made me gulp. Throughout my entire childhood at the farm, these were the bogeymen, the things that cared not for your begging and all they knew was hunger. Having obtained some wisdom, I've realized how irrational my fear was back then. But that didn't mean they weren't deadly. They were just very unlikely to reach that deep into Emini without encountering any resistance on the way. They simply weren't a priority for me to waste my time over. Until now I would likely train for the possibility of meeting one of them face to face. My fists clenched as I shook the worry away. This was a price for my freedom and the freedom of my loved ones. I promised my mother that I would set her free, and I promised myself that there were very few things I was unwilling to pay to get that. And the possibility to face a magical beast was an acceptable price in my mind. Especially since I had the time to prepare for it, and a powerful house that was unwilling to see me dead just as much as I didn't. Now Akarim's previous statements about me being ready had made a bit more sense, and why my battle prowess seemed to change her opinion on it. Sulla nodded, apparently finding my expression acceptable, and pulled out some sort of a seal. He passed it to the nearby guards who immediately opened a door they were guarding, a passage slip of sorts. Come inside. Anais Cametal Hillel. She gently swirled the cup of honeyed wine as she observed the room in front of her, quietly waiting until the other two would stop squirming around. Anais didn't show anything on her face but patience, even forcing her tail to lay still lest she would spook one of them. As the lady of the house and Dominata, Anais had spent considerable time learning about Sadakat and her own future role within one. The role that she would not have here, but a role that she gave up willingly not to lose her earth to the two in front of her. She wouldn't show her displeasure, however. Anais had enough awareness to see how territorial Earth was of his Sadak, and she preferred to be one within it rather than turn into an interloper. Especially since his loyalty would spread to her through the Sadak, and his loyalty was worth it. Perhaps he wasn't a daimon as he told her multiple times, but by his actions alone he might as well be. Whatever knowledge he possessed wasn't just a curiosity, for it contained a hidden power within. Her lips twitched as her cheeks grew red. His sparse musings around her breast had unlocked something within her magic. An idea of curved lines somehow fueled her spells in unusual ways, and allowed her to bypass the problems that her teachers claimed as unsolvable obstacles for centuries. Yes, she was definitely willing to share. But that was not the challenge Anais was facing right now. Urf asked for things many would consider outrageous, but he gave back equally. The other two members of Sadak would not be that easy. Anais could see the lingering unease in their bodies as the tallest were hugged the lithe merc close. Urge and Yeva, she should take their names to memory. No matter how trusting Urf was, she was still a threat to them, and that needed to be addressed early. In less than 10 days the divine ritual will begin. Anais started from far away, with the festivities lasting for a 10-day at least. During that time I will have my entrance feast as I reach my 20th birthday. As members of our Sadak you will be welcome to attend, but I will understand if you find large crowds of wormages unpalatable. Thank you, Anais. Urge still struggled with calling her directly by the first name. Yeva merely nodded silently. While these celebrations would be eventful, there will be another feast right after, when I will publicly announce my entrance to the Sadak. She pressed on despite the tense air. During that time I would expect you to sit beside me as it is proper for these of equal status. Urge sighed. Thank you. Your offer is most generous. Her tail swished. This is not an offer. While this outcome is not the optimal I've wished for, I intend to stay, and I will not, as Urf tends to say, burn bridges while doing so. You did not have to join, the quiet girl whispered. And you did not have to offer me to Urf or entice me with the conditioners. Yet here we are. Anais cut her off immediately. She planned for this conversation this entire morning and had a few years of education on her sash. Urf had mentioned that Yeva had a sharp mind, but she clearly did not have any formal training in debates either. Anais plucked a grape. I did not set this meeting to start petty fights. You might have met him sooner than I did, but don't think that a few 10 days would matter when we are talking about years. I will fight to keep him, and if you decide to oppose me for choosing what you asked Urf to offer, I might just win. Patience is a wormage speciality after all. Yeva huffed. Why did you set it then? There is the summit of speakers, the meeting of the manners that rules over Emini, which my aunt attends as the speaker of Kamadal. But there are other meetings that serve equally important tasks. Just like the one where Sophia Shebet Chasia, the censor of Emini, had pressured my mother to bring Urf to. Despite the events that occurred there, they serve as a link between the manners beyond the speakers of Pillar Manners or the listeners of other houses. I desire to establish something like that here, in this Sadak. I expect that all major decisions will be made with all 4 of us present, but I wish to have regular meetings just among ourselves, both to learn more about each other and have means to resolve conflicts in a more private manner. Urge hummed. That does sound like a good idea, especially now, when we are rather unfamiliar with each other. But there will be no pressuring or forcing anyone to stay or leave. We will all come out of our own volition and talk like members of one Sadak or don't speak at all. And if I feel it necessary, I will get Urf involved. Agreed, that is something any one of us should do, she confirmed, seeing Yeva nod as well. Good, she had her way in. With this alone, her task for today was done. In time, they should stop fearing her title as much and start seeing her as one of them. And once the walls of mistrust would be broken, she could talk to them with reason about much more crucial aspects of this relationship. All Anais needed was patience, and as a wormage she had plenty of it. 20 days should suffice. Then I would like to start now, Urge interrupted her thoughts. We have discussed this between ourselves, but that was before you joined. Children. She felt a cold bead of sweat roll down her back. Anais was definitely not ready for this kind of conversation. What about them? I am aware that we need to wait until we all are proclaimed free or subordinate. None of us wishes to have them slave-born, even if yours would technically not be, but as his first, I want to have his first child. The cougar were forcibly proclaimed as if daring her to say anything otherwise. To think that I would even consider something this soon, Anais exclaimed in a high pitch, incredulous at the accusation. I am turning 20 within days. As a wormage, I am not planning to have one before I turn at least 50 or even 70. Her tail swished with indignation, the nerve of some people. But you are fine with me having the first, even if it might be a firstborn daughter. Ah, that, she sighed, yes, that would be appropriate. Urge frowned, despite knowing that firstborn will have the right to claim all that is his. I believe that I could support my own and give them titles of my own. Yes, Earth would grow in wealth considerably in the future, but that doesn't mean I won't grow as well. Anais sniffed. If you worry about it that much, you should worry about Yeva instead. Still, you are wormage while he is a merc without a spark. Do you even plan on having his children? I do not know yet. She looked away. As I said, this is not something I had thought about until today. Wormages don't sire offspring that early despite the heat. We have other things to worry about. Just like you worry about slave-born, I wish for my future children to be born in wealth and safety, something that takes time to build. Anais turned back and looked her straight into the eyes. My mother was waiting for your child all this time, curious about the strength of his seed. I will follow her advice and do the same, and when your child is born I will discuss my choice with him. XXX. I stood at the entrance of the room, slack-jawed. My eyes greedily took in the visage of an alien life form. Its body suspended in midair and occupying most of the space inside, so drastically different yet so undeniably familiar. This creature was slain by Domina herself, Sulla spoke beside me during her time on border duty. Akarim, I knew you were strong, but... Damn girl, this creature was slain by Akarim herself, Sulla spoke beside me when she had done her border duty. I could see the gouges on the white carapace and tiny lines where the exoskeleton was cleaved apart, only to be glued back together at a later time. The texture of the shell reminded me about that white scale mail Akarim wore during the collector's attack, so it wasn't some unusual metal but shards of the carapace. Either chipped from a similar specimen or harvested from smaller creatures. Maybe I should reevaluate my decision on incorporating something like that to my own scales, but it might work in my favor too in case I needed to impress someone by the gear I carry. While it might attract some greedy eyes, it was not something that a thief could easily swipe from one of my storage rooms. Some might try to stab me in the back to take it, but not wearing it at all would be even more foolish. I just had to make sure that I would wear some extra layers on top of it and avoid them being seen altogether. Nature truly loves certain designs, I chuckled to myself and turned to Sulla. What about fish? What? I waved at the crustacean-like monstrosity in front of me. Well, there are trees of the forest, a couple of which Domina permitted for me to plant and study within the bounds of my estate. White bark and red pine needles, and now I see this body structure. I might not have a lot of experience with alien life forms, but from my knowledge on evolution within a single planet, nature surely loves to invent trees, crabs, beetles, and fish. Sulla stared at me unamused. I am not here for a jest. If you see a creature like this in the forest, you are a dead man walking. Domina had tasked me to oversee your training so that you will come back with your head on your shoulders and without your insides getting sucked out. You might have enhanced your strength and resilience, but these monsters aren't just big. They know flow, they breathe flow, and they use it better than most wormages ever could. Right, I awkwardly scratched my head. I was just never mind. I am sorry, this is not a time for my musings right now. The reason this corpse is hidden deep inside the manor is so that the new generations of Cametal can train while knowing what they would face out there, he grumbled as he nodded at the suspended behemoth in the room. So burn this view into your memory. So when you see it next time, you will run, or hide behind a shield hoping that a nearby wormage would be able to drive it off. I silently turned and looked at it again. Not at the remains of an alien life form, curious and mysterious, but at the body of a fearsome beast, the likes of which the parents of Emini used to scare their children into obedience, and built huge walls on the borders and around major cities. The carapace color meant it would blend in well with the white trees of the forest. A segmented body that kept all its soft targets hidden within and multiple appendages that could crawl, grab, stab, and even chew its prey. It definitely copied a chapter or two from the Book of Arthropoda, resulting in huge segmented legs and a mouth that looked more like a horror show of protrusions rather than something that you put food into. Especially if said food might be crunchy earths. Four whip-like appendages were extremely long, flexible, yet fully covered by armor and were conveniently placed near that maw. It probably used them as arms to grab, hold, and pull in its prey. Multiple sets of what I assumed to be eyes were spread across the front, giving it a wide field of view. All but the single articulate pair in front were rather small, however. Standing in front of it, I felt like I was thrown into a microscopic world on Earth so that I could meet the true owners of the world. There was a reason why bugs were the dominant animal life form everywhere humans had managed to colonize. If these monsters had even a fraction of their strengths and abilities scaled to this size, I expected them not to be trifled with even without flow. There were space-wide laws against creating insectoid beasts designed for direct warfare. While they heavily favored the machine-leaning colonies, I still approved of them. There had been incidents in the past. My eyes slid onto the main body. While mostly white, it was nevertheless littered with small red lines of intricate patterns. They appeared to be a part of the body and were likely the product of evolutions over millions of years. But they weren't just for camouflage. These were runes. Hundreds of them covered the main body and the legs. The ones I could decipher were basic: strength, speed, toughness, but there were others that I haven't seen in the book. These were probably either still unknown or weren't allowed to be recorded, and either of these options didn't promise anything good. I frowned. It looked like a nearly impossible foe, both strong and resilient, something that should have overwhelmed Emini a long time ago. Yet they did not. They were killable. The trophy in front of me was an undeniable proof of that, as well as the fact that Emini still stood undefeated, or even got a foothold to begin with when it got founded. "Do they have any weakness?" I asked my guide. "Maybe they are rare, migratory. How did Emini even claim the land from them?" "By the miracle of the divine. Ask these questions to these who would train you for battle. I have lived in Kamital manners all my life, and the ones that face them would tell you more. What I do know is that they are beasts true to the word. They might not know mercy, but they do not seek revenge either. Nor do they understand the concept of a country. A tall border wall staffed by mercs is often enough for them to ignore it." "Mercs specifically?" "Yes, they have their own sparks and feel sparks of others just as and wormages can. Creatures will attack the walls if they feel the spark behind it or if they otherwise spot any movement. Merc Guard can observe them from afar without luring them in, and if one decides to come closer, they could sound an alarm to call mages over." I stepped a bit closer, trying to gauge its eyesight. Twin eye stalks similar to a crab and a few tiny auxiliary eyes around. It could probably see a lot without moving the body, but Sulla was right. The creature didn't appear to have remarkable eyesight. Granted, these were just my basic assumptions, but I didn't think Acherim would allow me to dissect and study her famous trophy. And what would a merc like me should do in front of one? The point is not to be there at all or run away before it sees you. If it does notice you or even ambushes you, running would be useless. All you can do is keep it away from your body as long as possible while trying to hurt it as much as you can. Hopefully you will last long enough for a wormage to step in, or it would deem you too bothersome to continue attacking. You might end up lucky and kill one too. His finger poked me in the chest. "Your trainer will likely teach you all about this, but I will still repeat it. Stay in a group, don't split up and venture into the forest alone. Learn the spear so you can keep it at bay and the catter to have one last chance if it gets too close. Keep your armor on at all times as you travel, and by 3 divine horns, don't forget your shield and helmet, no matter how annoying they might be. If you do, better you forget your dream of being a freedmerc at all, or maybe forget your head back at the house." I nodded, making sure he understood I was being serious about it. His words, while being somewhat crude, were said for my safety. And I could easily see the wisdom in them as well. Yes, they were ferocious beasts, but humans had things that made us just as deadly. We had soft skin, but we could forge armor. Our claws were weak, but our blades were sharp. We might be weak individually, but we were the communal species, and we drew our true strength in numbers. And when everything was on the table and the current bet was your own life, every card would come into play. So be it. I would train and learn the skills that they honed over centuries, but I also had my own set of tricks. Some of which I already had, and some I would need to start working on immediately. What about the rest of my family? Usually mercs would take the duty personally and serve continuously, but they don't have the means to afford any breaks or support any dependents alongside them. You would likely be able to bring your Sadak with you or even have them fight by your side, while Domina is likely to expect your presence at this manor at least occasionally. I nodded, so I would visit Samat whenever they would let me, most likely. How much time do I have to prepare for this? Sulla shook his head. The only one rushing is you. While you will start training as soon as possible, Domina had informed me that you will be occupied by other duties for days to come. And when you will start training in earnest, you will prepare until Domina is sure you will survive your duty. Slack off or show too much weakness and you will find yourself training indefinitely or have the offer rescinded altogether. XXX. Are you sure this place is off limits? I asked my companion as I looked around the barn. Urge shrugged. It will be if you want. All major work on the building is done. Builders made it to your specifications. Apart from the greenhouse side of this shed, we still need to rebuild the furnaces and start making the glass panes. Initially, I wanted all four of us to be here and leave the Lamia to oversee the furnace reconstruction. Workers were still building the basic kilns she was already familiar with and thus was able to spot any mistakes without learning anything important in the process. Unfortunately, Anais was still the lady of the house and had other things to do while Yeva was uncomfortable leaving Shahin unsupervised. And I still needed a bodyguard, so Urge had to sheepishly take Viter's spot since he was still healing from their sparring. He was a whir and would recover quickly but not instantly. While Yeva chose to stay behind and keep an ear on the recently enslaved snake. Make it so, the weather is fine enough that we can start growing plants now without the glass. And by the time winter comes we should have enough to cover all of them. Servants should be able to stock the water without entering too deep and I will probably have to do the rest myself. She scratched her head. Is this really necessary right now? I know you have plans to rebuild your lab as well as all these talks about a lathe with Rena. And then you have brought these fancy ancient ores and keep mentioning that you want a forge too. How will you have time for all of this? Come here. I sat on a nearby bench and patted on a spot beside me. I know what you are training for, by the way. Urge sighed and adjusted her position, putting her head in my lap. I know you wish to get the title of Friedmerk, both for us, your family, and our future children. We all obviously approve, but that doesn't mean that we don't worry either. While I can't stop you from going to the border, I will be coming with you, and you won't stop me either. I sighed and started to gently rub her ear. Sulla showed me what I could face out there. While I would prefer not to put any of us in danger, I understand the benefit of working together. And I would have no one else but you to watch my back. She grinned and nuzzled in deeper, only to frown. That means you will be training soon. It would take even more of your time. It would, but this is exactly why I have to do it. I have no desire to walk into danger without as much protection as I could acquire. I wanted to build a forge so I could make tools and machines with metal bodies. I still do, but the weapons are tools as well. I might not know how to forge a sword, but I know how to make better steel. And steel is not the only material I am after. These greenhouses would provide me with a different type of ingredients, organic ones, stuff that I would find nearly impossible to make with my own hands. And I would use them to keep us safe. My hand slid into a tiny opening on my stomach, nearly invisible to the untrained eye, and retrieved a large kernel from within. My nanates grew the abdominal pouch exactly for the things I wouldn't dare to lose, like bioprinter seeds. You've seen the scales on my body when I arrived, I murmured as I stretched my arm in front of her. I tasked the nanodendrites within my body to grow it in response to the collector's attack. I let her quietly watch as the black snakes of carbon muscles slid across my arm, covering it whole. It would add power to my body and let me grow stronger than an average were. The rustle changed its tone as the white scales emerged on the surface, covering my arm in a pale white sleeve. It would also keep me safe from most hits and stabs better than a plated steel armor would. This armor looks alive because it is. It is almost like a plant that grows around me, that heals any damage without the need for a repair. My body nourishes it but also controls it like a limb I didn't have before. Back where I came from, we called such type of technology the living tech, a bridge between a machine and living thing. My palm opened up. While I am limited to what I can grow on my body, mostly because my nanates are not designed for any drastic improvements, I have these seeds that I talked to you about. They will grow into a plant that could make me fancy silks for Domina, but at the same time would make me stronger, harder materials that I could use for us. Materials that I desperately need yet unable to obtain anywhere in Emini. At the same time, these greenhouses would be the perfect cover for it. If anyone sneaks in, they would only see the lush gardens that would thrive through the winter and supply us with fresh, delicious fruits year-round. What they won't pay attention to is a weirdly shaped overgrown tree, one among many yet without any obvious fruits. Her fingers trace the scales on my arm. Well, I can't stop you if you do it for that kind of reason. Just promise me not to overwork yourself. It has been 3 days since you came back and you had been busy ever since. My fingers pinched her ear. Yeah, and who was the reason behind my last troubles? Leaving me alone with Anais like that? I know you felt her spark approaching, yet you even took Yeva with you. She squeaked and slapped my hand away, only to glomp me harder in return. She would have demanded for us to leave anyway, possibly causing an argument in the process, and it all worked out well in the end. Her yellow eye glanced at me from my lap, but I will need to be punished for that. Perhaps tonight. Minx, I chuckled, kissing her. I still need to plant this seed and I don't have the proper tools of punishment yet. Perhaps we could visit that store again tomorrow. Fine, Urge tried her best to grumble despite the grin on her face, and we also need a few more toys for you to carve the runes on. I have ideas. As long as I don't see flying dildos around my bedroom, it should be fine. Her eyes got wide, her mouth open. Oh. I rolled my eyes at her antics. Behave, I need to concentrate here. On planting a seed. Just stick it into the ground. I wish, despite it being alive, I can't just do that. In fact, it is designed not to germinate unless I program it first. If something like this could grow independently, the consequences would be disastrous. Scales receded from my arm, quickly followed by the rest of the exoskeleton, and revealed a growing bulge on my wrist. Yug, Urge winced when Harold's neurotendril broke the skin. Is that the bug you want to put into Yeva? No, I was too focused on connecting it with the seed to get offended. This is Harold, a separate plant of sorts. It just grows within me rather than outside as the skin suit does. Not only it is very much optional to have, but I also do not have any spares right now to give. All that Yeva would get from me is increased control over her body as well as the ability to grow a skin suit similar to mine. And what does this Harold plant do? Does it hurt? I gently pushed her curious fingers away from my wound and the tendril in general. No, and the skin would heal immediately after. This is temporary. Harold's main purpose is to allow me to talk to the other living tech. Some of them require direct control just as I am doing right now. I am technically connecting my mind to the seed so I could send my thoughts into it, telling it how I want it to grow and what I would require from it in the future. I sighed and allowed myself to glance away for a second. Most living tech is basic and usually depends on something like this to operate or listen to commands. Others I could feel directly in my head. Somewhere far away my tree ship grows, probably deep in the forest. I can just barely feel her on the edge of my consciousness. You sound like you are talking about a lover, Urge harumphed. Are we not enough for you that you are already seeking fourth after just claiming your third? She isn't like that. While she is capable of independent thought and action, organic artificial intelligence, or OAI for short, are still limited in terms of independent drive. She is more than a mere machine or even assistant to me. More than a friend but not a lover like you. You can even consider her as a part of me as she takes on my emotions and my feelings as her own. So since I love you, so does she. She is a part of me, one navigator, one ship. We don't exist apart from one another. Without her, I would be a mere augmented merc. Without me, she would be a mere tree. I glanced down at her somewhat confused face and chuckled. Perhaps I should tell you more of my history, but not right now. The rest of my Sadak deserves to know as well, but don't worry about me changing drastically anymore. I might grow with time, but the time of major change is long past. That was back then when a slave merc picked up the fruit of life and ate it, joining together his flesh, the memories of a navigator, and the nanodendrites of the tree ship. And when all these parts combined together, what you now know as Earth was really born. Akarim Kimital Adal. Do you have any idea what that would cause? You have your head for a reason, instead you keep thinking with your tail. Akarim rubbed her forehead. A healing spell took the pain and the nosebleed away, but she knew that the pounding headache would return with vengeance later. This was not how she wanted to start the morning. The loud voice of her husband didn't help it either. I made my choice, Anais retorted back at her father. First Amalric and now you. Do you actively seek to tarnish the names of Kamital and Enoch? You should quickly apologize to your mother and call this insanity off, or do you wish for Kamital's speaker and matriarch to intervene personally? Tarhana turned around and faced her. Akarim, give me a few days and I promise I will properly educate both of my children. She sighed and waved his request away. While the actions of Amalric and Anais weighed heavily on his position in the household, Akarim had no plans on punishing him for this. Not for Anais specifically, that was between her, her daughter, and Urf. I believe I asked you to take him into your Sadak. She spoke over her husband to Anais directly. Wah, Tarhana jerked backwards, clearly not expecting that kind of response from her, unsurprising actually. If it was a year ago, she would have probably punished her daughter most severely and stripped her of her title. And probably Tarhana as well, for forming a Sadak with a merc, that is. Anais pushed her stumbling father aside and faced her straight on. I did what I had to do. And why is that? Her eyes slid over her daughter's body to pointedly stop at the obvious kink in her tail. Akarim frowned. Don't you dare to say that you are with a child. Anais blushed but held her gaze. I am not, I made sure to confirm, but that is not the reason I made this choice. The Sadak is equal anyway, it wouldn't change a thing between us. It would change everything between you and Emini. I ask of you again, are you ready for that? The glossy but crooked tail of her daughter swayed. They won't need to know. During my feast, I will present them as my Sadak. And will your Sadak agree? Akarim pressed on with a hint of menace in her voice. Answer to your domina without a shred of lies. Are they in agreement with this ruse? Not yet, but I started working on it already, and I have 3 10 days for them to accept it. And if they do not? Akarim Tarhana started. Not now, she cut him off. Tell me, O daughter of mine, what will you do if they refuse? Because he belongs to me and so do you. And I will not lose my alchemist only because my daughter bit more than she could chew. Then I will say nothing at all during the feast and let them make their own assumptions. If I will be pressed for answers, I will state that I have joined his Sadak. She spoke quietly within the stunned room. I am not going to let him get away from my arms, even if I have to sacrifice my dignity as the lady of the house. Akarim groaned. The headache was back and she needed a drink. She also needed to speak to Urf, which would likely cause even more headaches. What did he offer you? Anais's ears flicked. Father. Tarhana stood with his arms crossed, a frown on his face. When I spoke to him previously, he had mentioned that the estate was merely a gift for the good he had provided to Kamital, and if he wanted anything more from the manor, he would find something else to give, of equal or greater value. So I ask, what did he offer you? Her ears fell flat. That is between me and him. The floor creaked under his hoof. You don't trust your own father. This is the Sadak matter. I will not speak about it until the Sadak had been approved. Anais ground out. Her frown matched her husband's. Their daughter was being obstinately secretive despite the pressure. This wasn't mere stubbornness of youth nor desire to keep Urf for herself, not in front of her parents. Anais was hiding something for a different reason. Akarim's eyes opened wide. A breath stuck in her throat as the headache slowly made itself known once again. Why, you little ungrateful. Enough! The domina's palm slammed the table, sending the room into silence once again. She sighed and turned to her husband. Leave us. Dear, this is a mere vagrancy of youth. His horns swayed as he glanced between the 2 women in the room. The rest of the house is still unaware of her rash decision. Don't make one of your own. I know, Tar, I merely wish to speak to her, as domina to the lady of the house, in private, it will be quick. He sucked the air and only to sigh with relief, by the three. Akarim glared, forcing him to stumble once again and quickly leave the room after sending a bewildering look at their daughter. The runes lit up on the walls as soon as the door closed. Anais sighed, I know what you are thinking, but I won't speak, not now. Yes, not now, she agreed with her daughter, because I wasn't done. Her hand reached into her robes and pulled out a tiny scroll. After carefully unraveling it, she left it in her open palm. In his desire to learn more, Albin had made quite a blunder, she spoke, noticing the confusion in the green eyes. Not only did he bring the sphere into my manor and informed me about it, but he kept it active and, most importantly, visible. And I made sure to look. You copied the pattern, Anais gasped, some of it. It is as intricate as it is convoluted, and I am nowhere close to keep it stable for long, let alone dare to think I could replicate the entire artifact. That is a task fit for the gods. But I can replicate the core of its effect for a few moments. She looked straight at her daughter, using her entire presence as her mother and domina to make sure Anais understood the severity of her current actions. Gather your thoughts as I cast it, and when I say a word you are to tell me everything. Am I understood? Yes, mother, she made a resolute nod. Good, now don't disturb me until the spell is working. Akarim turned her full attention to the drawing in her hand and tried to feel the flow as she committed the lines to memory. This wasn't a runic script, it wouldn't activate with just her power alone or activate at all. What it did, however, was remind her of the patterns that she felt in the sphere of negation. And in turn, she would see the flow around her bend and twist with the similar eddies as the spear once produced. Akarim had no idea what each of them meant to do and how they worked together. What she did know is that they somehow worked. And that she would succeed in casting this hack of a spell today. The headache was the proof of that. Akarim had attempted to do it before and became familiar with the symptoms. Albeit the lack of general nausea led her thoughts astray and made her think it was caused by something else. Slowly but surely she coaxed the flow into the patterns that she wanted, and the tiny wisp of yellow smoke started to form above the scroll. She paid a scan of attention to it, however, still engrossed in the drawings of the scroll below. The wisp grew brighter and larger as the smoke started to coalesce into something solid, something powerful. Her daughter gasped quietly as it exploded outward into a bright yellow rune suspended just a few fingers above her palm and the scroll. It held strong, but Akarim knew it wouldn't last. The glow of the flow was wrong for this kind of spell and was likely caused by her simply pushing as much power as she could to make it last. But this wasn't the time for it. Well, she asked. There is more to his math than meets the eye, Anais blurted out quickly, waving a stick in her arms. More than even Granduncle realizes. I know this because I've felt it firsthand. Remember the recent growth in my power? He taught me about lines that aren't lines, yet are lines that follow the surface. Her stick rapidly scrawled on the sand, drawing a well-known task young mages were presented with, an impossible one. He told me to think of a sphere. For some reason, her face was deep-red while saying that, where I could walk in a straight line yet end up in the same place because what was locally a line was actually a circle. And then he told me that is the geometry of the real world and not the questions that are drawn in the sand. And as he spoke, Anais clenched her fist, forcing the grooves of sand to come alive and rise into the air like a knot of desert snakes. I've felt it. Akarim's eyes widened as she watched the dance in front of her. So beautiful, so complex, so simple. He knows more than that, I am sure of it, Anais growled, emboldened by her silence. And I am not going to let him go, not to the Lamura, not to other wormages, not even to Sophia Chassia herself. The runes trembled in her palm. A few jerking movements and the yellow bands of light started to warp. Like a flower that started to get ready for a night's sleep, the runes slowly folded into themselves, one petal into another. The color drained from the spell, her color, but the brightness didn't go away. Green came, brilliant like the determined eyes of her little moon, her Hillel, but it didn't last long either. As the last leaf folded into place, Akarim felt something break. Like a taut string from an old lyre, the flow snapped, freeing her from the burden of feeding it further, as if trying to fill a broken cup with wine. And the blue replaced green, completing the spell. She still had to hold it and it still took some effort to do, but this was a true spell now, not a hack that could barely last a heartbeat and keep her bedridden through the morning. It was her spell. Akarim looked at Anais as she felt inside of her what her daughter was feeling all this time, probably even more. While Urf's insights that she showed to her were groundbreaking, it was Albin's orb that made them strategically critical. Critical enough that she would need to keep this knowledge hidden within her manor. This wasn't something that could make her a matriarch of Camidal. It was worse enough to be considered heretical for claiming what should be divine. Anais nodded with a satisfied look on her face. The voluminous tail swayed back and forth like a ribbon of crooked fire. I knew you would see it, whatever that it might be, and that is why he is mine. And I won't let you nor my father take him away, nor grandmother Nandya despite her being the current matriarch of Camidal. Her knuckles cracked as she flexed her arms, not even the gods themselves. Especially if he isn't a daimon at all, as he so vehemently claims. A moment of confusion and the headache was back. A normal one this time. For some reason, Akarim wanted to punch Albin in the face right now, just enough to stem his stupid curiosity. XXX. Would you stop your snickering? Ah, my apologies, sister. XXX. Domina wishes to see you, Rena spoke behind my back. I took my eyes away from the carved rod. Should I head there now? I was still low-key dreading the next meeting with Akarim. After all, she was the mother dearest, even if she orchestrated my turgid affair with her daughter and appropriate fears were in order. And no, she shook her head. Domina didn't sound angry at you but mentioned some changes about your furnace plans. You will see her tomorrow. I nodded. The fact that I was not dragged into her quarters right this moment spoke volumes already. Offhand mention about furnaces was curious but not critical enough for me to worry about. The first bioprinter had taken root successfully and would start becoming at least partially functional in the coming days. Even if she would completely ban me from playing with metals, I would have organic materials to circumvent the worst of it. Domina not only approved my new position but demanded that I would be your main carpenter. You could ask for more hands if necessary in the future, but I will be the one making a selection, she proclaimed. Oh, good! I returned to the meticulously carved threads. This was an exemplary work. Rena knew what she was doing and probably was carving wood longer than I was alive. You are not surprised. I shrugged. Not really. I expected something like that from her and you were the best option for that. You had the experience working with me before and as far as I can tell you are both loyal and beholden to Akarim Adal. Your craftsmanship is also praiseworthy, which is all I care about, not how much you end up learning in the process. You know, I am still confused why you continue to do that, she chuckled. Because it isn't important in the grand scheme of things. Yes, I might show you something that you have never done before and elevate your skills among other artisans, but it is not your concessions I am after. I am after the tools that you are making in the process. I will be honest with you. I don't fear you reneging on this deal or demanding more than I am willing to offer you. You didn't comment on my Sadak after speaking with Domina, which means you know that my previous words were true. If the need arises, I could always put pressure on you through Akarim Adal or Anais Hillel. Or both. Rena audibly gulped as I said that and I extended the hand to her, but I won't, because you won't. Not because of fear but because of our lasting accord where both sides would benefit. And through us, my Sadak, my lady of the house, and through her, the manor of Camidal. She slapped her hand into mine, shaking it. Damn right. There is no way I would let my manor down. No wonder she likes you. If I wasn't standing right in front of you I would have assumed you were a wormage with a few centuries under your belt at least. So how do you like my creation? Oh, it is beautiful. I am actually amazed at how straight it is. I should have just asked you to carve it from the beginning and not bother with the surface plates. Ah, she scratched her head. I used them, the straight edges that were made from them, that is. Which just makes me wonder, what are you trying to do with this? Surface plate gave me the linear precision, making the precision lathe would give me the circular one. I could carve tubes and cylinders that would have a gap less than a hair wide, yet fit and slide into each other perfectly. Do you know how steam works? I've seen a few toys from the coppersmiths that would spin, Rena frowned. Are you making all this for a toy? Oh, absolutely not. I wish to use the steam as the motive force to drive other machines just like the loom you've made. You know it would take very little to make it work by itself, especially with plain weaving pattern. Wouldn't it be better to use the water from the aqueduct, or get some animals to move it? Why steam? I shrugged. It is quite efficient and most importantly, scalable. There is only so much power and speed I could gain from the aqueduct, and each new animal would cost me in space and feed as well. Steam can give me an enormous amount of power with very little space. I just need fuel and water. Exactly, fuel. You would be using heat for something you could gain elsewhere. It would be like throwing cuts to make a river flow. You should use the fuel for things that require heat. Ah, I see what you mean now. Since movement and heat are separate, it is wasteful to convert one into another. Exactly, and don't tell me about rubbing a stick with another. All you would ever make would be a mere spark, which would need the fuel to burn afterwards anyway. I could see the frustration and curiosity fighting within her as we spoke. Fine, I won't, I smiled back. I will tell you about rocks that attract iron. Lead stones, what about them? Lead stones, lodestones, magnets, they are another bridge between movement and other types of energy, including heat. Do you know where they come from? Rena shrugged. They are the fruits of the earth. Like all ores, they grow underground, but many say that they possess a young soul within them that makes them special. Well, I won't talk about ore genesis, apart from saying it takes thousands of years for many of them to form, for some, millions. But lodestones are different. They are the product of lightning strikes. And you can say that they carry the soul of the lightning within them, which you could spark, I couldn't help but snicker quietly, into a new lightning. That, if someone else would tell me something like that, I would suggest to them to lay off the wine and stale bread. But in your case, I would probably wait and see, especially how this threaded wooden rod fits into all of that. It is a template. We will use it to carve a similar one in steel or bronze and use it to convert the rotational movement into a horizontal one. Precisely so, and gain the ability to dial in the measurement with the twist of a rod rather than measuring it by eye. And we will continue to improve our tools until they would exceed the precision of our eyes and fingers, magical or otherwise, and when we do so, I will show you how powerful the steam can be. You wish to carve one in steel? Rena asked incredulously. With what? Hopefully stronger steel, I murmured, or I will just have to rely on bronze for now. Here is a thought: we can just strengthen the chisel with flow. And who is going to do it? This isn't going to be a quick task if you want it to be as neat as this rod. Her ears fell flat on her head. If you think you can order Anais to do your bidding, I will refuse to work with you at all and demand you punished by Domina herself. Stay your horses, Rena. I will not demand anything from my wife-to-be. I have another wormage for that. What? You saw that Lamura envoy that arrived with Tarhana and his son a few 10 days ago? Well, she tried to kill me and failed. Lost her freedom in the process. And in her boundless generosity, I rolled my eyes, Domina gifted her to me. Her eyes opened wider than Albin's ever could. Rena took a step back only to stumble and fall on her butt. What are you, Urf? What did you offer Domina to get so much? I don't know exactly. There were quite a few offerings, which only proves to you that I don't need to barter my inventions for your favors, wouldn't you agree? What am I? Well, it is a long story and not the one I wish to speak about in public. A traveler that was washed ashore, perhaps. I offered a hand again and lifted her from the floor. Feel free to start working on the frame for the lathe. We would have to use lumber until we will get bronze or cast iron to replace it with. I will see you tomorrow. The busy and hectic day was almost over and I wished to see my Sadak, so that I could tell them of my past. A familiar tale met my sight as I slowly walked toward my quarters. Anais was fretfully pacing in the inner courtyard while constantly looking at the balcony of my bedroom. Judging by the light inside and the sound of the guitar, both Urge and Yeva were inside. Yeva had a habit of extinguishing all light when she was alone. Not only she didn't need it and didn't want to waste the oil, but she didn't want the risk of open flame around herself for no reason. The red tail swung back and forth, mesmerizing me with its movements. Begging to be touched, I couldn't say no to that. A few silent steps and I pushed myself against a pillar, carefully watching my prey in action. Memorizing the patrol route of the enemy that kept my prize attached to her shapely behind. Her walking pattern had been sporadic, pensive with a slight curve that forced me to wonder if her spark senses were guiding her to remain at a certain distance from my bedroom. Most importantly, it was predictable. I let her walk past my hiding spot twice, biding my time. Anais stopped once again and turned around, her tail curving behind in a slow arc, both following the movements of her body and avoiding any disturbances in the air. Like a large, fiery fish in the stream, I silently stepped outside, making sure to stay outside of her field of vision, an easy task as her eyes were either glued to the balcony or her fidgeting hands. My palm landed at the root of her tail and slid across its length, gently stroking the luxurious hair. "A penny for your thoughts?" Anais shrieked loudly into my ear, and I found myself dodging streams of fire and fingernails clawing at my face. "Urf," she squealed as I wrapped her in my arms, preventing further acts of revenge and collateral damage to our estate. "Don't scare me like that. You were rather deep in thought. Is something wrong?" "Look, she mumbled, her ears flat, "I need to talk to you." "Teasing your new wife," Urge's voice interrupted us from above. I thought it was my turn today. Glancing up, I saw the cougar leaning on the railing and watching us with an amused smirk on her face. I shook my head as the werfox scowled in my arms. "Give us a moment, we are coming over soon." Urge chuckled, waved me to hurry up, and left us alone. "You wanted to speak with me alone," I summarized to my bushy captive. She sighed, "Yes, I wanted to speak to you in private about some sensitive topics." "Is it something personal between us, or a matter of the entire Sadek?" "The latter," Anais confessed. "While I wanted to take time to breach this subject, I am afraid that my mother would raise the question when she will meet with you tomorrow." "Then we should discuss it together, all four of us," I gently interrupted her. "I am trying to make sure that it won't cause a rash reaction from anyone. I don't know them well enough to predict how they will act, but I know you, and I know that you will be able to look at it with a sharp mind." "Anais, they will learn about anything eventually. It is not a question of if but when. And I will not put them in a situation where we will inform them about a decision we made together. While I am blessed by my Sadek, I also have a burden to bear to keep it united and strong. I understand your desire to prevent anything that could be said or done out of spite, but right now what we all need are unity and trust. I plan to talk about my abilities and past between us today. I could have argued that it might be safer for some of the knowledge to remain hidden, both to avoid uncomfortable questions and possibly keep all of you safe. But I won't, because I want your trust, and I will never have it unless I am willing to trust you first. So please, trust them." She sighed in my arms. "There is a reason why most of Sadakat are one way only, and I find myself wishing that yours was as well. It would have been much easier just to worry about our relationship, without constantly making sure that two more would have to agree with my actions." I hugged her shoulders and started to lead her upstairs. "I understand that. And yes, I know that I am trying to shift the burden of mediation from me to everyone's shoulders, despite receiving all of your affection in turn. But I am willing to learn if necessary, and I want to rely on your help. About the latter part, no, you absolutely don't have to agree with all of us on everything. Everyone is allowed to have an individual opinion as long as they all are respected and discussed in a peaceful manner. There will be a time when such talks would lead nowhere." Anais shook her head. "If I find it necessary, I will intervene myself." I tried my best to smoothen her puffed-up tail, "but I would prefer to have these who would stand beside me rather than behind. I am already stuck with a bunch of servants and a lamura of all things." XXX. We sat on our bed as Anais paced in front of us, and a thought occurred to me to make another room. I had something that resembled an office, but it was more designed to meet others rather than have discussions with those I considered close. I needed a room with lounges and sofas, but not in the middle of the estate and open to everyone, but private and secluded. Somewhere where we could all sit and talk among ourselves, and carve the proper runes for security. Anais already grumbled at the lack of protective measures, both that could prevent her from breaking yet another bed or other wormage to attack, or more likely, to eavesdrop. "Let me just say that the final decision will be made by all of us," Anais started. "This was not something I was planning to talk about so early in the relationship, but if I don't speak it now, my mother would definitely say it tomorrow to Urf." Urge glanced at me, and I shook my head in response as my hand lay on top of Yeva's. I agreed to be one of the wives in his Sadek. My mother, despite some early concerns, also accepted that outcome. The issue lies in the Emini society as a whole. You mean other wormages? Yeva accused. Urge hummed in response as well. So are you implying we need to form the Sadak as yours? It all sounds quite convenient for you. What would be next? Necessity to get rid of us to please the public opinion. No, her voice was steady despite the jabs. The Sadak would remain as is. What my mother is going to suggest is to use my feast to make it look like it is an equal Sadak of my own volition. That way it would be seen as the childish fancy of a young wormage rather than a merc asking above his means. You are trying to shift the burden on yourself, is that what you are saying? I frowned. Not precisely. There will be some that would disapprove and would try to make their voices heard no matter what, both due to Sadak and my position in society. Some would simply try to use it to undermine the Kamidal. So we all will be under certain scrutiny no matter what. But by changing the focus we can affect their means of influence. These parties would likely resort to words to change my and my mother's mind. If they focus on Earth, they might take more active methods. Then why do we have to make it known during your feast? Cougar crossed her hands. Domina alone is enough to establish the Sadak. Have her hear us in private just like she did with us. Why did you make the Sadak in the first place? I know Earth enough to guess he wasn't the one pushing for it. Anais shook her head as Urge tried to speak. You don't need to answer. I know you did it as an assurance, to make sure you won't lose him. I understand, and I would have done the same myself if I was in your position. That is exactly why I am making it known during my entrance feast. You need assurance that no one would deny your spot, I asked. So I won't lose you? Akarim Kamidal Adal is powerful, but my mother is still just Domina of a branch manor. Even Kamidal itself is not the most influential out of all 7 pillar houses. There are forces out there that are above us. And I am willing to bear with minor annoyances as long as they also ensure our union through publicity. She looked pointedly at Urge. This also makes your position much more secure in this Sadak. As well as Yeva's. I am not really sure that such drastic measures are warranted. I started to speak only to be interrupted by the incredulous faces from all 3 sides. Right, never mind. Yeva coughed. We should probably think about this a little bit longer. I think that was the point of this conversation, to inform all of us in advance so we can think it through. Thank you, Anais. I scratched my chin but decided not to offer my opinion for now. Her offer was reasonable, but there was the issue of her still being rather new to the Sadak and Urge, and Yeva still felt threatened by her. Speaking of threats, my fingers squeezed Yeva's hand. How was the Lamura? Did she behave? Mostly quiet, she snuggled closer, scrunching her nose. She did everything I demanded but mostly kept to herself, apart from occasional comment when one of the workers did something wrong. Are you comfortable with her around? I had a talk with Sulla today where he showed me the body of a slain forest creature. I fear that all my free time would be occupied with training in the future. I don't think comfort is a correct word, but I don't fear her. Not with the shackles on her wrists. For me, she is not a wormage but someone who tried to kill you. She earned her punishment and she will do it, one way or another. Hold on, Anais barged in. What do you mean training? With weapons, I think, so that I could prove my worth and change my purpose. But you don't need to now, she pleaded. My mother can make you a tributary, and as my husband, she is unlikely to demand anything from you. Why would you want to risk your life? Because the freedom is worth it, Urge butted in. He might enjoy it now, especially since you are his wife. But what would happen if you grow tired of him? Of us. Do you question my love? Anais growled. Akarim Adal was happy with him, yet it all took a single demand from the censor and his skin felt her whip. Urge angrily refuted only to sigh and continue more peacefully. You might love him, but what if your descendants won't? What if there will be a new Domina, and it is not your mother nor you? If you believe in his love, you don't need to fear him leaving. I fear for his death. The red tail swished across the room. Perhaps you need to see the creature's trophy up close to understand what he will face out there. Ladies, I spoke over them. Stop arguing over my decision and let me speak for myself. As I spoke, my left hand pulled Urge closer, while the other left Yeva's hand in order to pull on Anais's tail once again. Hard enough that she landed on me with a soft squeak. I hugged all 3 to keep them quiet and listening. All of you are right to some degree. Yes, I will be doing this because freedom is truly worth it. Not from your mother, but from the MNI system as a whole. But I am not planning on throwing my life away in a desperate hope that I would gain it. I saw the trophy room and I saw the size and the runic markings on its shell. I am aware of what it could mean. That is why I will train until experienced warriors will tell me I am ready, and then more. I sighed and squeezed them tighter. I understand your fear, Anais, and I share it. That fear stems from uncertainty. Uncertainty whether I live or die, as well as uncertainty whether my graces within the house of Camidal would stay stellar. That is why I wish to forge my own fate, both against the creatures of the forest as well as the slavery laws of Emini. I will not let you go if I think you aren't ready, Anais hugged me back. He will be, Yeva spoke to my side. Urf is full of tricks. I believe that it is the creatures that would fear him in the forest once he steps inside. You shouldn't underestimate them, the wormage chided softly. As Yeva said, I am full of tricks, however. I chuckled, trying to lift the somber mood, most of which I haven't even started to develop. In fact, I was planning to talk to all three of you today about myself and my past. To tell you more of what made me, well, me, and to assure you that I have plenty of ways to defend myself. My arm stretched out and black tendrils lashed out to envelop it, much faster than they did during my conversation with Sulla. Louder too. Wait, Anais's fingers trailed over my skin suit. Is it alive? It is, and if it gets damaged it will regrow itself. It also withstood the punch by Albin, and I have a feeling he could punch through steel. I scratched my nose in contemplation. Granted, the runes could make steel tougher, but the same could be done to the skin suit. A palm landed on my lips. We shouldn't be discussing this. Not here, Anais hissed as she looked around. Is someone listening in? Urge glanced as well. I don't hear anyone but us, Yeva spoke up. This room has no protections. None, Wormage spoke. There are these who could easily listen in from far away, or find out one way or another. You need to have silencing runes carved around your meeting rooms, and that is just for private conversations. The stuff you tend to discuss needs the best protection possible, trust me with this. So we need to carve runes on the walls first. No, we need Domina. Only my mother can make sure there is an adequate security when you speak. Were you planning to share this knowledge with her as well? Probably. Most of you had witnessed my growth, including Akarim. What I wanted to talk about is the history of it. Excluding her now, while telling you, would just lead to problems down the line. And what if she tries to take him? Yeva asked. She won't. I am her first daughter. Not only I am beholden to her by blood, but I will also inherit most of her titles and power once she steps down. As long as she is confident in me making wise choices and listening to advice, Domina has no need to take him. For I am the future Domina. For us, that is akin to stealing from oneself. XXX. I stood naked in front of lounging Akarim, with the rest of my Sadak lying on nearby couches. Well, technically naked. The skin suit was deployed and covered me from neck to toes. Slightly bulging fibers of the exoskeleton muscle layer were partially covered by scaled plates on my torso. A futuristic warrior standing in front of the Roman patrician of the past. Although Emini ambience had more similarities with Central Asia than Rome. If I remembered my history right, Romans liked to paint and fresco their walls, while Emini liked to show off their fancy wall carpets and carve wood into intricate designs and incorporate runic scripts whenever possible. And sand? The sand was literally in every fancy room they had. No wonder they hang their colorful farshad on the walls. I could just imagine how much time they would spend daily to clean all that sand from their fancy rugs. Impressive, Akarim observed. Remind me to test its strength at a later time. Something tells me you aren't here about the armor. I am not. I wanted to talk about my past and how I became what do you know as Urf. I was planning to talk about this with my Sadak, and I feel that you should hear it as well. Your feelings do not betray you, for I am indeed curious. I have been curious for quite a while, but up until recently I had no means to satisfy my curiosity in a private manner. She looked at Anais. The fact that you are here today with your entire Sadak means that you were wise enough to stay quiet all this time. When you are around magical people who have the ability to peek into your inner thoughts, OPSEC becomes paramount. Operational security, analyzing what information is important and limiting ways for an adversary to get a hold of it. That we can discuss at a later time, she interrupted. I cannot hold the protections indefinitely. Right, I nodded. I will be quick and short for now. We could discuss certain topics in detail at a later time. I patted the breastplate. Earth isn't just one person, I am a union of three separate entities. My body and my knowledge of Emini came from the farmer-slave of Chimjin. On the way to Samat, he had found the crashed ship and the rest of me within it. He found a fruit full with knowledge, soul if you may, of the ship's navigator. No name, for he had many and they all belonged to different bodies. And the third part. The ship itself, Lif is her name. Akarim frowned. The crashed one. Not the one nearby, that was a mere boat to move between the ship and the land. The actual ship, or I should say what was left of her, had crashed somewhere else. Somewhere far away. I will say this right away, I will seek it out as it is a part of me, but I have no plans to fly away. This is my land and I won't just leave it. Fly, she leaned forward like a pillar. She doesn't use magic to fly and is unlikely to be able to fly right now. But yes, tree ships can stay in the air. I subconsciously glanced at the window. Somewhere in that direction, in the middle of Samet, 7 pillars were floating above the city. 7 towers of the 7 most important manors in Emini Manorat. And in one of them, Vernon Shaw was probably still playing around with mathematics, but I didn't want to think about true horrors right this moment. Anais elbowed urge, do you see why I wanted him to talk here now? This is why. And where did it fly from to arrive here? I glanced upward. Orion, arm of the galaxy. But all these names would mean very little to you, I am afraid. Let me start with a brief history of the planet Earth. They listened quietly as I briefly talked about Merc Homeworld. A place without magic and forests. A cradle of humanity that used technology to build society and eventually reach the stars. I spoke briefly about challenges that we faced in doing some of which Emini had already overcome, some it was in the middle of, and many others that are yet to come. Noticing the sweat on Akarim's forehead, I jumped ahead to the first scattering. A tumultuous time in the Earth's history where capitalistic tendencies of the past clashed most severely with the mass automation of labor and subsequent loss in value of the average human life. Only for humanity to develop stable fusion technology. Technology that could fuel our rockets across the stars, even if the trips would take centuries to achieve, and the mass exodus and creation of the first colonies. Groups of people large and small wishing to escape the burden of Earth, to seek out a life that was worth living, away from corporate conglomerates and privatized automated production that made most of the work redundant. But instead of bringing paradise on Earth, it further enriched the select few while making others worthless in the eyes of the economy. And humanity scattered for the first time among the stars. Both ensuring the survival of our species but quickly fracturing as a result of it. Light-speed communications were too slow to maintain cultural cohesion, where each message would take tens or even hundreds of years to reach the recipient, if it reached them at all. Borders were erased and redrawn again and again as each successful colony established its own culture and influence, while hundreds of the smaller ones had vanished without a trace. Some succumbed to accidents during their travel. Some went dark after landing, either intentionally to break away from the old chains or due to the failure to establish a successful colony. Billions of people died. I spoke into the sand, thousands of expeditions and colony ships simply vanishing in the darkness only to be replaced by thousands more. Some were found afterwards. It is one of the navigator's tasks to seek and help lost colonies, and I have many reasons to believe that this world, Tana, is one of them, too many similarities not to be. Mercs which are identical to humans, and wormages that are still closely related enough to have offspring. Animals and plants that all have earthen counterparts. Even your language, while mostly unique, still feels like an offshoot of the many languages spoken on Earth. My toe drew 2 symbols on the sand, Ver and Tana, first 2 letters of their alphabet, or Vertana as they called it. Tana was obvious, the round O that represented dirt, land, and world. And Ver, a symbol that looked like a stick figure or an OK turned 90 degrees clockwise. It represented self, existence, and surprisingly for a matriarchal society, a male. It was also the first letter of the word were and wormage, and likely the reason for their spelling too. I saw the vermage spelling in the older books. There is a dead but widespread language, Latin. In it, the word ver means man. I looked at my quiet audience. It might be a complete coincidence, but knowing what I do know now, it might not be. That was quite a tale. Akarim wiped the sweat from her forehead and looked around. You are not to talk about it outside of these walls nor to the people not present here if you care for your safety. This is both a threat and a warning. If this information spreads outside, you might as well say goodbye to Earth now, for even I won't be able to keep him safe. Sufficiently cowing these around her, she turned back to me. How much does Albin know? General details, nowhere as much as I've shared here. Our conversations were mostly about Emini rather than my past. I wish you would have said nothing at all, yet his possession of the sphere makes me hopeful that he will try to keep this information hidden just as well. I will not divulge why it is important, lest I will be forced to keep all of you within the manor for the rest of your lives, my daughter included. As most of you know, there are spells that could read the thoughts of and wormages. Very few know them, and even less can cast them. I am neither, but their existence is known. Akarim sighed in the deathly silent room. Fortunately, one must know what they seek inside the mind. Earth's revelations are quite enigmatic and ambiguous by themselves, unless you talk about them to others or know the reasons why such secrecy is important. You can talk among each other about it in general terms without delving too deep into detail. Earth has a ship, he came from far away and knows a lot. End of the discussion. Anything more will be discussed in this room. You should also make a similar room within your estate, but I would be present no matter what. She leaned forward and stared me down. Do I make myself clear? Obviously, and I agree as well. I nodded, sparing a glance at the blue glow inside her palm. Judging by the visible effort and the glow, Akarim was spending all her powers on the security of this place. I already got too much attention as is. Good, the blue glow disappeared. At least I married my daughter off to someone with a status. Mother, are navigators like royalty of your people? Akarim wondered without paying too much attention to flustered Anais. A single manner to rule the rest. Not quite. I tried to come up with an appropriate definition, making sure not to touch any sensitive topics too deeply. There aren't specific families that all navigators hail from. We are picked based on psychological factors and aptitudes. You wouldn't make a sailor from a person who is afraid of water, for example. When you have passed the selection, you are given the offer which many decline. After all, the task ahead is immense for very little reward. A captain has a lot of power in the sea, but that doesn't mean you will be sailing a large warship. None do. Most of us travel, carry freight, and explore. The very, very few that see their ships grow into large, floating cities usually find themselves busy with administrative work rather than enjoying their privilege. But we should talk about that during our next conversation. She nodded, acknowledging the hint. Nevertheless, we should proceed with establishing your Sadak in the eyes of Emini. Having my daughter within it would significantly strengthen your position in the eyes of the public. An attack on you would be an attack on Anais and by extension, the entire Kihmital manor. More so if the Sadak is seen as hers, if in name only. Akarim glanced around only to frown at the lack of surprise on our faces. Daughter. Urf is right, Anais responded. They all deserve to know as soon as possible. Which is why I wanted to bring it up today. You telling them yesterday had achieved nothing in value, but made them feel threatened by you rather than me. All my wives had been nothing but sensible so far, and I know they will continue to be wise with their decisions. I stepped in, and if the emotions will run hot, I will mediate between them all. It is my responsibility after all. We will discuss it among ourselves and will make a logical and sensible decision, for that you have my word. Very well, I will hear your decision and the reasoning behind it once you do. Domina put aside the topic and immediately launched into the next one. I've given you Rena as a master carpenter, but there will be issues with smiths. Most masters in the city are beholden to Samat Manor. I can try to pressure them for one, but don't expect someone of great quality or trust. My husband recommended taking someone from his family instead. They have plenty of blacksmiths among their manor to keep their hooves properly shoed. As Domina, I agree with his suggestion. Lack of a coppersmith would be unfortunate but not critical. We need those that we can trust. Those that would be happy to see their manor grow and prosper rather than be envious of your fortune. People who can swear an oath of silence to you just as Rena did. My Sadak shifted as Akarim's tail swayed in pleasure. To me, she purred with a mock surprise, my, how generous of you. To you. I have no means of enforcing the oath, so it would be nothing but words if they try to cross me later. Not only that, but you provide me with land, starting capital and labor while I bring my labor as well as the profits from our venture. Would I be able to do it alone? Perhaps, but nowhere near as fast while putting myself at a greater risk. There is no point lying. I waved in the direction of my estate. All that is the result of us working together rather than one directly exploiting the other. And I intend to continue it that way, especially now with Anais to solidify our partnership. So you finally grasped the real purpose of a Sadak. I knew from the beginning that it was more about establishing long-lasting connections and agreements between the manors, rather than mutual attraction. I do not seek it, but I am not going to discard it either. While you might not, other manors definitely will. Be ready for more offers in the future, especially once your renown spreads. My gut is telling me that you will have plenty of these. I frowned. You want me to spend less time with Anais. I want your and therefore her Sadak to grow and prosper, Akarim growled. While you can refuse such offers, know that many base their trust only on familiar relations. Your refusal will be seen as an unwillingness to trust them or a desire to betray them in the future. At best, at worst you would insult them most grievously, pray that you would survive their wrath afterwards. So that some matriarch could waltz in by throwing a daughter or a niece at me. No thanks, I am not obligated to love someone, nor do I require their help. Navigators were made to survive and thrive alone, if necessary. No one will force you to love them. Akarim swished her tail in dismissal. These unions, if they even materialize, would be of a political necessity. Your status as a merc would actually work in your favor here. Most would be unlikely to push for children. What you are likely to end up with is wives in name only. Advisors, if you may, that would trade their marriage for the ability to influence your Sadak from within. Intermediaries between yours and their families. No matter, there are more pressing things to worry about than the size of your future Sadak. Right, manufacturing. I nodded. I don't need the smith specifically for their art, rather their knowledge of how metal both hot and cold works. And the dangers associated with it. A trustworthy blacksmith and a few apprentices would be plenty, a potter perhaps to make complex shapes and molds, and metal, a decent amount of it, iron and copper specifically. You need money, Anais frowned. Not money, copper itself. It has properties that I want to explore. I scratched my chin. These two are extremely important in bulk, especially iron and through its steel. And how much do you need? Domina hummed in thought. Both metals have a significant cost, and I know you won't be satisfied with a single sword's worth. I would need a decent amount. Enough to build machines just like the loom out of iron alone. I sped up my explanations, seeing the slowly bulging eyes of my listeners. Quality is irrelevant, however. I don't need sword steel for this. Any iron would suffice, even the unusable leftovers that smiths throw out. I knew that Emini used bloomeries to produce iron and steel. A costly and lengthy process that required smiths to hammer the impurities out from the spongy bloom. Not only did it take time, but it also couldn't remove harmful impurities like phosphorus and sulfur. And if the ore was too contaminated, the bloom would be useless, easy to crumble and impossible to hammer away. A waste, unless you knew chemistry and could remove the impurities through other means, that is, any iron waste would work. It would pay for itself once I set up the process of making decent steel. Or we can come up with other means of revenue if you decide to keep the steel for your manor. I was thinking of making iron from ore, but I saw the workshops inside Samet. There is enough metal in the city for my current projects. So it begins, Urge murmured under her breath. Yeva coughed. Something tells me that I shouldn't ask about your projects that are beyond the current ones, Akarim grumbled, looking at my sheepish Sadak. Yes, whole buildings made from steel would come much later, I grinned. Akarim opened her mouth, stalled, and palmed her face in resignation. And the potter, are you going to build flying towers out of clay? No, that would be silly, I shook my head, ignoring unamused glares from all sides. I need custom molds for casting glass and metal. A potter would probably have applicable skills. And chamber pots. Chamber pots, Akarim's voice was dripping with sarcasm. How could I forget? That is not a jest, Akarim. While I do want to make better tools, I also want to improve my everyday life. Not in wealth but in amenities I have access to, 1,000 little luxuries of life. Yeva was losing her battle against Snickers badly. Good for her, she did not look comfortable near Akarim at the beginning. And my sister had requested a meeting along with you. The older Werfox spoke, her hand busy massaging her temples. It might be prudent to lose you along the way, lest you cause an incident at the court of the Middle Speaker. Perhaps Vernon Shaw would stumble on our entrance. I pouted. Damn, Fox knew how to hit below the belt, XXX. The kilns were already hot when we arrived. Shahin chose not to wait for us and organized the workers. The image of the aloof envoy disappeared. Her clothes, once vibrant and colorful, were coated with dust and grime, yet she stood tall, unwilling to break under her new circumstances. It takes time to get them running, she murmured at my raised eyebrow, wiping the soot from her forehead. A day would be wasted if you do not start them early in the morning. That was true. The ovens were large and rather complex. It took hours to get them to the working temperature. I was thinking of having them work non-stop, but the lack of decent lighting stopped me short. Too much heat and danger. I had no desire to start losing people due to accidents because I wanted to save fuel. And what if you failed? Yeva hissed. Do you know why and how they work? I have spent entire yesterday watching you lead and them work. Lamia turned toward my irate wife, and I know a thing or two about ovens. I know the purpose even if the reason still eludes me. What does this complexity serve? I scooped Yeva into my arms. It reuses heat to warm incoming air, making the resulting fire even hotter. It allows me to reach the temperatures I want with cheaper fuel. You are quite eager to start. Yes, she answered plainly. If I were to spend time here, I would choose work rather than waiting for one of you to come over. Judging by the scowls of the workers around her, this desire wasn't that welcome. Or she just started extra early. Yeva whispered to me. Why are you telling her all this? I placed a kiss on her forehead, smoothing her frown. I will be very busy in the upcoming days, and so are you, most likely. If she is that eager to work with glass, let her. Nothing here is a secret she doesn't already know. I can stay here during the night as well, Shahin offered amidst the horrified servants. I know how to tend to the fires. I believe I made myself clear yesterday, Yeva growled back. You have a place to sleep. Want more? Earn it first. Lamia glanced at me and I shrugged. I won't have people working at night, and keeping the fire burning wouldn't save any fuel. There were battles I refused to fight, and this was one of them. Not only I didn't want to undermine my wife's position and possibly face her wrath later, but I still was on the fence on how to treat the snake myself. Even I found myself thinking occasionally about Urge's wound when I was talking to the Lamia. As you wish, Shahin bowed. What are your orders? What were you working on at this moment? I looked down. Your flasks and other weird bottles, Yeva spoke up in my arms, as well as some glassware for the incoming ESCA delegation. Right. Then you should continue making these under the supervision of my wife. Work well and hard and you will continue operating the glass ovens and learn other techniques. I will need you to power some runes in the upcoming days. How long can you do that in a day? With these, she brought the shackles to my face. Less than a moment. If you remove them, a third of a day. Yeva froze inside my arms. I will keep in mind for the future then. My hand gently rubbed Yeva's back. You can continue. Right, she bowed and turned around. Back to work, maggots. Such a nice-looking tail. Urge finally decided to speak up. She shook her head as the said tail disappeared between the oppressively hot ovens, wasted on such a sneaky snake. Urge, Yeva groaned. Could you stop talking with your other lips? Down, girl, as likes to say to you. For a valid reason, too. You don't understand, Yev. Have you tried to grope her? She hides it well, but not to my trained eye. She might be bigger than I am under all these covers. Urge, I flick my horny cougar's forehead. We had a discussion about this. No violence, including untoward sexual advances on anyone here, especially slaves. Hey, I am joking, she rubbed the red spot on her forehead. That was for Yeva. Hey, are you sure you are fine with her around? We can switch in watching her. Thank you, Urge, but I have to do this. Yeva straightened herself. There will be plenty of wormages in our life from now on. Gods above, one is already shagging our dear husband. I shouldn't let myself be bound by my past. You are already strong, Yeva, I murmured into her ear while Urge laughed from her quip, and soon you will be stronger. Your night is tomorrow, and I plan on sharing my nanites then. That, she gulped, somehow feels scarier than a wormage. I should get going too, Vera. I smiled as a tiny missile launched herself from behind the corner, probably waiting all this time for her call. The tiny girl collided with Yeva and gave her a hug, sending us a triumphant smirk of victory. Are you gonna sing again? Not now, we need to watch the snake, perhaps later. We're okay. Her emotions were bouncing just as fast. Barely a second later, Yeva was dragged away from us while the kid was rattling like a machine gun about the importance of watching evil women. Somehow she managed to keep her tongue stuck out in our direction throughout the entire time too. Little bugger, Urge murmured. I turned toward her and silently bumped her fist, a sign of camaraderie across the worlds. Let's go. Let's where to? Urge's arms enveloped my body. The city, judging by Yeva's progress, I will need another guitar, judging by your shenanigans, you need a nice paddle. Oh my. And a couple of toys. A dozen or two. Are you trying to excite me or scare me? I caressed her cheek, both. Urge, I can be scarily exciting sometimes. Urge's fingers scratched the wall she was desperately trying to brace against. The low hiss of pleasure slipped past her lips. Careful now, you don't want to alert everyone on the streets to what is happening here, I chided, busy with my task, something that was both delayed and quickened by the view in front of me. The intimately familiar tone of her skin, her arched back, and the tiny beads of sweat. Urge was a tall girl by all standards, and I didn't feel like changing my height anytime soon. Which meant she had to work a little bit harder just to stay at my level. Don't care, she panted, keeping at her pace. They can watch if they want to. Urban clothing usually consisted of tunics with variable length, as well as outer loose kaftans for ladies and collats that were wrapped tighter for men. Throw in some sandals and that was all you had on you. Breezy during the hottest times of the day but capable of blocking a chilly wind early in the day, or at night. It also provided quick and easy access to other activities. One just had to lift the skirt. I do. My palm smacked her butt hard enough for a muffled yelp. If we are going to gather the audience, the bet is off. I will not be parading you for all to see. You are mine. Urge bit her knuckle, muffling her sounds even further, but I could still hear the quiet purr coming out of her throat. Loud enough for me to notice, but quiet enough to be completely drowned by the noises of a nearby street. We were in a tiny nook behind some buildings, far enough from traffic to be deserted but not that remote to be often used as a latrine by some drunk. I hummed in pleasure as she pushed herself on and off of me. Yet my eyes were mostly on the wooden piece in my hands. If I were to carve some runes, might as well combine pleasure with business. Especially since I had a desperate, aroused, and highly dedicated mage right in front of me, emanating whatever magical field they did to power said runes. I made a first one, a simple glow, just to confirm that too. Now I worked under the faint glimmer of blue that spiked every time Urge took me completely inside. Perhaps I should adjust the size of my dick one day just to see her reaction. But that would wait, she was already having a hard time staying on the slightly bent knees. Any more sensations and her task of getting me off before I finish with my own work would be compromised. And we couldn't have that. I smiled as she picked up the pace, trying to distract me from my work and push me over the edge. Urge knew her time was running out quickly, and her desire to win this bet was intoxicating by itself. The chisel drew another line. I had some practice carving the runes. I even designed some custom ones around my old house with the help of a book and Albin's toy. Much more complex than the tiny glowing squiggle I just made. These weren't just sensitive but also correctly pointed out the source of the flow. And these were the ones that revealed to us Urge was in fact capable of emitting the magical energies that separated were from wormages. Or maybe all were capable of that. I still had more research to do about magic. About runes too. The organic runes of that alien carapace made me realize that I could try to replicate them on my own armor. They would be dull and inert most of the time since I lacked whatever magical muscle and wormages had. But if I was face to face with a wormage or, stars forbid, against the creature of the forest, there was a high chance that I could use their own magic against them. I also had to take a closer look at Shahin's shackles. If my scales could negate nearby mages, it would be a game changer. Another squiggle and a second rune was now in place, a complex geometric shape that somehow meant toughness. A very common rune across Wormage residences. Rena must be busy carving these across my estate lest the furniture faces the similar fate of my broken bathhouse. I originally thought Wormages simply liked the design, but now I knew that these runes were essential in their everyday lives. Once the emotions start flying, they found it uncomfortably easy to supercharge their strength and break things on accident. And I didn't want Urge to break this no matter where the emotions would take her. 2 out of 3, I murmured. Urge whined and tried to pick up the pace, only to falter even more as her legs buckled from another climax. That wouldn't do. I needed her high and needy and not lost in yet another bliss halfway. My hands wrapped around and lifted her weight off the floor. I pushed deep and hard, sheathing myself entirely. I held her hips and kept thrusting while Urge took a desperate break with her cheek against the wall, panting hard into the bricks she faced without care. In her quest for silence, she had forgotten to breathe altogether. I kept her steady as my hand palmed her burning mound, feeling every single heartbeat through the pulsing of her folds under my fingers, rubbing and groping her needy and pliant flesh without care, feeling the tickle of her damp hair around her equally drenched slit. "Is that all you got?" I teased into her floppy ear as my fingers found her nipple under the dress and pinched it hard, lifting up her voluptuous breast in the process. "Where is that insatiable cougar?" "You," Urge breathed in an outrage, pushing me back. "You want to play dirty. I'll show you how it's done." She pushed me back into the opposite wall and slammed herself on me again and again. Seeing her triumphant smirk, I merely raised my eyebrow and calmly started carving again, motivating her even further. I had quite an experience carving the last rune, but I took my time. Urge had intimate knowledge of how to ride me and ride me well, but I kept myself at bay. I waited for her grunts to slowly shift back to the gasps of pleasure, for her desire to be the winner to adulterate by the need to reach another peak. And then I let myself go. I gripped her tight and close as I came inside of her again and again, filling her up but denying her the final step to her pleasure. "Urf!" she groaned as I slowly started to pull out, outrage and betrayal personified. Her muscles held on to me tight, milking me to the last drop in the process and keeping everything inside. "SHHH, I ignored the threat in her voice. "You've won the bet, but we aren't done yet." As I spoke, my hands slowly dragged my finished project across her ravaged butt. Glowing red from abuse but eager for more, a small piece of wood of a peculiar shape, glowing and strengthened, vibrating, she squeaked as I pushed it in, plugging her ass tightly with all that mess I left inside. "Do you feel it?" I let her collapse on my lap as I stroked the tanned flesh. "Damn it, Urf," she moaned, wiggling her butt under my hand. "It is not enough." "Obviously, it wouldn't be a punishment after all," I mused. As her eyes widened in realization, I continued, "You will keep it on for the rest of the day too, hopefully." Anais would be amenable to your suggestion. Another whimper was the only answer. "Good girl." Tarhanaki Middle Wafik. The sound of music stopped as he approached. One of Anais's future wives sat quietly on the bench near the recently built glass ovens, with a tiny girl frantically whispering into her ear. A guide most likely. Well, there was no need to stay quiet anymore. "Your sight is in my heart, young one." That was a piece of delightful music coming out of such a strange instrument. She put it aside and stood up carefully. "And your name is on my lips, Tarhana Wafik. Are you seeking my husband?" Guarded and suspicious. Yeva, that is how his daughter called her. He expected something like this, however. That was his point of being here in the first place. "No, I came here to talk with you." "Me?" Yeva pushed the girl behind her. "I confess you have me at a loss here." What an interesting phrase. Didn't even sound Merc-like, just as her musical instrument. The one Urf was so eager to have crafted for himself, even employing the favor from Shebet's speaker to have the strings made out of metal. And now Yeva had it. And now she spoke with the dialect of a Merc daimon too. She had so much power and influence without even realizing it. "I know a few renowned healers that I have met among my journeys. If you wish, I could send a missive for one to try and heal your sight." Thank you. Yeva spoke very slowly, carefully picking the correct words to say. Your wife and your daughter had been pessimistic about the flow healing my sight, but Irf had promised me my sight back in the near future. If he fails, I would be happy to consider your offer. A dead end then, he had thought internally. Judging by the words left unspoken both by Akarim and Anais, Irf had significant power at his disposal. Whether it was flow-related or not was of less importance. It worked, and it worked well enough for Domina to act as if she was planning a coup while throwing her firstborn daughter at the daimon. Throwing was also a stretch, his daughter was already impossible to peel off. Tarhana had thoughts about his prowess in the bed before. He had a body pleasing to the eye, and all the reports he had acquired told him said Merc had comparable skills to a well-trained companion slave and unending stamina to boot. That could have swayed the tale of his young and naive daughter, but not his wife. It was that fact alone that made him reconsider, making sure most forcibly that Irf was not taking advantage of Anais. Well, and her proclamation that he would be under Domina's shield and all punishments would have to go through her. Hard to circumvent that. Akarim was still quite guarded about the whole situation, but over the last century he learnt to trust his wife. Her acumen was sharp back then, and it was even sharper now. The gambit with Shahin was the proof of that. Knowing about your husband, my help would be unneeded. Please, you don't have to fear my presence so much. My husband would be happy to hear your words. She visibly struggled with his blatant approach. I am merely not used to speaking with those of your status. After all, you are the husband of Domina and father of the lady of the house. Only two are above you in this manner. Yeva was rather sharp. She felt the rocks under the water of the conversation despite having no formal education. Although she definitely received some, artists had to understand their patrons' desires too. You fear my status, you shouldn't, not anymore, Tarhana summarized. Take that Lamura busy working with the fires over there. I see she still has her shackles on. Do you think she would run away or dare to hurt you if these shackles would break? I dare not think what brews in that vile mind. Well, let me assure you that she wouldn't. She is scared for a single hair to fall from your head. You couldn't see, but she had been sneaking glances at us throughout this conversation, and I can guarantee that if I show any hostility toward you, Shahin would be the first at Domina's doorstep, imploring her to interfere. She is afraid of my husband. To some degree, yes. More importantly, she is afraid of Domina and what she could do in the future. Irf is a threat to her that she couldn't remove. Akarim is a threat to her that she is unable to touch at all. After all, the strongest shackles are in your mind. If one is wise enough to understand the repercussions. She is definitely now. I wish to talk about that power, Akarim's power. And through her, it becomes his and yours. This is the power of social connection that grants you the ability to order a prominent wormage around and expect nothing less but obedience. This is the power that you now are wielding without even realizing it. The rank of the envoy is not given lightly. She was the voice of her entire manor across the seas. You should think more about it in the future. I am still a slave, she blurted out. Irf treats me like a person, and that is all I care about. My Irf, my Sadek, if you think that I wish to delve into the world of wormages, you are mistaken. I don't think you want to, I think you should. Your position had given you power, lots of it. And you can use that power for the benefit of your Sadek, especially once you grow into that power and let it grow with you. Grow. You have no training, young one. That is not an insult but the truth. Talk to Domina, me, or even our daughter, and you will have a retter teaching you personally, showing you the ropes, and giving you the tools to navigate the murky waters of such conversations. To bring your current capabilities even further, or even use your music to make it soar. Yeva bristled. I belong to Irf. I will not lower myself to be a performer for anyone with a pouch of cuts. He shook his head. Do you know the difference between prostitutes and companions? How much they do get paid? Respect, he corrected her. While they can ask for larger sums of money and receive it, some do it for free out of their own volition. Yet they are venerated for their skill while others are derided for their low status. Same could be said about the performers and the guitarists. Ones are playing for the scraps to the whim of their crowd, and the latter gather wealthy listeners, eager to hear the latest song and pay dearly both in gold as well as favors. But why now? Don't you wish to offer something bigger to your Sadak than what you have right now? Yeva twitched from his question. She most certainly did. That was not my question, however. Oh, there was a hint of steel in her voice. Impressive, why are you telling me this now? In advice, my daughter is in this Sadak and I wish her well and through her to all of you. If the Sadak would falter, Anais would suffer as a result. Will she? Yeva pressed on. She has more to gain if we are absent from the picture, and yet you are here trying to strengthen my position, or so you claim. And so soon as well. This isn't about Sadak, it is about the feast, isn't it? Tarhan sighed, and this is why I think you have the means to learn and use the rhetorics but lack experience with it. Your mind is sharp to see details, but sometimes a blunt approach isn't the best one. You can learn the true motives through other means, but brazenly pressing for details would only antagonize the other person. Worse, how would you know their answer is the honest one after such a question? It is about feast, and it is about Anais's place in it. I have no fear saying it because knowing about my reasons would only sway you further. That is the true skill of such conversations, not to threaten someone to do your bidding but to make it so that it was their idea all along. I know my daughter well, I am her father. I know Urge, she had been a loyal servant of Akarim long before she established this manor. I am also fairly certain about Urf, his character is unique but consistent. I've heard about the dilemma of the feast. From my knowledge, I can infer none of them was immediately against it. They do not feel threatened by Anais's apparent jump in position. Yet they held their tongues, because there is one unknown. You. Do you think I undermine my Sadak? Yeva hissed. No, I think that you need to understand the power you cast on them, especially through Urf, and you need to claim something for yourself. Some facet of purpose across the Sadak, something that would set you as an equal among others. At least in your eyes. Do these things benefit me in return? Perhaps, but are you willing to sabotage yourself and yours simply out of spite for something I had said today? From what I could tell, unlikely. She sighed and turned away. I thank you for your assistance. Your words of praise about my music are generous as they are lavish. I need to think in peace right now, alone. Seek my help if you wish, or seek the help of others. And don't ignore my words about music either. While your skill at it is adequate, what matters more is the unique sound and the style of your songs. Let me tell you, as an envoy of Kehmetal, there are a lot of rich and very influential wormages in the world. And most of them are bored with the lack of variety in their luxurious but repetitive lifestyles. The novelty of your songs would claim a steep price inside their hearts. So that one of them could claim me away from this Sadak, she asked bitterly. You don't realize how much protection Anais had offered you by joining it. Once the Sadak was established among you three, it was extremely unlikely that someone would break it apart. With a wormage and a ranking lady of a pillar manor, this Sadak is untouchable. You would need to wage war at least against Kehmetal and my own Enoch just to force it apart. Most likely entire Emini and its divine protection too. No, young Yeva, with my daughter in the Sadak, no one would dare to take your earth from you or you from him, not even me. Remember that. XXX. It was a pleasure watching Urge squirm and stumble as we briskly returned back to the manor. She tried to unsuccessfully drag me into a number of nooks along the way, but I categorically stopped any attempts despite the increasing whines of my cougar. The amusement was one thing, but there was still a chance someone might ambush me again in the city. A very low chance. With the disastrous assassination attempt, Shahin was a non-issue and Samet Manor got slapped on the wrists. Not hurtful enough to cry foul, but enough to leave me alone at least for a couple of weeks. But a chance existed and I didn't want to dally with my needy bodyguard. I also had to meet my first trainer. Sulla could vet me, but he wouldn't train me personally. He was Domina's assistant after all. So now I stood face to face with a very elegant werfox. Sleek and smooth hair was flowing down his shoulders. Bright ribbons skillfully braided in, especially into his tail. I didn't have to guess, but he was definitely using my conditioners too. Sulla said you stood a chance, he murmured, walking around me in the circle. Have you fought before? Not with melee weapons, I shook my head, otherwise there were some brawls. Bows. I don't think you could wield a werbow. His fingers traced the trapezius muscle on my back. Most are ruined anyway, so you will gain even less from it. We will start from the melee then. At least you will come out of it knowing how to hold a shield. I shrugged. You are the trainer, you know best. Having a shield felt like a better option than trying to learn an archaic craft of sending a stick of wood across the air by bending another stick of wood. Good, he clapped his hands together, turn around. I turned to see the weapons on the table, only three that is, and an enormous tower shield that was rather comparable to my height. A long spear, some sort of a short sword, and a catter. Sulla had said something about it before, so do I choose what I train first? My trainer shook his head. I think I need to be rather stern with Sulla. You are less familiar than he claimed to be. You aren't training for a fight in the arena, but to participate in the army. He cracked his knuckles. You will learn all three of them. Each one serves a purpose on the battlefield and in the forest. You neglect one and you just might find yourself quite dead later. Do you even know how to use them? I blinked. The pointy part goes into the enemy. AI. My boots stomped the ground as I turned for another circle across the training ground. I didn't care much since that was not the loudest noise I was making at the moment. Apparently, my trainer didn't particularly like my attitude and decided to make sure I was up to the task. Or at least was properly humbled for the foreseeable future. I was stripped and inspected. Finding my physique to be sufficient for a scholarly merc, he pointed me at the heap of clothes and metal. The full infantry armor according to his words, and not the bare minimum that M&I provided at a cost to the freshly trained recruits, which was already substantial, but an upgraded kit fit for a promising warrior. My trainer did lament it would be wasted on someone who will most likely stay behind the lines and count grain deliveries or something equally administrative. Nevertheless, he expected me to wear it all. Well, Akarim was wary of losing her future son-in-law and a present gold-laying goose, so armor did make sense. I was wary of getting stabbed somewhere soft or, specifically, blocking said stab with my skin suit and then trying to avoid resulting suspicions about why I wasn't dead. Which meant the only questions I had was how to put it on and in what order everything was layered. The weight of the hauberk pushed my shoulders down like two hands of a giant. Said weight was exacerbated by a breastplate on top. And a helmet with its own chain scarf along with vambraces and greaves on my now panted legs. It was no wonder that my belt had gotten even wider just to pick up half of that weight off my shoulders and distribute it over to my waist. The equipment didn't stop there. Apart from the newly issued pants and a hood to cushion my head, I got a long caftan to cover most of the gear underneath. Thick and sturdy, good enough to act as a barrier to the elements yet easy to remove. Good enough to cover me from head to toe too. Slap the helmet with most of the face hidden behind a crescent nose guard and I could paint myself underneath in ultramarine blue without anyone noticing. Fair to say I was not complaining, although some adjustments to the metal components were in order. My nonchalance, however, was not received well. I was strapped with all three weapons and the shield and told to march. Then to run. Eventually, I found myself sprinting while carrying an entire military backpack, a set of marching tools and even a small wooden keg filled with water. To call this exercise loud was an understatement. I would have been dead by now or seriously contemplating falling over and wheezing on the spot without my nanites. So I cheated even further. Covered by multiple layers of armor, my skin suit grew across my body, distributing the load and providing additional assistance to my now enhanced muscles. I could still feel the drain on my energy reserves, but now they weren't time critical. This was less about my ability to metabolize and expel waste and more about how much energy I had currently stored in my body, and I had enough to keep sprinting like this for hours. Then I would need to eat ravenously. In the meantime, I listened to the barks of the trainer and carefully adjusted my running gait, pushing it from loud and awkward to merely loud and less awkward. I would definitely need to do some adjustments later. Protection was essential, but it did sacrifice too much of my mobility in the process. At the same time, while I didn't think of myself as a professional armorsmith, I did have enough knowledge about history and engineering know-how to already start considering replacements. Especially for the bulky and rather uncomfortable hunk of bronze on my chest. Two solid pieces wrapped around my upper body like a shell I didn't need. And yet he isn't even a whir. My trainer shook his head. How long are you planning on making so much noise? Until you tell me to stop. I tried my best to shrug my shoulders while running. It didn't work very well. I am not sure I can stop the noise. I need a completely different set of gear and better straps to hold everything in place. He sighed, enough of this. All you do is give me a headache with that rattle. I stopped and silently waited while he grumbled some methods of getting even with Sulla or something similar. In the end, the wave of his tail signaled the continuation of our conversation. I would have demanded to know more about what manner of merc you are, but I have been warned not to ask too many questions. Nevertheless, I see that you have potential. Given time and training, obviously, don't think that your physical prowess is enough. Of course, I wouldn't be here otherwise. His fingers traced my neck, stalled for a few seconds near my artery, and vanished altogether. Domina had asked not just train you but train you well. But to do that I must know, what do you seek? Glory in battle and the strength to defeat your foes, or do you seek profit and spoils, perhaps to increase your renown and get noticed by a future wife? I shuddered, definitely not the last. Frankly, none of them. All I seek from this is freedom. Freedom, he blinked, that's it. Assuming Domina is already willing to let you go, all you have to do is survive. Yes. I value my freedom high enough to even attempt this venture. I prefer to do what I do best, alchemistry and other crafts, rather than shedding blood in battle. His tail swiped the ground in frustration. Anyone can teach you about survival. A few months in the training fields will give you enough experience to survive behind the barrier walls. Yet Domina decreed for me to train you. Why? I flicked the golden jester on my neck. There is one reason that I know. Akarim is extremely averse to me dying, no matter how small that chance would be, and I share that sentiment. Despite having no plans to dedicate my entire life to battle, I will learn anything that you deem necessary or even beneficial without rebuke. After all, discipline is the most important value for a soldier. Akarim, his eyebrows rose. I wonder how Ramid Qasim would react to such words, or even Domina herself. Ramid, Akarim's first husband. I think I remembered Anais talking about him once or twice. While Tarhana acted as a naval envoy of sorts, Ramid had been traveling across land routes somewhere north and east, past the Babur Mountains. Domina would probably smack me upside my head for speaking like that, I conceded. Ramid Qasim would probably be curious about his future son-in-law. My trainer sucked in his breath. I see. It was a good thing I had permission to say this much. As Akarim saw it, my union with Anais was a foregone conclusion. The only thing left was to wait until she had her entrance feast and proclaimed 20 years old and capable of joining lifelong unions like Sadak. Well, and to figure out who was officially entering which Sadak. Not that I could brag about it to anyone around, lest I'll have another acute steel allergy incident, but I was allowed to drop hints to facilitate certain conversations and alleviate the surprise. You can confirm my story with Domina, I bowed politely. While a slight shock therapy was useful, he was still my trainer and I had no desire to needlessly antagonize him, but this should shed some light on why you were chosen by Domina herself. My, he cradled his cheek with his palm, so energetic and well-spoken. I can see how you might have caught the gaze of Our Lady. If that is true, that is, but finding that could wait for now. Now, how much do you know about Emanai's might? Its forces very little, only that they exist. Very well, we will start with that so that we can plan ahead where you could go. He raised his hand. What makes Emanai that much stronger than its enemies is structure. You can't have a fist without both the fingers and the palm. Each finger is a unit of 10 warriors. Merc and were alike. They work together, sleep together, fight together, and die together. A palm is made of elite were and wormages. Archers and spell slingers. He closed his fingers into a fist. Take 5 of the first and 1 of the last and you have a hand or a fist, depending on whether it is used to build or attack, an independent unit, capable of performing any task of the entire arm. How large are they? A finger is 10, a palm is 5 tens, so a hand is 100. These usually work in pairs as left and right of a maniple, so expect to travel as a group of 20 tens. An entire arm, that varies greatly based on its purpose. The arms that lead our battles and strike fear into our foes are usually 5,000 to 6,000 strong. If what you told me about Domina plans is indeed correct, you will be sent to a smaller arm that is largely tasked with supporting activities. 10 maniples and 1 or 2 cavalry units, 25 to 30 hundred strong. I nodded along, trying to digest new designations. So 5 melee squads of 10 people with an additional ranged platoon with 50. Add together and double that and it is 200 men. A company of sorts. The arm itself was somewhat short to be called an army, however. While I would call it a brigade, a legion would be more apt. Emini was populous, but large bulk of her population was locked in farming. This made arm numbers more significant in turn. These are just the warriors. Not quite. 2 of every finger are the helper slaves, their task is to tend to the rest. 20 of a palm are the same, they also guide the carts with equipment and provisions. Before today, I would have expected you to join their ranks. Seeing your physical capabilities, you are likely to join a finger as a ranking member. Do not expect any help there from our Domina. Her powers are vast as is her influence, but she has no say in military matters while she doesn't lead the forces herself. He glanced me up and down. You can see she expects it as well, or you wouldn't be provided with all this gear. And don't try to hide your prowess. Any commander worth his salt will see through it eventually and you won't like the consequences. The military laws are strict. You might find yourself lashed mercilessly for trying to avoid your duties or even executed outright. What you can do, however, is to prove yourself indispensable enough not to stand at the front line, to show you have some skills beyond your strength. Knowing Domina you do, and not just in the companion category, am I correct? My skills, I mumbled, thinking. While I was not very familiar with their methods of battle, I could grasp the general things that their military might value. The challenge was to pick the best ones and translate them too. I can read, write, and count. I am the alchemist, so I could work with healing tinctures and mend wounds. I have the skills of an engine and architect, and while I am unfamiliar with M&I methods, I believe I could pick them up with ease. I slapped my fist into my palm. Oh, I can play music too. My trainer barked a laugh. What I really wish to see is the face of your future commander that would try to assign you. Yes, most of these would mark you exempt from manual labor and even basic patrols. Not immediately, however, all are expected to have these basic skills. Expect to see yourself assigned as part of the thumb. It is a special group that usually serves as a link between the palm and the other fingers. He stopped for a second and started to slowly pace in front of me. My training is not a necessity to join the arms, but if I am to train you, I will do so until I deem you ready to my standards, not the standards of a mere recruit. And not any sooner. Make your decision now. I won't tolerate those that stop halfway no matter their status, and if you do, I will make it known to Domina that you are not fit for duty even as a donkey slave to care for pack animals. I would hope for nothing less. It is not just my well-being on the line, but the well-being of those I care for greatly. So be it. My name is Actor Kamital Siamak, or Master Siamak for you. I am well aware that I cannot train you day and night as one should be trained, but that is the will of Domina. Nevertheless, I would still expect the same discipline from you as from any other warrior sworn to defend the honor of Kamital. You will have the task of familiarizing yourself with the gear between our meetings and be capable to dress yourself alone and at a moment's notice, at least as a start. Thank you, Master Siamak. Can you tell me more about the gear and the weapons? I made another short bow. While I had ideas where I could improve my gear, I understood that the current gear wasn't just randomly picked. I wasn't arrogant enough to think that my knowledge of human history trumped their probably millennia-long experience of trial and error. Just like many safety rules and regulations were written by the blood of accidents, all this armor and all these weapons probably had many casualties behind to prove their necessity on the battlefield. Why? To stop the pointy parts from going into you and to stab others with the pointy parts of your own. He smirked and waved me to follow. AI, let us start with the main target, your enemy. After a brisk walk to another area, we came close to the target dummies. Some of them were mere logs, chipped and frayed by hundreds of strikes, others had a rudimentary shield attached nearby. And then there were a couple of much larger constructions, wooden spider-like mannequins suspended by the ropes. I knew what these were about after seeing Akarim's trophy. You will learn new strikes here. When you practice by yourself, you will be responsible for building your own target or you will spar against someone else. But that is for later. What you see here is what you will face beyond the walls. Merc, whir, perhaps a wormage or even a creature of the forest. Your weapons reflect that. A stick in his hand that appeared out of nowhere tapped my spear. While a wormage would not let you too close, a creature will lunge at you. Having a strong and sturdy spear with a decent crossguard will not only be able to possibly pierce its shell, but it would stop its advance too. Many mercs had saved themselves by holding it close in the forest. A tap on my short sword in battle, you will use your sword and shield to get close and strike at your enemies. Others will stand beside you like a wall while the whir and wormages would rain fire and arrows over your head. Your task is to stand strong and repel anyone who would try to reach the mages. While your sword is sharp, a single ball of fire or a flying boulder would strike tens if not hundreds. But be prepared to advance once the mages are exhausted and bolster other melee ranks. It kinda made sense. Mercs had the greatest numbers, but mages were the largest force multiplier of MNI. Looking at the shield and sword, I was initially expecting shield wall tactics or even square formations of the Romans. Apparently, MNI went further and started developing rudimentary tercios to mix the ranged and melee units into one formation. Well, the way he spoke about werbos and remembering the whole Anna's punch through my lab, I couldn't fault them for simply thinking smart. These were the magical counterparts to firearms and cannons. Extremely effective but ultimately squishy compared to their firepower and low in numbers. It made sense that they would delegate the role of infantry protection to numerous mercs and allow the few whir and wormages to concentrate on more devastating tasks. I should probably keep my mouth shut about normal firearms, at least for the foreseeable future. I also needed to take a look at the Werbo in action too. I might not even be able to replicate anything stronger anytime soon, yet cause unnecessary scrutiny on me anyway. And the Qatar? I pulled the final weapon out of my belt. The blade was short but sharp, yet it still felt somewhat unusual with the rest of my gear. Qatar is a final chance. Actor spoke seriously. There might be a time when a spear won't hold a creature. There is no spear or it would bypass your thrust. Qatar is your final attack at the lightning-fast enemy, and its grip will help you puncture that shell or find purchase between the plates. That is why you will wear it everywhere. You will have it on you when you eat and shit, when you sleep, and while you pick your nose, for it is both a warning and a promise. I quietly sheathed it only to draw again, familiarizing myself with the movements. The grip was unusual for a blade, yet I could see how easy it was to stab someone even without lots of experience wielding it. Punching was familiar to most if not all, and Qatar simply added a blade to the said punch. Live and learn. It was a sobering reminder of the challenges ahead, a weight on my sash that somehow felt just a little bit different than the sword to the side. The sword felt like a tool while the Qatar felt like a threat. The mattock and a pickaxe are the tools of defense and logistics, he continued. The maintenance of roads and defensive structures outside of border walls is the responsibility of the arms of MNI. Each warrior will know how to dig and chop. A good wall is better than a shield, and a well-defended fort is another guarantee of a restful sleep within the forest, especially a fort without any trees nearby. Creatures travel on the ground but are excellent climbers and often ambush their prey from above. Drop bears? Great, no wonder the armor is so thorough. I lifted the bronze breastplate by one of the straps with my thumb and let it drop. I understand the chainmail, but this feels rather cumbersome for how little protection it would add on top. It would add plenty. Your task on the battlefield is to march, stab, and hold the shield, not to perform tumbles in the air. While creatures tend to swipe and slice as their tendrils wrap around your torso, if you don't want to see your guts spilling out of your mouth, you will wear it. Fair enough, I will have to keep it in mind if I decide to change anything. I will seek your opinion before committing to any changes, of course. His tail stilled, are implying that you are a smith as well. Know that I definitely have no skill at. However, I do have the knowledge of many armor designs and likely gain a master smith under my employ sometime in the future. Perhaps some of the designs will pass the muster of a skilled smith and warrior. Right, he drawled, may the horns save you if you bring me something stupid. Any other revelations that I should expect? I shrugged, can't say at the moment. Urge had expressed her desire to fight alongside me. She is a whir, I can probably spar with her during my off hours too. Master Siamak thought for a second. She did, a lover. Wife. AI, and you dare to lay your eyes on the lady of the house? His eyes narrowed once again. Anais Hillel had made her choice. I can simply be grateful for it. I tried my best to answer it as politically neutral as possible. He stared at me for almost a minute, then groaned and palmed his face. Bring her over next time. While there will be others to spar against, she will probably end up fighting beside you. Coordination will help. Families fight together. If they wish to, most do. Military service is a great way to show oneself off and find a partner. Wives tend to make sure their husbands don't stray too far. I could hear the intent of his words, but I couldn't help but scoff at the hilarity of the situation. I knew Urge well enough by now. If she even thought about that part of the military service, it was me who was in danger of her bringing someone else, to see if I would like to have another. XXX. How was the training? Yeva quietly asked as she slowly washed the sweat away from my body. Informative, to say the least. Did you know that people use it as a dating service? I asked incredulously. She giggled. I've heard some rumors. Successful military service means that you aren't just free but likely have a stipend and would own a piece of land someday. That does elevate one's status somewhat. And Urge is coming with me. Is it weird that I am more worried about her shenanigans than the potential threats? Don't joke about that, Yeva gently slapped my head, and she is getting better, her current shenanigans notwithstanding. I quietly shut up and let her work. The new sleeping arrangements meant that she could no longer enjoy sleeping with all of us every night, and Yeva made perfectly clear that she did expect some allowances. This was one of them. Say, Urf, she suddenly started, if I told you not to take Anais in, would you? Well, no, that was the point of our SADC originally. I mean, we would have talked about it first, but if you had valid reasons to veto her and your emotions would be valid too in that regard, then I wouldn't have accepted her into our SADC. I frowned. Why are you asking it now? Did something happen between you? No, I've met her father today. Tarhana, did he threaten you? I started to rise up. What? No, her palms pushed me down again into the water, quieting my heart as well. Main baths were being repaired, so we were using the sacrilege that I would never call a sauna. Obviously, the temperature could not keep up with the volume, but it was enough to have a nice warm bath. We spoke. He mentioned certain things that I, after some thinking, realized as true, like how much I could influence Sadek. He didn't judge, but he did suggest for me to grow stronger. She sighed. I think he is right. You want to get the nanites today? No, it could wait until tomorrow as we planned. I meant stronger in heart and mind. I don't want to either lose you or squander my connection with Sadek due to my naivete. I am well aware that after the entrance feast the news of this Sadek would spread. And with them, there will be others who would either think ill of us or try to use us. Urge is loud, but she is a wur and lived for many years already. Anais is young, but she had teachers and training. I have neither. She let out a disgruntled huff. I can't even make your family to change their mind. Let them be for now so they can enjoy some peace and stability. So you wish for education? I think we can make it happen. I am all for it, and both Anais and Akarim would likely agree as well. Do you think I will be able to catch up? I grabbed her hand and gave it a kiss. Nanites won't make just your body stronger. They will strengthen your mind as well. Just as I learnt to read and write within a day, so would you, and many other skills as well. You would be able to read a codex and remember its contents a century later if you so desire. My knowledge too, there are ways to share it even faster than with speech or writings. Yeva hummed as a tiny smile graced her lips. These worms of yours are truly magical. They aren't worms. Anais whispered harshly. What is she doing here? Urge, I asked with faked innocence as my hands kept wandering about. I think she is a bit tired. She can be tired somewhere else, she whispered back, smacking my hand away. Stop it, it's not the time yet. What's wrong, dear? My other hand gently rubbed the base of her tail, making her squirm in my lap. You find my touch unwelcome. Twin emerald eyes glared at me among the sea of blush. She might notice. Anais hissed every word as her ears jumped back and forth between us and Urge lounging nearby. She stopped trying to keep my hands away. Instead, she tried to reposition herself in such a way that her body would better hide my actions. The actions which didn't cease. I heard her whimper quietly as my fingers brushed her thigh under the tunic, too close for her peace of mind yet still not there yet. A shiver and a wave of goosebumps on her silky skin. A bitten lip and twitching eyebrows. I have heard some complaints recently, I murmured into her trembling ear, that I did not pay enough attention to your hair. It is still clean-shaven, there is no need. Her whispers stumbled as my fingers trailed upward on her leg, gently brushing across her entrance. Anais made barely a peep, but I felt her breathing stop as her fingers clamped on my shoulder. She glared at me while desperately chewing on her lip to keep the noises down. So smooth indeed, but what is this moisture that I feel? I murmured to myself as I lifted my hand, hiking up her dress in the process. Anais looked cross-eyed at my fingers rubbing together near her face, growing even redder by the second. Dumbstruck by the glistening wetness on my fingertips. I think that you desire something else, I whispered as I pushed my tunic aside to let my erection free. With a loud gulp, she sat up ramrod straight as my shaft sprung up and pressed on her core. She hissed, desperately trying to cover her lap with her tunic. Not now, she will hear us. I rocked her in my lap, making her grind across my shaft. What if she does? Just imagine her lying there quietly, listening to every sound that we make, sneaking glances at your tail whenever you look away. I could feel her inner lips swelling with every word I spoke, heat and wetness coming in waves with each shuddering breath she took. Despite her outraged face and eyes full of righteous anger, her body was telling me a completely different tale. Anais threw another look at the other couch and turned back to me, her ruby lips slightly parted. She sucked air in for yet another gasp, and a long moan filled the room, full of lust and desire. I closed my eyes and sighed, feeling the werfox stiffen in my arms. Damn it, Urge, couldn't you keep quiet just for a few more minutes? This was your plan, yet you couldn't even hold it long enough for me to finish my task. You, Anais shrieked in outrage, twisting around in my arms, you were acting all this time. How dare you? Urge had the presence of mind to look sheepish, sorry. None of that, out, Anais stammered as her shaking finger pointed at the door. It is my night. Called it. That was her fault. Anais was getting there, but she wasn't ready yet. Oh, but you liked it, my Amazon groused, not rushing to get up. I certainly did not, the werfox proclaimed, shooting me an obvious glare to keep silent. Yeah, as if I was feeling like dying today. I could feel your flow all the way across the room, Urge accused. Do you know how hard it is to stay silent when the toy is shaking like a leaf in the wind? Toy. Flo, Anais turned back to face me again. Did you make a toy for her to spy on me? I did not, I gently stroked her head, brushing over her lowered ears. While she looked rather cute while angry, I had no intentions of fanning the flames further. It is hers and was made for her specifically. I made it sensitive enough for her, but I did not expect it to be that sensitive. My hand slid gently to the cheek and turned her gaze back to Urge. Nevertheless, she had no reason to interrupt our time together, and for that, you should punish her. Urge's ears twitched. But she is your wife, Anais murmured back to me. That is improper. Wrong, Urge is our wife and she needs to apologize to you properly. I glanced at our cougar. Come here. The Amazon smiled and slid down from the couch. She took her time, slowly crawling on all fours to where we were, enjoying every moment of it. I didn't need to guess why she had pestered me long enough to make this happen after all. Look at her, I cooed into the foxy ear, still looking so smug. You should put her in place, show her that it is your night after all. My fingers reached at the hem of her tunic. Show her the beauty of a wormage as you assert your claim. Let her see and bask in her gaze as you do so. Her hands twitched but didn't stop me as I slowly pulled the tunic away, revealing more and more of her thighs to the approaching cougar. Anais sat still, yet it was impossible not to notice how Urge's steps were faltering with every pant of the werfox. The toy was sensitive to flow. I made sure to make it vibrate whenever Urge was excited. But there was another excited magical being in the room, and Anais was either better trained at releasing said magical energies or outright having a stronger effect from her wormage blood. Suffice to say, Urge felt all of that at once. One final tug and the dress slid off my shaft, revealing just how close I was to sliding in. Anais squeaked while Urge stumbled to the floor with a hiss and purr. Look at her. Your pleasure ravages her insides as we speak. I reached down and lifted Urge's chin toward us. Will you do anything Anais would ask of you as your punishment? She licked her dry lips. Yes, I will serve my mistress. Urge was getting into it. She made no effort to hide her lustful ogling of the wormage in my arms, taking in the sight that had been unreachable to her all this time. I knew she had submissive tendencies in bed, but saying that to Anais meant she was comfortable enough with the new wife of ours or confident enough in her position. After all, up until recently Anais had that power over her, or she was just randy enough not to care. "That toy of yours, show it to me," Anais murmured. Urge smiled and turned around as she stood, slipping out of her tunic in the process, giving the werfox an equal view of her body and the faint glow of magic lodged deep between her cheeks. Anais hummed as she looked at the glowing lines on the plug's base. What a weird way to draw the runes of movement. "She has more. If you wish, I can carve some for you as well," I suggested. Urge and Yeva had their stash already, since Yeva needed Urge to make them work to begin with, but I would not suggest for Urge to share her own or for Anais to take them. "More. Bring it to me, a clean one." Our werfox slowly started to grow accustomed to our play. Urge smirked and extended her arm. A small chest rattled open and a tiny missile jumped into her arm. "Here you go, mistress." "You," Anais sighed, "we will talk about it later in front of my mother." So it was another secret talk for the future. Akarim will have a conniption if we would barge into her halls every day to talk about extremely delicate matters. Tiny fingers wrapped around the polished wood while her other hand wrapped around my shaft. I can feel the resemblance. It looks like you know a good artisan in the city to copy every ridge and curve so well. She did, in fact, know a good craftsman. Luckily, I only had to suffer through a single session of being groped until we had a perfect copy of my erect manhood carved into the wood. The rest had used it as a template. "Lick it," Anais demanded, raising the dildo. "Show me how you do it while I have the real thing to myself." Urge started slowly by kissing the upheld toy. She didn't try to grab it from Anais's hands, letting her dictate the direction and position. Anais bit her lips as she slowly pushed the dildo into Urge's mouth, all while her other hand stroked my shaft in response. Trails of her fingers touch, mimicking the movements of Urge's tongue on the toy. I groaned, idly wondering if that is what Urge or Yeva felt. To see something happen in front of your eyes yet feel mirrored sensations down below as well. "Soon, dear," Anais cooed, "she isn't ready yet." She pulled out the glistening dildo with a pop. It sounded as if you didn't want to let it go." The werfox smirked as she slowly dragged the glowing toy across Urge's body, all the way down to her entrance. She held it tight to keep it from moving too much, but the tip still vibrated slightly. The glow spiked as the dildo pressed against her nub and flared once again as it started to play her folds. Urge shuddered. "I will push it inside of you now," Anais murmured as she pushed the cougar's inner lips apart with the dildo, "and you will keep it inside until I come myself, if not longer. I want you to know how I feel when he slides into me, when he caresses me and reaches deep to touch my inner fire. And I want you to look as he does it." "Please," Urge whispered. "Please what?" "Please put it in, mistress." How bold of you to say that." "Anais," I whispered into her ear, "you should tell her something else." She leaned in into my whisper and smirked, nodding. Her hand left me alone as she grabbed Urge roughly by her thigh and slammed the lubricated dildo into Urge's drenched slit. A sudden cry of pleasure and the Amazon slumped over us, her legs tiptoed and spread wide from the intrusion. "Good girl," Anais whispered into the cougar's ear, only to push the pliant girl back down to our lap. "Now get down and hold it all in place." She looked up at me. "Was this your plan all along?" "Hers." I shook my head as my hand stroked Urge's hair with the other working on the tail of my werfox. "People have many needs and wants, especially in the bedroom. I see no shame in indulging them as long as all parties agree. A single no from any of us would have ended it." "Very well." She wiggled around my dick again. Her heat and wetness made an agonizing contrast with the outside air. "And what about your needs? Am I to indulge them myself?" My grip on her tail got stronger. "You are my wife after all." "Urge," Anais murmured. "It appears that our husband had been neglected throughout all of this." She licked her lips, shaking from excitement. "Put him in me so that I can satisfy him as you watch." The cougar grinned and grabbed my dick, only to swallow it whole. Just as Anais started to speak, the skillful fingers spread her folds apart and pushed me from one moist orifice into another. "God's fuck!" The werfox shuddered in my arms, overwhelmed by the sudden sensations. "This is..." Was it too much? I asked as I started to gently thrust inside. Not too deep but without pulling all the way either, exactly where she felt it most. Too fast, too quick, or was it the gaze that made you feel that way? Naze tried growling only to moan instead. Look at her, I nodded down, how she watches the petals of your flower spread apart by my intrusion, licking her lips. Look at her fingers already clean from your juices. Look at her body, squirming every time I feel you tighten around me. She feels your pleasure inside of her as she desperately tries to hold the toys and moans within. Anae stared, twin pools of green, wide open and cross-eyed, down on writhing Urge. Wormage body taut and stiff while her pants grew shallower with every gulp of air. She was getting close. My hand brought hers to the pert breast and Anae's squeezed it without thinking, pinching her own nipple as her hips rocked back and forth to find that perfect angle and scratch her itch. Urge, I whispered, noticing her glance. I smiled. Why don't you kiss her? A gentle push on the head told her exactly where. Urge smirked and leaned in, sucking Anae's folds into her mouth. From inside I could feel her tongue going hard on a wormage nub as she pressed it against me, doing things that only she knew how to do. Things that turned Yeva into a puddle many times over. Anae's gasped and let out a loud keening moan full of lust and want. The walls sprung up to life as the glowing waves spread across the recently carved runes while the dildo clattered on the floor in a dance of its own. Urge didn't let her treat go, however, as she sucked and lapped at the fountain of wormage love juices. Even as the wormage legs twitched and shuddered beside her head, her fingers grabbed my tunic and ripped it apart as Anae's struggled to hold herself, trembling in a powerful release. The release that Urge was all too eager to exploit and prolong. My cougar was of an adventurous type and she never had the pleasure to taste a wormage before, notably someone that high as the lady of the house. Especially in a way that she wanted it to happen. There was no way that she would just stop eating her out right away. I also wasn't done myself, my hands clamped on her waist as soon as her twitches calmed down somewhat. Now about these needs of mine. I couldn't help but smile at her polaxed look. I liked that tunic, XXX. I whistled a simple tune as I walked through my estate. Cornered by our united ministrations, Anae's had to concede defeat and summarily kick us out. I already walked Urge to her own bedroom. Tonight was Anae's night, and that meant I would spend the night either with her or alone. It didn't matter that we were all together just minutes ago, nor that she explicitly told me to go away and let her rest in peace. Sadak rules might be awkward, but they were there to maintain the peace and harmony within. That way none of my wives would feel neglected. Yeva knew her night was next, and that solidified the concept of equality among them. Granted, I had a limited amount of say during these times, but that was an expected price for having 3 wives. Although I might demand a day for myself if Anae's would get as randy as Urge was. Yeva was my only island of respite. Perhaps it was a Merc thing. We didn't have the magical stamina reserves and didn't need to destroy half of the room just to express our love. Urge did push her luck tonight. Luckily for her, Anae's accepted my suggestion. She also didn't walk away from this unscathed. These toys were definitely only or Urge only at the very least. After spending so much time within the wormage aura, she was visibly limping all the way to her bed. At least the only new hole that the dildo made was through the floor. Rena would smack me once again and will be completely in her right to do so. No wonder Merc spoke in hushed whispers about sex. The magical counterparts didn't revel in their strength, but it was easily forgotten in the moment of passion. I glanced down at the ripped piece of cloth that was once my tunic. My body was strong and resilient, a linen tunic was not. A wind blew past me and I shivered. The climate here was similar to a Mediterranean one, but nights were still fresh without a tunic on. Even in the first half of the summer, I guess I will have to get some thread and fix it sooner rather than later. A bittersweet smile appeared on my lips. I had a modified body that I could enhance further and a skin suit that was always at my beck and call. I even had the ability to simply get a new tunic now. Yet my first thought was of repair. There was still a part of me that knew the price of simple clothing. An adult's work could feed a family day after day, but a simple tunic would cost months of savings. I stopped for a second and turned in a completely new direction, away from my bedroom. Not that my navigator self was that much different. Human Collective had a myriad of colonies. shards of a whole that were scattered across a vast area, yet only a tiny fraction of the entire galaxy, and that shattering left its mark. Colonies adapted differently to the problems they faced. Solar colonies could rely on the vast powerhouse that was Earth, but they always felt the influence of old governments. The courtyard was quiet, it was late into the night, and almost everyone was long asleep. There was the initial scramble for nearby stars, but habitat proliferation stymied that expansion. Once you had sufficient technology, your only limitations became heat, energy, and people, not minerals, space, and environmental factors. An O'Neill cylinder needs to be built or grown once, and it could be flown anywhere too. Some even moved them from one system to the other. An occasional asteroid would be sufficient for resources as long as the population is maintained and proper facilities are present for maximum recycling. Hard to justify traveling for years for little or no financial gain. The resources of the solar system were limited by infrastructure, not scarcity, even after centuries of barely mitigated growth. And for some time these systems remained as nothing else but scientific and tourist destinations. But then came another challenge: AI. Even early AI had abilities that made it stand out in research, resulting in so-called patent hegemony. Quite a lot of bleeding-edge technology was nothing more than old methods arranged in a new way to yield better or unique results. While these early AIs were unable to invent new things, they were extremely effective in producing alternative solutions and weeding them out on efficiency. A human lab could spend years chasing a specific concept, but an AI could pick up their prototype and spit out an improved design in a fraction of that time. The ones who had these AI systems quickly found themselves in possession of many lucrative patents. Too fast for a slumbering bureaucracy to catch up with the insane speed of progress. My feet carried me past the working areas and kilns, dark and silent. Facing the increasing technological oppression, a new group of colonists emerged. They headed west, just like the filmmakers of yesteryears that ran away from lawsuits of Thomas Edison to eventually form Hollywood. Some had dreams to strike big and return as big players, others sought to live as they saw fit or explore other avenues in technological progress. Fusion technology, AI, and lack of FTL communication created a ticking time bomb, as humanity now had the means and desire to travel far, yet had no ability to stay as one cohesive whole. Humans were a rather forgetful species. Spend a century away from the rest of civilization when even a simple text message took 20 or more years to travel one way, and you will end up with a new culture and ideals. By the time we learned how to stabilize wormholes, it was too late. Many once young and insignificant colonies had grown into independent nations with their own values, their own technologies and military powers, own infrastructure and material independence from the other states. Humanity exploded from a few dominant cultures into many, many more. A nascent stellar empire shattered into the myriad of independent states and unions before it could even fully form. And that was a great thing in my opinion. Not only did we spread among the stars, but we also ensured that we would not be stuck in some cultural or technological stagnation. Some of us might, there was no doubt about that, but humanity as a whole would prosper. My ancestors took part in that exodus. They chose to settle around a red dwarf, a dim but very common star type in our galaxy, exactly to avoid early scrutiny and potential demands. The red light of the star and tidally locked planets posed certain challenges that, while not critical to our survival, did push us into developing what was known as the living tech. Instead of only relying on artificial lighting to create Earth-like conditions, my people chose to experiment and modify the plants on a more aggressive scale, shaping them to fit the new environments instead. Early successes spurred even more arduous research as people tried to find more and more solutions to everyday problems. We still used and welcomed technology, no matter what other colonies had said about us, but living tech became a part of our national identity. We weren't that far behind other colonies either. Some things were unfeasible to grow, or we wouldn't have to build fusion reactors. Similarly, we couldn't compete in extreme-scale construction, but we had our own perks. Even our early living ships could regrow outer layers, treating micrometeoroids as nothing but a mere nuisance. They also were quite flexible, both literally and figuratively. The inherent flexibility of the frame allowed us to field ships with much smaller Kugelblitz drives as they could squeeze through much thinner wormholes. The ships could also grow and regrow into other ship types without spending years in a space dock. I glanced around the servants' housing, seeking the description I'd once heard from Yeva. And then there was the Organicae, the jewel of our craft, our tree ships. While others emulated and mimicked neural networks, we grew the real ones. While others built them for a specific purpose, the tree ships could expand their memory or computing power on demand. They could literally grow smarter if that was necessary. They weren't human nor even human-like in their sapience. We had no desire to make slaves or servants, nor replace humans with a new being that was better than us in all regards. They were designed to be a part of a greater whole rather than an independent sapient being. Especially since just being an AI didn't mean it was incorruptible, merely that it needed a different approach as it operated on different needs and principles. Yes, there were successful attempts to bribe AIs with increased energy inputs and computational power. This is why each tree ship had a navigator, a specifically bred and trained human to complement and guide. A well-designed and constantly evolving AI to assist, nurture, and support, both of a whole, keeping each other in check, and keeping others from taking it for themselves. My hand pushed the door aside as I tried to peer into the darkness, my eyes adjusting without a single thought. It was possible to transfer Lift to someone else. After all, Earth was the perfect example. But said transfer came at a cost of enforced morals and a certain state of mind. Liv was my half now, but she knew her worth and she expected me to meet her standards, which is why I stood here now in my ripped tunic. In the darkness, among the cold stones and leftover soot of burnt debris, looking down at the frozen still body of a lamia, curled around the remains of a small fire, I gritted my teeth as I struggled to keep her body on my shoulders. Shehan wasn't just heavy but long as well, especially her tail, as it was too flexible and kept falling down on the ground. Nevertheless, I kept walking. Despite my views on slavery, she was my responsibility. Shahin still had a pulse. This was a cold stupor or some form of hibernation that her kind was able to achieve. But I also understood the meaning behind the leftovers of a fire and her previous requests about work. Despite Lamia's ability to enter such a state, she didn't appear to be eager to, and that was more than enough for me. The question now was how to raise her body temperature fast enough. The Lamia still had the flow shackles on, so if I wanted to use magical means, I would probably need to wake up Akarim to take them off. The kilns were also not a good solution. I would have to stuff her inside and she definitely wouldn't fit, and laying her on top would barely help, which meant the humongous blasphemy to saunas. As I expected, it was still warm since I used it with Yeva a few hours ago. It took forever to heat up but equally as long to cool down. Placing the body inside, I checked and stoked the furnace once again. There were plenty of still smoldering embers and enough firewood on hand, so that was not an issue. Now I had to wait, but wait I did not want. I had no idea how her physiology treated this condition, but for humans it was considered bad and required immediate attention. I sighed and made a short run to the soap warehouse. It stored some of the more secret chemicals that we produced and, most importantly, my loot from the shuttle raid. Ignoring the bags of rusted metal and the faulty lithoscanner, I grabbed one of the nuclear batteries and sprinted back to the sauna. My skinsuit was a very capable piece of technology with multiple redundancies and modification capabilities. It also could use other means of power generation than the energy reserves of my body. And it could use a lot of power when it was necessary. With one single caveat, it would generate a lot of heat as well. How unfortunate. The cylinder slid into its place between my shoulder blades, another thing to keep in mind for my steel armor, as the venting gills split open automatically. I didn't bother to close them. The skinsuit was intended to run hot and venting was only used in a critical situation. The higher temperature of the surface made it easier to radiate the heat away from the body in space or to transfer it to a larger exosuit that had its own cooling system. I felt the warmth spreading across the inner layers as my hands started to undress the snake. While clothing helped to retain heat, it only worked when the heat was actively generated from within. At the same time, it was a hindrance for the heat transfer in the opposite direction. Her skin was cold to the touch and pallid to the eyes. It felt more like undressing a doll rather than someone living. I did pay very little attention to her body otherwise. This was more about providing aid, and at this moment I saw her as nothing more than a patient. Wrapping her body around mine, I made sure she had the maximum skin contact with my skin suit and set us close to the stones of the roaring furnace. I kept waiting. My skin suit ran idle all this time, intentionally generating heat without any work and keeping the surface well above my body temperature. I even chose to risk it somewhat and crank it up higher. Wormages were quite resilient as far as I've seen. And the results started to show themselves within minutes. Small ones at first. Twitches of her muscles slowly grew into the small adjustments of her position. Slowly her tail wrapped tighter around me as her subconscious mind sought out the source of warmth. The air was getting warmer, but I was still the hottest piece in the entire room. And then the pressure started. I had to admit, I should have spent more time thinking about my safety beforehand. The skin suit was put on for the purpose of heat and not protection. Nevertheless, I had it on already. So, instead of trying to engage it in close quarters and possibly shredding some of her skin in the process, I had a front row seat to the showcase of the lamia's muscle strength. The strength which she had in spades. It was unknown whether this was some subconscious response to a warm prey in her coils, or if it was the individual activity of the local muscle groups waking up from slumber. Whatever it was, I felt my inner layer stiffen into one solid shell under pressure while my outer scales scraped against hers. It was both bearable and educational. She was definitely stronger than a snake of comparable size, but her strength was still believable and did not break the physical laws as I saw them outright. Based on my current observations, flow enhanced their strength, not substituted it with some magical component. This wasn't some metaphysical aura that mimicked the movements of their flesh and applied its own force on the world in a manner similar to my skin suit. Whatever flow did, it was done to muscles themselves. Her eyes fluttered as her upper body reached out to hug me tighter too, still in the haze of her slumber. I stood still, waiting for her to wake up fully. Not only did I not want to disturb her in the moment of weakness, but I was also quite literally stuck in my own shell. My skin suit could withstand a lot of pressure, but it lost mobility while doing so. In order to regain it, I would need to provide an equal amount of force from within, and I had no plans on revving up the exoskeleton muscles and possibly ripping out her coils. A blink, and then another. The black and yellow eyes had finally focused on me. "You," Shahin hissed, pulling away from her coiled tail with me in it, covering herself with her arms while doing so. "How dare you enter when I slumber? Are you warm enough?" I spoke in a serious tone, trying to diffuse and shift the conversation. Scales groaned from pressure once again. "I will make you retch your guts this very moment," and Domina would not lift a finger in response. "You have made your fate by treading on a lamura's slumber." Violence it was. I heard some scales shatter as my arms started to push away from my body, spreading the constricting coils apart. "I have been warming your body for a while, and I have felt the grip of your tail all that time. Yet I lived. You aren't strong enough to crush me." As my arms kept pushing, Shahin's face shifted from anger to surprise, and then kept moving past into concern. A cry of pain and she fell to the ground, her tail loosening around my body, away from arms that threatened to rip her apart. "Why do you do this?" she pleaded. "I saw the leftovers of a fire. Whatever the lamura's slumber is, you were not seeking it. So I ask again, do you have enough warmth now?" "For what purpose?" She glanced around, still prone on the floor. "So you can have your way with me. Defile the daughter of a house for your ill-perceived notions of revenge? I heard your worst speak about my body, telling me that I would beg to lie with you. Did you ask your merc to keep me cold so that you could drag me here and strip me of my clothes?" Away from others' eyes. She did look enticing on that floor. The lack of a veil and her clothes painted a completely different picture. This was no longer a hawk with piercing eyes, but a swan with graceful curves underneath. Shahin's petite and ruby mouth softened her penetrating gaze, while her bountiful breasts and inverted nipples gave her a very non-snake-like shape. And all that didn't matter, I already had my fairy, my Amazon, and my huntress. I rolled my eyes and threw her a robe. "Direct skin contact or a large hot bath are preferable to warm air if you need to warm someone fast." And there was not enough hot water available for the second option. While I was aware of the so-called slumber in other living things, I did not know Lamuras had it too, and my Sadek knew even less. For this, you have my apologies and a promise to have a heated place to spend your nights from now on. If you have other physiological necessities, inform me and I will make sure to find an appropriate solution. Aware of slumber, Shahin looked at my scaly exosuit. My tunic was already ripped and the recent tussle had turned it into rags. So you were from our lands. I shook my head. Do you think that your place is the only one like that? There are more things in space and Tana, Shahin, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. Despite the scales, we are nothing alike. You have your flow that I don't have. I smirked as my venting gills sucked the air in. You seek the heat while I need to shed it. Shahin jumped as the hot air was expelled from my suit, shedding what it built up over our struggle and raising the temperature of the entire room by a few degrees in mere seconds. I leaned over the cowed lamia, and do not think that urged words imply my want. This isn't about whether you will let me or not, this is about whether I would even entertain your offers. I have the lady of the house as my wife-to-be, one that would take the reins of this manor in the future. The very manor that now holds the secrets of your glass. And what is it that you want? Shahin slid away from me, wrapping the robe tightly over her body. You keep saying that you have no need of me, yet you keep me around. The tail slid back and wrapped around my body once again. For all that talk about not caring, you have brought me here into a warm room, by yourself. You revealed another secret of yours, the one that likely kept you safe back then, just to give me warmth. No, you want something from me, something that you desperately trying to hide. Her hand touched my cheek. Shahin was still slightly cold, but nowhere near the previous temperatures anymore. I just have to learn it. I scoffed, ignoring the coils on my body. There was no pressure from them, most likely seeking heat or trying to fruitlessly unnerve me. I was fine with the former and didn't care about the latter. If you think my actions are due to some need, then I feel pity for the servants and the slaves of your manor. Her hand jerked back as if slapped away while I continued, these actions are of concern. I am your master and you are my responsibility whether I like it or not. It began when Akarim gave you to me and it will end the moment she takes you back or you are set free. As an envoy, you should know that there are many cultures in the world and beyond. Some would consider this as basic courtesy. Our servants are treated well, after all, we do not let them freeze at night. I nodded, ignoring her jab. I wasn't here to bicker. Then you should see my current actions as an apology for this lapse, no more. Shahin watched me silently for a while, studying my face. A hard sigh escaped her lips. How much do you know of our slumber? About Lemura's slumber, nothing specific. But I know how hypothermia affects mercs and that there are living beings that do not maintain a constant temperature of their bodies. I can draw conclusions from these. You start to grow clumsy, your speech slurs and drags as your mind falls into a drowsy confusion, and then you succumb to darkness. I didn't speak accusingly, but I could see my words find purchase in her thoughts as her eyes grew narrower with every description. Shahin knew of them herself, and she either didn't like my reminder or the fact that I knew about them. Now that I think about it, her recent expressiveness might have been caused by a frayed mind. Hard to keep yourself together if your thoughts are like slugs. You know enough then. She looked away. If you have honor in your heart, we will discuss this properly in the heat of the day. That is fair, you can use this bathhouse for now. There is plenty of firewood stockpiled outside and it is big enough to stay warm through the night. Are you warm enough? Yes, your assistance, despite the timing, is welcome. This place is warm enough for my needs and proper sleep. If there are no lies in your words, you will have my gratitude, but for now, I would ask you to leave me be. Shahin Yusuf Ya. Shahin is enough, I am your servant after all. What is it? I prodded the muscular coils around my body. You are still holding me in place. It looked like the lamia was warm enough to blush. Shahin Eska Yusuf Ya. She sat on the warm stones of this sauna as her thoughts refused to settle down. Running through her heart as a throng of stampeding camels. Every time she thought that she had figured him out, she was wrong. A single word or a gesture made her understanding crumble again and again. She thought him as a merc daimon, a blessed soul of a warrior stuck in a crippled body. He was not. Shahin knew her strength and she could not deny what happened a single pace ago. The shackles were blocking flow around her but not within. Even the wormages of this manor would not dare to abuse her lest they suffer by her tale, and he simply shrugged it off. She would not even dare to assume he had no flow at all, not anymore. Perhaps he used all his spark to grow that strong, sacrificing one to reach the peak in the other. Whatever it was not a strength of mere murk or whir. Shahin reached down and picked up a shard of white, feeling bitter inside. He was strong and he knew it. This was not a naive arrogance of a whelp, nor was it the false bravado of a lapdog that knew his mistress was nearby. Her early moments had been somewhat hazy, and Shahin was not happy about certain things she had said herself, but his face was hard to forget. There was no fear there even as her tail wrapped around his body, merely curiosity. Akarim Adal was angry but devious and had plans of her own. His Sadek was angry and made their hate obvious to her. Urf himself was not. Shahin felt a pit within her guts. He wasn't angry because he did not perceive her as a valid threat. Before she would take it as the inexperience of youth, now Shahin knew better than to assume things to her liking. The Lamura had seen his wit and mind before, and now she felt his strength. Yet that was not the most striking revelation of this night. His scales were, and his offhanded remark about Anais Hillel as his wife-to-be. Her fingers idly turned the fragment of the scale. He did not even notice, but she saw it shatter from pressure, only to be replaced by a new one in less than a heartbeat, all while being nearly scalding hot to touch. This was not just a wormage bloodline but a royal one. Shahin remembered seeing a fire Lamura once when she was a child, the royal lady of the Juice Manor. Now the union with Kamital started to make sense. The lady of the house might be young and impressionable, but this was definitely approved by Domina. Akarim Adal knew something that spurred her to offer her own eldest daughter to him. It was not his craft, she already had that under her control and Urf willingly let her have it. Was it truly his blood? That did not fit Kamital Domina, however. He might not sire any viable children that easily. He might pass down his blood, but they might end up as mercs as well. It would have been more prudent for her to give him one of her nieces, or wait until she had a second daughter. It would cause much less ruckus that way. Domina could even have his child and then marry them to her other children so that wormage blood would run just as thick. No, she was claiming him for all to see, and she was using her daughter to make it stick. Akarim Adal was doing all that for something even pillar houses would be unlikely to challenge. The scale fell to the floor. By the breath of the sky dragon, Shahin murmured as her thoughts sped up once more, frantic as the broken pieces started to fit together. Urf was a daimon but of a different kind. It was not the royal blood that Domina was after but a divine one. That is why he glanced upward every time he spoke of home, or why he spoke of ships so much. It was not the seas that these ships sailed across. A child of a servant, or even of a concubine, perhaps cast down for his sparkless body, that would explain his desire to stay in the shadows. His blessed glass and his eagerness to gift this knowledge to Kamital, he was sharing it with his future family. Even his strength despite the lack of spark made sense now. The Lamura smiled while leaning on the warm stones of the roaring furnace, watching the illumination across the room. It was late, but she needed to think about the future discussions. She finally had a glimpse of his motives and his future actions, but she could not act rashly either. The stakes were even higher than before, and she would rather miss a perfect opportunity than risk an even worse fate to her house. Her finger slightly prodded the scale on the floor, but that did not mean that she would stop trying. A pout emerged on her lips as she tried to find a more comfortable spot against the source of heat. The stone was pleasantly warm, but its rough surface was a bleak alternative to the sleek scales of his. "How dare he to walk away and ignore my tale?" Shahin murmured petulantly to the furnace. "XXX. When I said that all conversations should happen in this room, I did not mean all of them." Akarim massaged her temples, glaring at us. "I refuse to wake up with a headache every morning." "Forgive me, mother, but this is important," Anais bowed. "Fine," Domina sighed after throwing a cup of wine into her mouth. The walls lit up as well as her hands, a gesture and the shape she carefully obscured. "What is it about?" "What do you think?" "Urf, obviously." Her tail swatted me in the face as if being me was somehow my fault. I chomped down on it, disregarding the mouth full of hair. It was her fault anyway. He somehow, Anais tried to yank her tail free, isn't just able to make magic stronger but turn were into wormages. He does, Akarim leaned forward, sparing another glance at nearby Urge. I did, I asked incredulously. The tail vanished. Curses. Yes, Anais glared at me, trying to clean the slightly gnawed-upon tail. There is no point hiding it, at least not here, but that lesson on the curved lines somehow made my flow stronger. And now Urge has flying dildos. Spare me the details of your bedroom activities. Urge, did he make you into a wormage? Urge shrugged, we do not know. Urf carved the runes in the previous house to glow and point at nearby mages. And a few days later they just lit up and pointed at me, when I was, Yes, dildos, I got the point. Domina waved her off. A child's magic is often presented during times of strong emotions. Although in their case it is usually anger, guilt, or shame. I have seen these runes. The concept is simple but sound, while runes are where did you find them? I used Albin's toy. I assumed these would be more sensitive to flow, both in glow and movement. That name again, Akarim grimaced. Nevertheless, you are correct, these weren't some basic runes either. I have a feeling that he gave you his personal childhood toy. Yeva coughed quietly beside the beach-red Urge. Domina was quite commendable at ignoring our byplays, so, after you found her power, did you teach her too? I tried, but everything that I knew was rather fruitless, as she still doesn't sense flow, despite being capable of acting on it. It is my belief that there is no clear line between were and wormages. There are likely a set of abilities that you can have or not, and you need a certain amount to be seen as a wormage. How does she move them then? Anais asked. Domina is right, I use my emotions. Urge shrugged again. I do not see the patterns or whatnot, but I know that if I will the toy to die of shame, to fall into the deepest pit, it will move. That is why it is much easier to do it with a dildo. Does that make sense? No, both wormage heads shook. Yes, I nodded. Yeva snickered as the Cametal ladies swiveled back to me. Explain, Akarim demanded. I groaned and scratched my head. I do not think this will be an easy task, but I have one idea so far. A crazy idea, but an idea nevertheless. Geodesics, or curved lines, are an important concept in gravity, the force which pulls us toward the ground. The mass of this world curves the spacetime around us, pulling us down as time moves forward. Perhaps Urge is causing a similar effect somehow with her pits. Compared to the casual disregard of causality by depletion, this would be way more possible. Domina looked at me in silence for some time. I understood some of these words, yet even they make no sense to me, she murmured deadpan. We should return to this topic after the feast, perhaps by then I will have less headache altogether. Akarim sighed and stretched on her sofa, her tail swishing through the air. Urge's new status is welcome. Yes, it would make the future wedding more palatable if there is another wormage in the mix. I will make some arrangements. I think I have a promising nephew or a niece that is starting their education. You will observe their studies in earnest and report to us on their progress. And nothing else. You will not ask any questions from the teacher or the student. No notes either. Write it down after the lecture, not during it. Thank you, Domina. I will make sure not to squander your gift. Urge nodded resolutely. Make sure you won't, and try to learn a few basic tricks before the feast. Anais can help you with that. Your task is to appear like a wormage by that time. Do it well, and I will make sure you will keep learning afterwards. Do you think I was wrong? Yeva leaned over toward my couch. How I treated the Lamura. The time for secret meetings had passed, and we found ourselves in a more public room of Domina's inner courtyard. Akarim had taken a place at the main table along with her husband, while my Sadak and I lounged near another, a bit to the side. Tradition required this, and I didn't care much. I could talk to her alone at any time without wasting time on the official courtesies. Besides, the food selection was just as plentiful here as it was on the main table, and in equal amounts. The couches looked just as comfortable too. Would you have done the same if you knew about her circumstances? I softly asked back, sampling the nearby treats in the process. Yeva shook her head. I wanted her to know her place, but not like that. Yet at the same time, I don't feel guilty either. Don't even try, Urge scoffed nearby. Don't forget who that Lamura is, she will milk you for all she can. Anais hummed. While I agree with her, I find myself surprised at how differently you act today. That is that and this is this. Urge's ear flicked in dismissal. I trust Urf and I trust him to take care of me. This is why I allow myself to relax when he is around. Fully relax and let myself go, knowing that I will be cared for. I stroke the soft locks. Ignore them, Yeva, they will be at it for some time. What matters is that you have no intention to continue. As long as you don't lower yourself to their level, I see nothing to worry about. Leave the rest to me. I am her master and you acted through my unspoken permission after all. Is that why you want to take her shackles off? As an apology for the treatment. Apart from our discussion on magic, I had also brought up Shahin's physiology as well as her shackles with Akarim. Apparently, she had chosen a laissez-faire policy about me acting as her master. Domina was aware that Lamura's required external heat but decided to wait and observe my reactions. At the same time, she was equally agreeable to me unshackling the snake. Not like Shahin had any decent options available to her other than to keep serving. The shackles were just a reminder of her status, not a method of true restraint, yet these revelations were gnawing at Yeva, it seemed. No, that would be akin to screaming at her about how sorry we are. She will be given room and warmth as per her body needs but no more. The point here is to establish expectations and highlight the difference between needs and wants. Her basic needs will be met as long as she makes us aware, but if Shahin wants something more, that will depend on her cooperation. And the shackles. Why, these are my wants, I chuckled. I need a wormage to power runes at least until I have access to tool steel. I don't want Rena waiting for this new smith to make enough steel for lathes. I am curious about the runes of the shackles as well. I spun the key on my finger, an interesting form of magical engineering. It not only worked as a physical key, but also had incomplete runic shapes that would somehow neutralize the shackles as the unlocking was taking place. If Lamura shows continuous restraint and willingness to work as a wormage, then I see no problem in giving her her magic back. That is, if you are also comfortable with having her around without shackles. We will see, Yeva sighed. I don't want to lie to you, love, and say that I will be fine. But something tells me that this night will change my attitude even more. I squeezed her hand but spoke no more, unwilling to talk about nanates in public. Nor did I have the time to. Our time together was interrupted by yet another visitor. The smith had finally arrived. Or I should say we had waited an appropriate amount of time to welcome her into the room. I carefully observed her while she and Akarim spent their time with speeches, introductions, and the implications of her new position. Isra Enoch Hale was a relative of Tarhana and showed obvious traits of the Enoch manner. The only difference between the two minotaurs was that her horns, dressed in steel, were short and pointed forward. Her hair was surprisingly short, however. Apart from the twin black braids, the rest of her white hair barely reached her shoulders. It also couldn't hide the slightly upturned nose on a freckled face and the large, round eyes that gave her a rather youthful appearance. I couldn't see from my position, but I could guess that her legs and tail had white and black patterns, similar to her hair. And just like the Enoch Domina I had seen in the bath, Isra wouldn't have any trouble nursing a horde of children. The Minotaur lady was also as tall as my cougar. I instinctively stretched my neck. There will be plenty of looking upward in the future. While I could talk directly into Urge's breasts and earn nothing but a smirk in return, I couldn't do the same to Shahin or Isra. What surprised me the most was that she was a wormage. Her mother didn't hold a title, nor was she the eldest daughter herself, thus making her position among the lowest of her kind. Yet that was the lowest position of a female wormage within a pillar manor. Isra was still a part of the top 1% of the Emini population, if not even less. I glanced at Tarhana Wafik as he lounged on a minotaur-sized sofa beside Domina. It was obvious that he pulled some strings within his maternal manner to get Isra here. The question was why. Was he being a generous father that tried to assist his daughter in any way he could? Was it due to Amalric and Shahin? Anais had implied that her father didn't walk away from that without any blame. Or was he banking on my future achievements to propel his protégé among the ranks of Enoch? Isra might be happy if I shared some metallurgical knowledge with her, but she would be equally grateful to him for providing this opportunity. Grateful enough to even do some espionage, perhaps? Tarhana noticed my glance and raised his cup. I sighed internally and mirrored the gesture, appearing equally welcome. Yes, Amalric was so much easier to read. Well, it was too late to grumble. I needed a smith and he went above and beyond to meet my needs. To decline now would be a major slap to the face. It would also ruin the relations not only with Tarhana but with Isra and the rest of Enoch Manor. We, or I should say my entire Sadek, couldn't have that. So off I went, greeting, introducing others and asking questions pertinent to me. While Isra was obviously deferential to Akarim and her husband, my treatment was nowhere close. Apart from being a bit stilted, it reminded me of Rena when I met her for the first time. At least Isra wasn't as dismissive, but I would probably have to thank Domina for that. Rena was Akarim's relative that followed her to establish this manor. She was also talking privately between the three of us. Isra, despite being a wormage, was an outsider here. Nevertheless, I once again felt that subtle disregard for my knowledge. It looked like Tarhana didn't tell her much about me, or probably was forbidden to by Akarim. It wasn't very obvious. I wasn't treated as a merc that was inherently stupid, but as a merc that was rather smart when compared to his own people, that is. I was too young in her eyes, a child that knew a few terms who tried to speak with a real master as an equal. No surprises here, my knowledge of shaping metal was more about machining rather than smithing. There was a significant divide between them when it came to metal cost and availability. One would carefully use every bit of metal to avoid waste, while the other was fine with using a larger blank to achieve better consistency and precision in final dimensions. At the same time, this was normal behavior for a wormage. Isra was older than Anais and already past that brief period when her growth was comparable to a merc. The question was whether she would be like Vernon or Akarim and eventually recognize my knowledge. I guess I would have to name-drop Domina for a while. I also had Anais lounging nearby, confirming with her presence that I actually had a reason to be here. There was good news, too. I wasn't just getting a smith, she was a master of her craft and was swinging the hammer before I was born. That is. Isra brought plenty of examples of her works, too. Starting from horseshoes that she would make for the hoofed wormages to intricate armors and weapons. Even her elaborate horn caps were made by her hand and worn for this exact occasion. The lady knew how to dress to impress. I served my manor for 50 years and I never stopped improving in my craft. Isra Hale bowed to Akarim as she presented her with an intricately made catter. From what I could see, the blade was mechanical and would split open once you squeezed the handle. I wasn't sure how effective that would be in battle, but it definitely attracted the eyes. It would be my honor to work under your banners. Akarim picked up the weapon and made it open and close repeatedly like some grotesque scissors. Worst of all, she did it while maintaining direct eye contact with me. I palmed my face. She was still resentful for that morning headache. Urge snickered nearby and began whispering into Yeva's ear. Will you be willing to swear an oath of silence to my manor, to keep my secrets close to your heart lest gods will take your flow away? An oath. Floppy ears perked up as she glanced from Domina to her husband. I mean yes. I would be delighted too. Isra didn't look intimidating before, but her surprised look made her appear even softer. Even Rena looked more rugged and tough. Talk about wormage youthfulness. Akarim didn't look 30 despite approaching her second century, while Anais barely looked like her own 20. Isra was somewhere in between, old enough to be considered an independent adult yet still young and eager to prove her mettle. Like a Malric or a younger sister of Shahin. In the meantime, servants presented to Akarim an engraved plate with a large symbol of scales, the mark of Kemetal. It looked like there were some serious binding agreements if you had a spark. From what I could grasp in the ritualistic proclamations, Isra's blood would link her to the plate, as if some sort of voodoo effigy. It would show my mother if she willingly broke the agreement, Anais quietly whispered nearby, seeing my confusion. In that case, it would help locate her as well as pass some curses to announce intent. Isra had done some chanting of her own, telling me that you couldn't just steal someone's blood and perform this ritual without notice. Although I had no doubts that some people had been coerced into similar agreements, I glanced at Urge with a silent question. Noticing her shake her head, I sighed and resumed watching. With this, the deed is done. Akarim closed the tablet shut. I welcome you, young mage, into my manor. May our lives grow closer through the centuries. As the Minotaur lady bowed, I glanced at Anais. How often does this happen? Occasionally, she shrugged. Sometimes it is similar to Rena and Israel, where you have free people that you need to make sure won't betray you. Often enough, the seal is broken once she marries into the manner proper. Wait, Urge frowned, she is single. I do not know, my father didn't tell me, but she isn't married to anyone of Capital yet. It is starting to get crowded, Urge grumbled. I need a smith, Urge, not a bedwarmer. If I want one with large pillows, I will use you instead. Besides, didn't you try to ogle Shahin but yesterday? Yeah, but she is different, my Amazon whispered unashamedly, mysterious and with a tail instead of legs. Enoch wormages are boring, all they have are the convenient handles near their heads. I shook my head. Now that she was satisfied, Urge had started to develop an eye for exotic treats. You will assist my alchemist in his research, Akarim loudly proclaimed, pointing out in my direction. Servants will show your new residence as well as the future place for the smithy. Serve me well by serving him. Ah, she turned around and looked at me again, but... Well, there was less enthusiasm compared to when she took that oath. Would there be a problem? Domina asked imperiously. I sighed. The mousetrap was closed shut, and as her new domina, Akarim had much more power to dictate the terms. Even Tarhana glanced at his wife with concern for a second, but he did not intrude. No, my domina. It will be done as you command. Excellent, Akarim clapped her hands. Explore your new accommodations. Isra Enoch hail. A lump of coal sailed across the warehouse as she bit down on her lip. This wasn't even a smithy. A warehouse, more like. The large room was mostly barren and unused. Piles of coal, limestone, and some other rocks marred the otherwise clean and flat stone floor. What kind of jest is this? She yelled at the room. What am I supposed to do here? Dance. The smooth floor will make it easier to clean and will provide a solid ground for future projects. Another voice made her jolt and turn around. The merc frowned. Were you crying? Isra wiped her eyes just in case. I am not. Are you trying to build a forge here or eat off the floor? Silver eyes glanced at the room. While I expect some places to become rather messy here, there will be areas that I would prefer to remain clean. For tasks other than smithing and forging. Isra bristled. Great, so my smithy will be nothing more than a tiny corner, a place of dirt and grime that shies away from the clean tasks, probably beside that potter too. Why aren't you back there, pestering him with questions as you did with me? He sighed. Kievan is a whir and a mannerless one at that. He is perfectly happy to make anything out of clay as long as he stays under the grace of Capital. Nor do I need artistry from him. His knowledge of how to shape clay will be plenty. But this is going nowhere. You were eager to join this manor, eager enough to leave your maternal one behind and to swear an oath to a new one. She opened her mouth to retort, but he pressed on, which means you desperately wanted something. Something that your previous manor wouldn't or couldn't give to you. What were you seeking? The familiar pressure in her throat made her choke on the usual retort. What do I want? Isra croaked, desperately trying to push everything down as the burden grew stronger and stronger. And then the dam broke? For 5 decades I swung my hammer as a smith. I've tended to bellows for even longer, practicing, polishing my craft, only to be stuck shoeing hooves and assisting my elder sisters and aunts. Even when I became a master, the attitude didn't change. That catter I presented to Domina was my master's work, the proof that I was no longer just a smith. But does it matter when your manor is full of other masters? One's closer to the ruling family and with centuries of knowledge. Her hoof kicked a rock. I thought that in a different house I would be seen as something more, only to realize that it is the same everywhere. Once again I am stuck at the bottom. The merc rolled his eyes. Because you answer to merc. She looked down at the kid. Why do you even need a smith at all? To make you pans and pots from something other than clay. I have another wormage for that actually, braggart too, but can you make a flask worthy of the alchemist? If I had the place set up, her hand gestured at the empty hall. Why not? A sealed flask, the one that would not leak water nor air, he pressed on, one I could fill up and throw into a fire yet not a drop of steam would escape. That she scratched her horn. You would need a mechanism to hold the lid, more you wish to hold, harder you would need to press it. But it is doable. Or you could put a lid inside and let the steam hold it for you. Granted, at higher pressures it would need very smooth surfaces. Was that a trick question? Isra harumphed, crossing her arms. Did you plan this to somehow catch me unawares? The merc patted his chest and groaned, "No wonder this new shirt has a higher neckline. I sometimes wonder how much this trinket affects my treatment." The golden medallion emerged and her jaw closed shut with a click. Isra wasn't quite sure where to put her arms now. "Looks like it does make a lot of difference." The alchemist dropped the jester and sighed. "From one side I should be annoyed that a mere trinket is worth more in the eyes of wormages. On the other hand, I have other things to worry about right now than racial discrimination." She tried again while glancing around to make sure no one overheard them. A tiger was waiting nearby, but luckily far enough. "I am sorry, please don't tell Domina." He glanced at her for a few moments, then shook his head. Her heart sank. "You are still not grasping the situation here. It is no wonder you had issues at your own manor." "What do you mean? I was praised for my hard work." "What I mean is that you didn't bother to read the crowd, Isra Hale. Why do you think Domina would welcome you into her manor only to send you working under a merc slave?" He patted his sash. "A slave that has quite a lot of titles already, even without the jester." She took another glance at the stitched patterns, as there were quite a few of them. "He belonged to Kamital, was a tutor and the alchemist." Her lip trembled. There was another, newer embroidery on the cloth that was hinting at some relationship with the main family. This merc, despite being a slave, was somehow related or connected to Akarim herself. "Akarim didn't seek a smith for her manor," he continued, unperturbed by his public display of familiarity. "She sought you out for her alchemist because I need a smith. And if you are concerned about your status as one, it is me you should be worried about, and act accordingly." Isra wanted to glare at him, to scream and yell, but she held herself back. If what he said was true, she won't just lose her status but her place in this manor too. "I just wanted to be a smith," she mumbled as her fingers twiddled with the tuft at the tip of her tail, feeling the rest of the world pushing down on her more and more. Like a spiteful kid squeezing a bird just to see what would happen next. "I never wanted to be a speaker or a reader. I wanted to be proud of my craft. Isn't that enough?" "You wish to be judged by your deeds," Isra nodded quickly, "yet you judged me by the lack of spark and not for my accomplishments. Is that fair?" She wasn't sure where to look, unable to meet the silver gaze. How was she supposed to know? Yes, some mercs held high positions, some were teachers just like him, but they taught kids. Isra had her personal anvil before his mother was even born. Another sigh. "Do you wish to start this over?" "Can I mean yes." He nodded and walked into the building. "I do need a smith, and not for the trivial things. And I trust Akarim not to grab someone from the streets either. I didn't even ask for a wormage, thinking that to be impossible, yet you are here. The main reason that this place is empty is that I didn't wish to start without your input. While I am the alchemist and I know a trick or two, I also know that I am no smith here, nor will I be the one working. That was my original offer to you, your own smithy made to your desires with my plans in mind." Her eyes roamed the place with a newfound shock as she licked the suddenly dry lips. This warehouse was of a special make and visibly crafted by earth mages, just like many grand projects in the city. "You mean all of this would be mine? To claim that your entire smithy was shaped by flow? All her sisters would die of envy, especially Eliza and Esmat. For now, you might get more later." He sharply turned around and looked at her. "As long as you treat me with the same level of respect I have given you. I need things done, and I need a smith that would do them. Experienced enough to work alone and teach others, while respectful enough to meet my plans exactly as I've outlined them, whether it would be you or not. I don't need a master smith. If this doesn't work out, I could take a mannerless apprentice that knows not to grab the glowing end with bare hands. It would take longer, but right now I want discipline over skill." "No, no, no, no." Isra grabbed and shook him in the air, trying to stop those thoughts of his from leaving his mouth. "I will do it. I'll swear an oath to you if I have to. Just let me have this place. I will craft the shoes for this manor and all the pots and alchemy jars you want for the rest of your life." "I told you that I don't need pots or jars at all." Alchemist took a few unsteady steps and grabbed on her tunic as he waved the suddenly concerned tiger away. "I need you to make me metal." "Like an alchemical metal?" she gasped. "Are you trying to recreate the Fulid steel?" "No, I need other types of alloy steel, but that will be for later. Right now I need to make a good grade of steel and in very large quantities. I am not trying to make a knife or a sword, we will be building future tools for you to use, tools that will be larger than you. Out of steel. Our Domina is that rich. He smirked, other alchemists try to make gold out of lead, we will be making steel out of trash. No wonder you have such a lavish warehouse, all of it still felt like a dream to her. A dream she didn't want to wake up from, but one that still made her weak in her legs somewhat. Lavish? Alchemist frowned, looking around. It is an empty place surrounded by four walls and a roof. The floor, her hoof clacked on the stone. Isra knew that dull sound. This wasn't just a slab but a single piece of solid stone that ran quite deep. The entire floor was made out of one single piece, a work of a true earth mage or likely many. How many wormages did it take to make something like this? Some families resort to such work only for their most prominent hallways and meeting rooms, not warehouses and workshops. Oh, that. I told you I wanted it to be easy to clean, impossible to shake and unlikely to move. Once we are done making steel, we will be working on carving metal so precisely that even a hair width would be too much. The alchemist grinned. Know that Samet Manor built it for me as well as all the other buildings nearby, as an apology for thinking I was a mere merc. Isra loudly swallowed, even the aqueduct above. Especially the aqueduct above. I don't just need water but the energy to run your bellows as well as many other machines that will be around here. See, can I ask, please don't resent me for it. You have been asking questions all this time, but yes, you can ask. Moreover, I want you to ask questions, I demand you to. I would prefer that you ask a trifle question rather than assume. What is your name? She sheepishly tugged on her tail. Akarim Kimital Adal. The strong hands massaged her sore shoulders. You didn't need to be that strict with my grandniece, Tarhana spoke above her head. She is like a child in her eagerness. Hale would serve you without a second thought. MMMH. I didn't need to know, but I wanted to. She ate another grape. I have told you already, Urf is mine. I will not let another manor sink their hands into him, even yours, Tar. Would that be prudent? She isn't that well versed in rhetorics. By the time the summer ends she will be eating out of his hands. Isn't that why you chose the unmarried niece? Her husband scoffed. She would only recognize interest if it hit her horns with an anvil. A married smith would only cause unnecessary strife, especially if she decides to try her luck by dismissing her husband. And you know how hard it is to find a male master smith. Still, you are making him grow stronger. Do you think it's wise? I trust your judgment when it comes to dominas and other well-established wormages, Akarim murmured, rolling a grape on the plate, but he is a merc. Despite all his knowledge and abilities, he still thinks like one. Trust me on this, for I built my fortune through the merc shepherds. I do not fear him taking too much or not returning the gratitude tenfold. You have seen the new dress for Anais and the gifts she will carry. Or the estate that Samet built for him while Shahin Eska desperately tries to claw her favor back. All the gold that I've spent on him is back in my coffers with piles more, while my dear older sister is desperately trying to meet me after giving me the cold shoulder for all these years. No, my dear husband, what I fear is that he will seek someone else to ask, another manor to rely on. She chuckled. I would prefer him to be strong and independent and married to my daughter, rather than fully under my foot yet working with someone else. Like Albin Shebit Chassia. Yes, like him, she sighed. It took just a day from when his sister threatened his family to Urf pushing down on him and demanding to set things right. I asked, and the speaker of Shebit walked against his entire house, just to set things straight. That is what scares me. I know his battle records, most wise wormages do. He might have lost some battles but campaigns. Never. Her teeth pierced the juicy grape. I will not bicker where the smith's allegiance would lie in future, only to lose my golden-feathered peacock while doing so. It appears that the new smith likes you very much. I glared at Viter. If you want your leg broken again, I can ask my wife. Likes me very much, my ass. I think she shook my bones loose somewhere. My Wertiger bodyguard, who was purchased by Akarim quite some time ago, was finally back in action. Urge borrowed his skills at brawling and fighting while I was gone to fetch my family. Unfortunately, my cougar had too much strength and too little practice. He glanced back. Do you want me to? No, she is eager, not a threat. A wormage too. I am not stupid or petty enough to sick you on someone like that. Right, Viter nodded. Your wife is training for the army, most likely to follow you. Do you wish for me to train as well? I scratched my chin. I will not force you to, but you are welcome when you are free. I might ask for you to stay at the manor instead, however. You need me for another task. Yes, I will be going not only to get my freedom, but to gain the right to free others under my protection. Urge is coming with me to help me out of her own choice, probably to keep some eager girls away too, but I would prefer to leave Yeva behind, and she is not eager to live the army life. Unless she changes her mind until then. Yeva was generally averse to violence, but she could always change her mind once nanites took hold. But I preferred to plan ahead. Viter shrugged, probably better that way. Most of the standing army is made of men. It is a woman's job to lead and plan while men fight. Urge would likely stop advances on you from other members of your finger. Although, judging by what I saw after my recovery, some of the ranking wormages might notice you too. You've served. No, but I had plans to. He glanced down at his claws. A paying job is hard to find. Freedom is fleeting if you have to sell it back to feed yourself. I frowned. Do you wish to? You can continue serving me through it and then after as a freed were. No, he glanced around. I was brought here when I was a child and have no desire to fight for Emini. Especially now that I am serving you, I earn more while under you than I would by marching through the forest. If the time comes in the future when I am free but without work, I will think of it again. Freedom alone is not enough for me. Are there many like you here? Most of the slaves I knew back at the farm were born there. Most are either brought from other places or sell themselves due to poverty. Urge, for example, was probably brought here. She doesn't resemble any usual were of Emini, nor does she look like a mix. Right, I nodded awkwardly. That was not an easy conversation by all means. Urge remembered her mother but not much else. A spoil of a war from long ago, probably even from the same place as Viter since they both had feline traits. I should probably ask her more about it, but I had a feeling she probably knew even less. So, you wish for me to serve Yeva once you are gone? He tactfully chose to shift the topic. Yes, I need someone I can trust that would answer to her. I can't ask Anais or, stars forbid, Akarim to do that, and I don't trust Shahin. Vera, the little girl that acts as her guide, is small and weak, especially for trips outside. Having the large and bulky frame of a tiger were behind her would deter many from ruining her day. You expect her to leave the manor often. Eventually, I shrugged, once her condition is healed. The alchemist right. XXX. For your actions during the night you have my gratitude, Shahin bowed. Shahin chose an open spot outside for our talk, letting her tail bask under the direct sunlight. She probably had to cover the black scales back at home, but here they were in her favor. I didn't mind the place either. I still felt rather awkward sitting in my meeting room, a place where I should welcome my guests by the standards of Emini. I already denied any attempts to turn it into a sandbox like the wormages tend to do, but it still looked like some weird combination of an office, a banquet hall, and a throne room. It was the latter part that still made it awkward for me. I knew this was the norm of their society, and just like the golden jester on my neck, it informed everyone inside about my status. Allowing either party to avoid blunders similar to Isra's, but knowing it and actually doing it were two completely different things. I could lounge and goof around, either alone or surrounded by my Sadak. But to meet someone while laying in the center of the room like some sort of posh meal? No thanks. At least it made some sense with wormages, they had tails to worry about. I had to tell Rena to make me a decent chair instead. Make it grand enough to circumvent the fact I was sitting like a servant rather than lying like a master. Make it more office-like. My estate was already built differently with future designs in mind, and another alteration wouldn't be that bad. The girls could choose their own furniture too. Heck, it might fool some guests by giving Anais a couch while I would sit beside her. As an envoy, you know trust is important. My words would mean nothing without it. Even threats. There is no threat if you have no trust in the other party's strength and willingness to use violence. Shahin murmured something in agreement, but I wasn't paying attention anymore. Perhaps I was too eager to dismiss my throne room, and he who has one enemy will meet him everywhere. What an interesting saying, but what do you mean by it? She followed my gaze to the approaching Amalric and his clique. Ah. Was this one of your plans again? I have not spoken to him since my trial. I cast a quick side glance at her. That wasn't what I asked. I knew I would find you here, Lady Eska. I turned back to the werfox in silence. There was no point bickering right now. Please rest assured that I will save you from this ordeal, his tail swished in frustration. I have known his kind in the past. Honeyed words that promise you sky above and lands around, only to lure you deeper into a trap. I've heard that he started planning to join M&I Arms as soon as my mother gifted you to him. A teacher and a craftsman that is afraid to walk without a bodyguard inside the manor is suddenly eager to witness real blood. It all makes sense if we take you into account. Shahin frowned. You seek freedom. Is that true? Yes and no, I seek freedom, but I have no intention of taking you along. I thought for a second, trying to remember his name, Amalric Karim. I fear that Domina had been very clear in her wishes. He lies again, Amalric sighed, without even sparing me a glance. He hid behind my mother's back that time. Rest assured that he will try to do the same with you. And tell the cur that my mother did not forbid me from walking through my manor nor speaking with those I deem worthy. I shook my head. So, by talking to her, he wasn't actually talking to me, and thus his mother's command was still followed, at least in the word alone, but I had no intention to argue about the spirit of the law. In fact, I had very little desire to continue this charade at all. Please inform Amalric Karim that I, unfortunately, do have business elsewhere. I tried to walk around the crowd. I am sorry, Amalric, Shahin bowed demurely, my master calls. Master, my future brother-in-law gasped, stepping in our way. Has he stepped so low just to debase you even further? This is unacceptable. Tell him to release you this very instant. I will care for you as your status deserves. You are a wormage of a distinguished bloodline, servitude or not. He has no right to treat you like a slave. I shook my head. Tell him to demand it from Domina, not me. It was the will of Akarim Adal to bestow you on me despite my vocal and continuous refusals. Asking me to try again would not affect the outcome. The scales scraped across the pavement and the lamia was all around me in an instant, blocking off a surprised Amalric. What is the meaning of this? Shahin harshly whispered with her customary veil almost brushing my face. We had an agreement. Did you not say that you need a wormage to power your runes? And I already got one. Tarhana Wafik had introduced me to a wormage smith, eager to start working. Her eyes narrowed. So after all that talk about responsibility, you are eager to throw me away just as you found a replacement. Some master you are. I told him exactly what I told you yesterday. If you are willing to work with me, I will return the favor, but that, I pointed at the likely direction where Amalric stood, is of your own doing. I don't know what were your plans for him today, but his current stance and hostility were caused by you alone, and I have no desire to waste my time and effort on it. Either fix this yourself or ask Domina for a different master. I have no doubts that your life under Amalric would be an easy one. He is almost jumping just to please you. I see. Shahin stood up, unraveling her tall barrier around us, and turned around to the werfox nearby. Amalric Karim, do you know of wormage servitude? The green eyes of Anaz's brother glanced my way for a moment. I do. As a wormage, you can never serve for life and you can take it only voluntary. That is why I am here. I know my mother gave you little choice, but you can still ask to serve another. That is correct, yet it is not. While I did not appreciate the options presented to me, the choice of the master was mine alone. My mind has not changed since. I came here across the South Sea to find the craftsman that learnt our secrets, and I have found more. The knowledge I might learn from him is of greater worth to my manor than anything else Kemetal could provide. His ears flopped flat in anger among the murmur of his group. To dare and reject my gracious offer? His voice was almost a whisper. My aunt was right, all of you are blinded by his words. Fine, but once he changes hands, and so will you as his servant. Perhaps then you will recognize how generous I was today. Amalric scoffed and walked away. Some of his support group spat on the ground and muttered choice words in a show of disgust, but they left us otherwise alone. Domina's word was the law here. While her son might not receive too harsh of a punishment, the others would likely see her full wrath if they tried to do anything untoward. We stood there alone in silence for a few moments, each of us with our thoughts. Was that sufficient? Shahin glanced at me from above. He did leave, I frowned, while leaving some words behind. What did he mean about you changing hands as well? Domina has given my 50 years of service to you, so if your master changes it would apply to me as well. Did you want to see my determination? While I do not believe that Akarim Adal is willing to let you go, there is a chance that someone might force her to, like her elder sister or her mother. They wouldn't be able to take me away if I am not willing, but I would serve them through you anyway. Elder sister. I think I heard Akarim mention her once or twice in front of me, but she didn't sound concerned. I shook my head. I will ask her tomorrow. Lamia tilted her head. True, this might be nothing else but idle threats born out of anger. We kept walking to the kilns as we discussed what accommodations Lamuras needed. My assumptions had been correct. As long as she had some external heat or plenty of food, she could withstand the cold of the night, at least during the summer. She also made it clear that having her magic back would be preferable to either of these options. Finally, my arguments were getting across, or Shehan understood that I knew all of that anyway and decided not to bother with roundabout conversations. Small mercies. I would appreciate her prowess at intrigues at a later time and for different purposes, but flow. I scratched my chin. You said that extreme fire is unlikely for a wormage to achieve alone, but what if we approach this issue from another angle? Do you know runes that would sap the heat away or prevent an object from melting? There are runes that give resistance to fire. She nodded. What do you seek? I seek a furnace that wouldn't melt from the heat I want it to work at least until I can find zirconia and other materials that can make them last longer than a single firing. How many could you support, and how long? I can keep the flow around one if we are talking about the kilns already built in the workshop. I nodded. We can try it once and see the end result. Do tell me freely about any limitations. I want the truth, not success at all costs. Shahin looked at me for a while and nodded slightly. I will hold it for a day at most. Anything more would cause depletion. I would also need short breaks in between. The process, while simple, is still taxing to the mind. That is fine. I want to see the effect that you can maintain daily and with ease, not your peak efficiency. If it works, great, but I am still planning to get a few laborers and roam the lands until I find the rocks and sands I need to avoid runes altogether. The sand merchants don't have what you seek. I stopped mid-step. The what now? This was absolute news to me, but I had to admit that I wasn't buying sand myself. I merely informed Sulla, and sand just appeared at my workshop, so I didn't inquire further. Nor did I see any sand merchants during my previous trips to the low city markets. The black and yellow eyes blinked, the ones that supply manors with sand. Every manor has at least 10 rooms with floors made out of sand, but likely even more. Sand is cheap, so old and well-established manors showcase their wealth sometimes by using different styles and colors rather than filling more rooms. And if there is a demand, there will be a merchant that seeks to earn gold from it. I slapped my face, not even caring how I looked in front of Shahin, and they wouldn't just show their wares to the passers-by, or reside in the loud crafting districts. I would need to visit one of them as soon as possible. Proper refractory materials would save a lot of headaches now and in the future. Shahin glanced down at my belt. About the runes. Of course, the first part of making a mirror is the creation of a glass pane. I casually mentioned as my hands took the key from a keyring on my sash, slightly amused at how her eyes didn't know where to stare. At the key that would give back her magic, or at me who was telling her the secrets of glass. It needs to be flat and smooth or it would distort the view. The cast for metal mirrors is made as smooth as possible, but they still require rigorous polishing afterwards. Because you want it to be as smooth as the surface of a still lake or a pool of liquid glass, hot enough that it flows like diluted honey. Hot enough that it would melt the kiln itself, Shahin murmured, deciding to ignore the key for now, unless one carves the runes or protects it with something else. Indeed. But that would give us only one surface, unless you spill that molten glass into another liquid as you would oil on water, something heavy yet equally hot, or the glass would cool too quickly. Something like molten metal. I threw the key into her hands. We will start today and I will guide you properly through every stage. You will be in charge of this process from now on, at least for the foreseeable future. Her fingers gripped my gift while Shahin bowed deep. I am grateful for this insight. While Amalric was a useful asset, the words that you just spoke are more valuable to my manor than any gifts he would shower me with. Do I have permission to tell this to my sisters once they arrive? Ask Akarim. I don't care, but this is between manners, or you can simply wait until your 50 years are over. But I am not teaching you this because of him, but because of what you said about sand shops. Is that a jest? She looked at me askance, or are you trying to brag how little this method is worth to you? To prove my point, there are things that I expect you to handle yourself, like Amalric. Then there are tasks I ask of you that would undoubtedly earn you something in return. Your general work ethic will get you better reception among my Sadek, and your work with flow will keep the shackles off. And then there is the third type, things you do of your own volition and without my request, yet they are of great benefit to me and mine. I am not stupid enough to treat you like some random wormage that only knows how to skillfully shape glass. We both know you are way smarter than that and ambitious too. Your manner wouldn't have made you an envoy otherwise, and I would prefer to have it as well. Not just your knowledge where I need to ask specific questions, but your insight into things that I have no idea about. She listened quietly as her fingers deftly pushed the key into the bracelet. A flash of light and the shackles came undone. A quiet sigh emerged from her lips. I chuckled. It is impossible to order you to do so, just like one cannot order another to love them as their family. But I can make sure to reward such actions accordingly. I do not care whether you do it due to traditions, ambitions, or personal desires as long as you actually do it. Lamia twisted and rolled her tail while stretching her upper body. You sure know how to compliment a lady. But this task, give me that, do not know what, it sounds like it came from a folk tale. Once again the wall of black scales interspersed with yellow stripes started to coil around me, like a humongous mangrove snake. Shahin didn't touch me, yet she made sure I could see nothing but her. Her eyes crinkled as the veil barely hid the smile underneath. Are you going to ask me to retrieve the feathers of a firebird next? I sighed and shook my head. There was a visible difference in her speech once the shackles were off. It is not a task but an attitude. I know that these things would not happen often, so a boon should count for that as well. Come, we have a lot of things to do today. Shahin had no idea, but she was somewhat right. Mirrors were the least of my concerns right now. Yes, they would fetch stellar prices and cause a lot of commotion across the highest ranks of Emini society as well as abroad. Yet what was really important was my need for window panes, and a lot of them, for the greenhouses and windows within my estate. My place was beautifully made and a pleasure to look at, but I wanted my creature comforts. Stuff like not worrying about whether I want light inside the room or the lack of wind, or the ability to dictate room temperature in the future. I knew at least one scaly being that would appreciate that too, but even that wasn't all. With the potter at hand, I could start making rough molds for lenses. While the previously mentioned sand shops might not provide me with refractory minerals, they will definitely give me more options with sand quality and abrasive materials. Especially when it came to making clear glass designed for optics. Mirrors were nothing but trinkets if one compared them to a spyglass. Amengen Kamital Irada. In the center of a merry banquet, a wormage of Kosnia Manor bowed slightly in front of Amengen Irada, presenting a scroll forward. Greetings, O speaker of Kamital. It is my honor to bring the words of my matriarch directly to you. She has found your gifts most delightful. She graced the messenger with a smile and a nod. He was young but with a stately build. She always liked their manner most out of the three that made the old house of war. Their ears and tails weren't as wild and wolfish as the Kamshad manor, nor were they floppy like the Kashava. They were also the least affluent of the three and easier to please. It was unfortunate that his spark was somewhat lacking, or she would have considered much closer ties. Her heat was coming soon, and she had started to find herself following certain tales with increased frequency. Amengen even called this feast for this exact reason, unfortunately without luck so far. Young wormage males with bright sparks were snatched quickly, quite often by one of their own house dominas. She wasn't desperate, however. Amengen had her Sadek. If she would find herself unable to find a fitting candidate to sire her next child, it would be her third husband's turn, or they would please her all at once so that the strongest seed would win. The scroll flew over into her hands while a faint smile appeared on her lips. She was the eldest domina of Kamidal, first daughter of the matriarch. She deserved to have only the most potent seed of her husband's. Please, young mage, stay and enjoy our feast. It would be improper if I let you leave hungry and without entertainment. Amengen smiled at him and gestured to an empty spot at a nearby table lush with delicacies and wine. Your matriarch should think nothing about it. The day of the divine ritual is auspicious but also urgently close, and many manors are in a rush to prepare appropriate gifts. Koznia Manors had a lot of influence as the house of defense and protectors of the realm, but they saw little wealth compared to the other two. Manors of Kamshad led warriors forward to fight and plunder, while the suppliers of Kishava fed Emini arms and sold the captured slaves across the country. The young lad bowed again, speaking pleasantries, and stepped aside. In the meantime, Amengen broke the seal and quickly read the scroll. A different kind of smile graced her lips and disappeared once again. Her tail flicked in demand, and a slave rushed forward to her table with a blank sheet of parchment. The task of an elder sister is an arduous one, she quietly murmured to herself, quickly writing a message. Her own words drowned in the noise of music and loud conversations across the room, especially when it comes to keeping the rest of her sisters in line. Relationship with Samat was always a concern. Their manor, despite being a pillar one, wasn't as secure as the others. She would not allow the younger one to shake it further for personal greed. The scroll was rolled and her seal pressed on the wax. Amengen placed it into the hands of her attendant but didn't let go. Deliver this personally. Into the hands of Sophia Shebet Chassia herself and no one else. XXX. My hands slowly massaged Yeva's back, pushing the kinks and stresses of the day away, and distracting her from what would happen next. I didn't have Lift nearby to create a better solution, and I didn't have a ton of extra nanites to spare, even after eating the herald fruit. Which meant that I had to resort to the most effective method that minimized any losses. While it would be painless, I still decided not to delve too deep into the details. It was kinda hard to explain the process of stabbing Harold's tentacle into her bloodstream. Yeva also wanted to feel the effects as soon as possible, so nanites would be pumped straight into her carotid artery, close to her brain and her eyes. My lack of clear explanations and the upcoming event kept her a little bit fidgety. You will still care for me after this, right? My feelings don't change overnight, love. I just don't want to wake up as another person tomorrow, someone not me. I can feel your pain every time you speak to your family, and I don't want something similar to happen between us. I gently brushed her locks away. I was a special case. I didn't just get knowledge and strength, I got a burden to carry. The tree ship that is patiently waiting for her navigator somewhere in the forest. The power that is so vast that I was not allowed to remain young and immature while wielding it. I had to grow and grow fast. You won't have that. I placed her hand on my chest. You noticed my strength before, yet it feels almost war-like as I don't have huge bulging muscles to explain it. The same would happen to your body and your mind. All would remain the same. What would change is the strength within, both physical and intellectual. You will still remain my Yeva. Are you trying to console me or to grope my butt? Can't I do both? I am trying to show my emotions here, and you do have a nice round butt. I teased her back, eager to blow away the doom and gloom atmosphere. Yeva scrunched her nose. You made me eat 3 meals right before bed. It is my stomach that is round. No fun for you tonight, mister. I enjoy watching you and pleasure just as much. Fine, Yeva graciously allowed, rolling in my lap. Her fingers picked up my hand and slid it under the sheets, closer to the warmth at the bottom of her stomach. I want you to make me forget myself tonight, to think of nothing but these fingers of yours, to hear nothing but the loud beating of my heart and the lullaby of your voice. I felt her grind against my palm, the warm velvet of her skin. And then, when I am begging for the rapture, I want you to throw me into the bliss, just as you've done numerous times in the past, hard enough that I will fall asleep inside your arms with a smile on my lips, only to wake up tomorrow as the new Merc Daimon, your Daimon. I woke up from the chill air and fingers trailing on my face, gentle but persistent. Scrunching my nose in response got me nothing from it apart from the light chuckle of my tormentor. My hand caught hers as I rubbed my eyes open. Good morning, love. Morning, the pale blue eyes focused on me. You have silver eyes, Urf. I do, I smiled back at her, and so will you unless you're against it. Yeva shivered and lunged into me. You have no idea how nice it is to see you speak. To know your face as I hear the familiar voice. Yeah, glancing down at the discarded blanket, I couldn't help but tease, have you been exploring much? She stuck the tip of her tongue out. How can I sleep after feeling the light of the rising sun again? I will admit I did spend a lot of time simply enjoying seeing things again. But after some time I came to the conclusion that you were much more interesting to look at compared to the walls and the ceiling. Her hand brushed my hair away. What do you mean by being against it? I could choose whether to have it or not. Yes, although slowly, currently your nanites are busy integrating with your body and fixing it to what they assume to be a default state. The silver of the eyes is part of that. My people hail from a harsh world where the sun is as much of an enemy as it is our friend, and the reflective lining of our most sensitive parts was a must. Once that is done, you will be able to start modifying your body. Things like greater strength, better digestion, or even a skin suit of your own. The color of your eyes would be a trifling matter. How come you didn't change your own? It's a navigator thing. I rubbed my forehead. Our eyes need to see the void without filters, without additional protection and electromagnetic shielding. You can change almost anything, even grow parts like ears and claws, a tail and fur, but I wouldn't recommend it. Noticing the question in her eyes, I kept going. The nanates aren't all-powerful. They can make you as strong as a were, but they won't give you their spark. They can quickly heal your wounds and bring you from the brink of death, but they won't make you invulnerable. And many would wish you harm just because you have an unknown power. A few 10 days ago, when Urge let me roam the city for the first time, I felt it myself. I grew cougar ears to try looking like a were. Only to realize that all were and wormages can sense each other's sparks at a distance. I chuckled. If not for Albin, I could have come back all beaten up. Yeva sat up and tilted her head, trying to listen to the nearby noises. You think someone might target me? I do not know, but I do worry. I grumbled. Amalric is getting restless again, and the deliberate mentions of his aunt mean there is something more afoot. Within weeks, you will slowly grow into your new powers, and the fewer that would notice it, the better. Weeks. 7 days? Our ancestors saw 7 as the magical number, unlike 10 in Emini, based on the 7 distinct celestial bodies in the sky. Magical? Her eyebrows rose. I thought you said that people on Earth didn't know magic. They didn't. Do you remember my lectures on algebra and the concept of the unknown? Magic was a similar concept long before the infamous X. People understood cause and effect and sought to find the causes of everything they saw. You work hard in the fields and you reap a great harvest afterwards, but some events would happen seemingly without any cause or in spite of them. You pray to gods and offer sacrifices, yet rain doesn't come this year and your crops wither or luck leaves your home. What they could explain was called natural or mundane. Volcanoes, earthquakes, and other similar events were attributed to gods and were called divine. The rest, unnatural but too petty for gods to cause. Well, these were called arcane or magical, caused by the powers of a witch or a mage. And here magic is everywhere, Yeva murmured back. Precisely, probably the reason why they call it flow, since the original words lost their meaning. It is something the wormages study themselves and teach their children, part of their natural philosophy and who they are. But that is exactly why we have to be cautious, Yeva. That base fear of the unknown is still there, and it is us who are the practitioners of what is arcane in this world. I sighed. For were and wormages, our nanite bodies would be a thing of wonder. Unknown powers that could not be explained with their understanding of the world. As anything else unknown, they would distrust us, and if we show them that we are equal or even stronger, they would fear us. This is why I keep showering Akarim with inventions and gifts aplenty. I am the eccentric wizard in a royal court, known for his useful cantrips and odd behavior and not for his ability to lay waste to entire armies. Her eyes grew wide. Could you? I shook my hand in a so-so gesture. Depends on a scale. Killing everyone or someone is easy. It gets tricky when you need to kill a precise group. But that is not important. I have no plans on doing so, but neither do I want others to know I have the ability to. Which means soaps, glass, and other fancy luxuries, not weapons and poisons. Yet even that got me into a lot of trouble already. Just imagine how bad it would have been if I wasn't underestimated. You want them to underestimate me? Yeva gently smiled as her eyebrows climbed up. Yes, I answered honestly, ignoring the slight sarcasm, at least for now. I don't mean our Sadek or even Akarim, nor do I mean act as you were either. Just try not to do anything that would freak others out. Just as I never deployed my skin suit in public without making sure it looked like a luxurious scale mail rather than an outright impossible one. What about other parts of the body? Things that should change with time. Yeva glanced down as her tiny hands easily covered her breasts. I couldn't help but sigh internally. She had a slim build and while not being completely flat had very little in terms of assets. Yeva, my palms pushed her hands away, feeling the softness underneath. That softness that I grew so familiar with and loathed to part from. I couldn't grasp her breasts as I did with Anna's never mind urge, but that was what set her apart. That pliant flesh was both available and elusive, enough to please the eye and tease the touch but too small to grab and hold. You can do it if that is your desire, but you shouldn't compete with urge or Anna's. Nor do you need to catch up to them in any aspect. I love you as Yeva and I don't want you to become a second cougar. Be yourself, stay yourself. She smiled. It is hard to say no when you are asking. Yet my mother told me that large breasts are a necessity in life, both to feed the young and to attract a benevolent patron. I consider myself plenty attracted already, thank you. Or are you planning to attract more? I grumbled, causing her to giggle in return. Your mother wasn't wrong in general terms. Someone well-endowed looks healthy and well-fed and able to nurture future children. For a merc, all these qualities are essential. For the nanite-infused body, not so much. That is why I don't care. I like how you look because of you. My hands wrapped around her torso and pulled her closer to me. I grew to know you first as a person. And from that I grew to love your body. You need not fear that I would ever look at you and find you lacking, because I love Yeva first and foremost. She breathed close to my face, her lips trembling as her arms started to roam my body once again. Stop talking and just kiss me. I claimed her lips in an instant, feeling her tongue aggressively invading my mouth, demanding my response. My fingers ran through her hair and held her close as we rolled in the bed. Our desires desperately clashing in a dance older than humanity. Are you awake? Our kiss stilled as we opened our eyes to look at each other. I lay there in silence, looking at the pale blue eyes crinkled in amusement. You can't be sleeping this long, I heard you. I groaned among Yeva's giggles. Somehow she had found my frustration entertaining. Throwing the blanket aside, I stomped across the room to the entrance. The sleeping quarters of my Sadak were currently the only occupied rooms on the second floor. That way we could have just a little bit more privacy, peace, and quiet. Only my Sadak could walk here freely. Others would only come by if they had a reason to, whether to clean the floors or to wash the clothes. Even today. What? I barked as I stepped into the gallery, not caring for the chill morning wind across my groin and the rest of my body. The rooms opened into a long balcony that ran across the entire inner wall of my estate, with a clear, open view of the courtyard within and the loud intruder right in the center of it. The smattering of servants already busy with early tasks immediately found something else to do somewhere else. Isra dropped the heavily scribbled wax tablet. List wrote it. The Minotaur struggled to pick it up as it kept falling out of her fingers again and again. The fact that she still couldn't decide where to look didn't help either. For the smithy approval, I rushed to get everything ready. Well, let me fucking finish and I will take a look, I sarcastically retorted back. Behind my back, Yeva's laughter got only louder. Yeva. She had found a new hobby for herself. Watching and smiling. How could she not? The fairy had given her the gift of gifts and promised her even more in the future. And Yeva couldn't stop enjoying it. She spent her time basking in the sights she craved to see all this time. Some of these she missed since her childhood, while others were still new to her. His smiles and the flowers around the estate, Urge's antics and the blue sky, and a myriad of others. Yeva felt dizzy when she saw the estate buildings for the first time. The manor she was originally from couldn't even compare. And got it for them as an extra after buying her freedom. There were some slight issues with the transition. Yeva had found that even simply walking around was a bit overwhelming for her senses somewhat. Suggested taking it slow and gradually accustomed to her new body, but she came up with a better solution. A blindfold. Her hearing grew stronger too, while the mind found it easier to retain a memory of the areas around her. A single glance was all she needed to confidently walk across a busy courtyard with her eyes closed. Her mind could remember where everything was, and if something moved she would hear it and act accordingly. A neat length of white cloth was now wrapped around her eyes, loose enough that she could peek around it from time to time but secure enough so Yeva could depend on it when she got lightheaded again. A simple ruse that was easy to maintain while it concealed her abilities. Now that her body grew stronger every day, Yeva agreed with on the necessity of remaining inconspicuous. She didn't want Vera to get sad from losing her current job either. Not like the blindfold would stay on all the time, she only put it on outside and enjoyed the unrestricted sight while indoors, especially so she could watch everyday actions from one of the balconies. There were still many things new to her. The tall outer walls of the manor that separated them from the city were nothing like she saw before, while the residents were just as unique. Anais didn't look as scary as she painted the wormage inside her mind. Yeva wasn't like their horny cougar and wasn't desperate to know her intimately before, and as such, up until this point, she had no idea what the lady of the house really looked like. That is why Anais surprised her so much by how normal the wormage looked, as well as Domina herself. The wormages of her childhood were arrogant, quick to anger, and eager to show off their power and wealth. It was different here, and looking at the luxury of her estate, tall walls, and the towering aqueduct above, she finally understood why. Akarim wielded real power. The Domina of Kehmiddle didn't need to scream about her wealth and power because it was already obvious for everyone to see. Or it could have been Urf's influence. Yeva amused herself watching him bicker with Rena about a water wheel. Both of them were eager to start using all that water over their heads, but Rena wanted to make a well-proven and basic design while Urf was pushing for a cross-flow turbine. The carpenter would have likely agreed quicker if he didn't mention that this would be a temporary mock-up and likely to be replaced by a real one at a later time. The next thing she knew, Rena and Isra were quarreling among themselves in front of the working machine. Rena was eager to attach her future lathes while Isra wanted powered bellows and trip hammers. It took Urf quite some time and a few adjustments to pacify both of them. The carpentry workshop was moved to a building close to the smithy so that the turbine could power them both with a single rotating drive shaft. Mollifying both masters, he was lucky both of them understood the benefits of cooperation. Armed with straight edges and flat surfaces, Rena's lathes were already showcasing their precision. Powered with Isra's flow, the rune chisels could bite into the metal with ease and produce the first straight cylinders and rods. Isra grumbled slightly about wasting iron into shavings and the necessity to power runes. And then Urf assembled the pieces together and showed them the beauty of a precisely crafted rod bearing. Suffice to say that shut the Minotaur up completely and irrevocably. Yeva was impressed as well at how their already high opinion of her husband managed to climb to an even greater height. Any further suggestions were accepted without any fuss, and arguments were voiced only because Urf requested them. A smart decision on his part, since Isra did have quite a few good ideas on iron procurement. He was planning on buying discarded bloom waste from city forges for cheap, while the Minotaur just scratched her horns and offered to simply take what they needed from garbage piles near workshop districts. Even offered to go herself since she knew exactly what to look for. That was the power of Urf. The promise of his knowledge alone was enough to send wormages running to fulfill his every wish, to act like eager students and willing allies. Just like Anais and Akarim had done as well. In the quiet evenings, their Sadek would meet and relax together. Anais would quiz Urf on mathematical concepts while helping Urge understand whatever the cougar had learnt from watching the flow lectures during the day. The lady of the house herself was equally eager to learn and willing to teach. Yeva even felt compelled to contribute as well, and so their peaceful evenings were filled with the calm music of guitar strings. A soothing backdrop to their private conversations. Urge struggled but had some limited progress. At the same time, Yeva understood Urf's frustrations about flow like no one else. What they discussed was akin to talking about color to a blind man. At least Urge had some sort of confirmation when her powers managed to power runes on demand or even move non-runed objects. Although there was a certain preference in her repertoire, Urf called her a dildomancer. That was the first time Yeva shared a laugh with Anais. The look on Urge's face just made them laugh even harder, but sight and the guitar skills weren't his only gifts to her. Urf shared knowledge too. Not just with lectures or examples, the Herald interface inside his body was able to interact with her own nanites. By linking themselves together in a manner Yeva didn't think was possible, Urf was able to impart his knowledge directly into her brain. All it took was a weirdly warm tentacle attaching itself to the back of her skull. And within days she realized that she now knew. Suddenly Urf's musings about the variable flow rate and the head of the aqueduct made perfect sense why he chose that specific turbine and not any other. Likewise, his alchemistry mixtures ceased to be the obscure steps one had to follow blindly to the letter and became the chemical reactions that she could easily understand and even predict the outcome in advance. While the mathematical concepts that he tried to explain to Anais turned from mind-breaking puzzles into ideas Yeva was already aware of. Even that weird thing hidden inside one of the greenhouse rooms started to make some sense. Something that could be barely identified as a plant mostly because it was rooted into the ground and harvested energy from the sun. But she knew better now. Behind that black pulsing bark, new organs were slowly growing. Secretion glands, programmed in advance, were set to produce a plethora of complex chemicals. Some of them were close to maturity too. The bark already started to warp where future spinnerets would emerge and start producing fine threads similar to spider silk. The bioprinter was also slowly gestating seed sacs within. Seeds of plants commonly found in Emini but a little bit more resilient, a lot more productive and much easier to grow and harvest. Urf listened to their suggestions and didn't include a lot of spices or in large quantities, just enough for their and Domina's kitchens. Enough not to worry about incoming shipments but too little to sell outside the manor walls. Nevertheless, they were made with provisions in place. These plants would only produce sterile seeds and weren't easy to graft or transplant, ensuring that each new plant would have to be created by the bioprinter specifically. And no one could communicate with the bioprinter but Urf. He did mention something about proprietary technology. Yeva also knew that what she had was just a sliver of all his knowledge. These were the foundations of science, given to her so she could slowly get used to a new way of looking at the world. Thousands, if not millions, of inventions and ideas where each one could potentially summon yet another Lamura from overseas. And Yeva hadn't seen the sea with her own eyes yet. Speaking of snakes, she had suddenly found herself thinking differently about Shahin. The distaste was still there. The envoy did try to murder her husband after all, even though Yeva knew by now how improbable that attempt was. The change in thought came with the newfound knowledge of glass and understanding of how little was enough to make the Lamura so desperate. Before, Yeva thought of her as an agent of a rival manor, quick to remove any competition. Now it almost felt like a hungry urchin that tried to steal a piece of bread from a full table by setting the whole house on fire. Still the wrong thing to do but somehow a little bit more understandable. For now, Shahin appeared to follow in the footsteps of Rina and Isra. At least there was a definite shift in her behavior after Urf gave her a new task and took the shackles off. There was a certain drive behind her actions now. The Lamura actively sought his gaze and tried to be around whenever Urf would come for a visit. Quick to show off her work and discuss runes and future projects. Not everything was smooth and pleasant, however. Domina tried to alleviate concerns about her elder sister, but Yeva was quick to notice the concern on Anais's face, or the change in Akarim's tone of voice. There was a possibility of something brewing on the horizon. Domina did promise to investigate further just in case. The biggest worry was, however, Urf and his family. Now that she could see again, their interactions were even harder to witness. He had all that interstellar knowledge in his head, yet he had no solution to the problems of the heart. She asked. Urf chuckled ruefully and murmured that it was a task for Lif, not him. Urge did suggest giving them more time, but Yeva was afraid that there was very little time left at all. Because it wasn't just his family that was the problem, Urf was too. To her own horror, Yeva noticed that he had begun to disassociate from them. A few moments after, yet another brush with his family and the hurt on his face would be wiped off completely, while Irf would throw himself into another task. At the same time, he would mention them less and less with every coming day, as if his heart chose to ignore the problem that it found unable to resolve. Yeva wouldn't let him. She would find a way to get them back together, one way or another, weathering any frustrations in the process. And she wouldn't stop simply because she couldn't find a solution. Yeva would simply try and try again. Her husband gave her love, family, and sight, and she would pay him back in kind. "You will not change their minds like that." A quiet voice hissed nearby. Yeva turned her ear toward the speaker out of habit. "Shahin, I refuse to stop because someone says I can't." Their relationship wasn't exactly friendly, but she felt her hostility toward the snake waning after the recent events. Yeva had previously confronted the Lamura about her reliance on heat. She informed her that, while the previous treatment wasn't intentional and won't continue, Yeva still felt the Lamura deserved it based on her previous deeds. To her surprise, Shahin acknowledged it silently and without complaining, most likely due to Irf already breaching this subject with her beforehand. The incident was over and resolved, and Yeva didn't want to pursue it further herself lest she succumb to vengeance and spite. "I did not say that. I said you will not change their minds this way, not that you cannot change their minds at all," Lemura elaborated. "They need to arrive at this decision themselves." "That is what I am trying to do," Yeva pursed her lips. "Dragging a camel to water is not enough, he needs to be thirsty too." Lemura paused for a few moments. "From what I can tell, it is his current status that drives a wedge between the family. Am I correct?" Yeva sighed in her heart. She should have been quieter in her reasonings and objections. Now Shahin knew about it as well. What you need to find is a connection or a memory that they all share, and then you make sure they remember it as well without being direct about it, of course. That memory should come from their heart. You can speak truth after truth and they would still refuse to believe you. And why should I believe you? It was my task as an envoy to make others think the way I want. My manor considers me quite good at it, or I would have lost my position a long time ago. Ask your husband about his past, the things he did while their bond was strong. What he craved or longed for back then. What a stupid question, Yeva scoffed. He craved warmth, scraps of food, and a restful night of sleep, and lack of beatings for a day. Scales rustled on the floor. Domina. No, not her. He would not act this way around a stern mistress. His previous masters then, they made quite a blunder to sell one so skillful if they knew about his skills, that is. Yeva kept silent as the memory of Tarhana's words rang inside her head. About her own bluntness and the ability to speak so well that she couldn't refuse but follow along. Shahin was just like that. Yeva could hear her unravel secrets from just a scant few words. And yet she found herself unable to end this conversation either, not when the Lamura had dangled such an offer right in front of her. Tell Irf that he should change the way he pampers them. His current gifts and offerings are simply too much for someone who had a cruel mistress mere days ago. A hungry child does not crave the pickled livers of a peacock. He wants a simple loaf of bread. And give them tasks to perform, not of the harsh kind but the things they would enjoy doing themselves. Their current status as freeloaders is strange and confusing. A token work would give them some sense of normalcy. Shahin's words made Yeva blink in surprise. Instead of the anticipated half-truths and meanderings across the maze of words, the Lamura went straight to the point. But that is only the beginning. This would calm their hearts and give you the fertile soil to nurture other thoughts instead. Thoughts about family. Yeva shuddered. Somehow the Lamura's tongue felt so much more powerful than her enormous tail, solid with wormage muscle. "This will be the central greenhouse," I murmured while studying the alien sapling. One of Akarim's servants had brought it from the outskirts of Samat. It was still alive according to him. Hopefully it would take hold here too. While others will be used for common plants, here I wish to grow spices and other exotic specimens. Greenhouse, my uncle scrunched his eyebrows in confusion. A house for greens, buildings that are designed for plants to grow within. Uncle looked at me skeptically, while Mother pointedly glanced out through the still empty window frame. The greenhouses were somewhat isolated from the rest of the estate, especially the one we were in. Due to the uniqueness of my plants, I preferred to keep this place secluded and limit the traffic around the place. especially when my SADAC was still giving odd looks at the bioprinter. Yes, it could undulate and twist a little bit, but that was out of necessity. I even made it look more palatable with bark-like skin and leaves of heavy green instead of black. I still heard quite a few mentions about that leafy tentacle thing in the shed, so the bioprinter got its own personal room sequestered away from any horrified gazes, the main body that is. The branches were static and I let them cover the walls and a tiled part of the roof. Ignoring the overgrown greenhouse, we were in the middle of a small field, green with grass, with plenty of free space to grow outside. These plants won't be for sale. Everything here will be for our personal use and Domina's kitchens, while bulk goods like wheat and olive oil will be brought from outside. Therefore, space would not be an issue. I pointed at one of the finished windows. The glass will eventually cover every opening. It will let the light inside but keep the warmth within. This will make it possible to keep plants growing even in the winter and enjoy fresh harvest throughout the year. That got their attention, but I wasn't done. Most of the plants here will be special, designed to grow indoors. I also wish to keep them away from curious eyes, since some of the plants are rather special. The magic plants? Uncle Tuck blurted out, his eyes wide as plates, only to be immediately smacked upside the head by my mother. No, I sighed and glanced at the white-red plant in front of me. He sounded as excited as Earth was when he saw the nanite container. No magic plants. At least none of the edible ones will be magical, and I wouldn't recommend eating others. You will probably get sick or worse. Which is why only a handful of people will be allowed to enter the greenhouses, especially this one. Most likely it would be both of you, me, Urge, and Yeva, as well as the Domina herself or the lady of the house if they wish to. I will get some servants to keep the compost bins and water barrels full, so this shouldn't be too difficult for just the two of you. If not... No, we can do this, Tuck shook his head. If not, I continued, nevertheless, you tell me and I will get someone to assist you. Uncle tried to say something, but my mother sighed and pushed him aside. Would these plants need anything more than rich soil and water to drink? I tried not to smile as she spoke. This was probably the first time my mother directly talked to me after we had arrived at the manor. Some of them would need support like grapes, others would need almost no attention at all. I will explain how each of them should be treated once I have the seeds, or you can ask Yeva if you have any doubts later and I am not around. There are no seeds. What are we supposed to do then? There is plenty to prepare, I nodded, eager to continue talking. You have probably seen Kevin around, pointy ears, white hair and gray skin. As the potter of this estate, he is currently making pots and trays for the plants to grow inside. I kept chatting with my family, but I did it without any rush while avoiding the tricky topics. Just the details about this project as I answered any questions they had about it. Yeva was adamant that I had to take baby steps for now. I should go and kiss her later just because I also should check on the potter. Kevin was eager to work despite being completely bewildered by my ideas. I don't think he ever needed to make square containers and pots with holes in the bottom. I could still remember the look of loss and resignation on his face when I tried to explain the idea behind a toilet. Luckily for him, the first batch of pots was currently drying. So I sent him outside to bring me clay and rock samples. Terracotta was fine and dandy for flower pots or storing cheap wine, but if I wanted porcelain thrones, I needed to get the porcelain first. And a few other ingredients. I idly wondered if Shahin would throw a tantrum upon seeing properly glazed pottery. Unfortunately, the sand merchants proved to be a bust for any meaningful amounts of zircon. There were some promising results, but these were black sands from the north of Emini. Akarim did earn a decent amount of gold from my inventions, but nowhere enough to afford such outrageous spending. There were no global delivery systems. The merchants had a few sacks of it available for a possible client or two, and that was the entire supply within the city of Samet. And a few days of travel around at least. While I needed tons of it to separate enough zircon, it was literally cheaper to hire a wormage rather than replace the rune-carved kiln with a mundane one, at least for now. And I already had Shahin as the flow battery and could borrow Isra and even Anais if I was desperate. I wasn't. Nevertheless, I did gain something else. Apart from the few batches of clean sand and flint necessary for future projects, I did learn a little bit more about the mineral composition of the nearby regions. around the city of Samat and the southern part of Emini in general, and that was the reason for Kivan's trip. As a potter, he had a decent knowledge about different soils, clays, and rocks. He was someone who was actually able to understand my explanations and find the deposits of readily available bauxite nearby, as well as a few more minerals that would come in handy later. I didn't need it for pure aluminium, however. It would be nice to have the metal itself, but that was not among my immediate concerns. I was still gearing up for military service and good steel was paramount. Cheap and in large amounts. Liquid crucible steel, not the bloomery steel of Emini that the smiths spent hours on, folding it again and again to get the impurities out. For that, I needed proper refractory materials. I had some graphite, but once again it was in short supply inside Samet. I also needed materials that wouldn't easily erode from the contact with oxygen or an alkaline slag that would be generated during smelting. Something chemically neutral or basic and very likely oxidized already, like aluminium oxide. I could extract it in industrial amounts from bauxite ore and use it to make a proper refractory lining for my crucibles and furnaces. It would be possible to use blocks of alumina for molten glass if it was really necessary, never mind steel and iron. Moreover, it was also a great abrasive material for sanding, polishing, and cutting stuff. I couldn't wait to have some. Soon, it was quite fascinating how many little pieces had to be brought up together just for the whole process to start. Unending conversations that all ended up with, "Trust me, it will make perfect sense in the end." Days of preparation and running around just to see the first crucible full with molten iron. And then, once it was ready and running, to see the steel flowing like a river of metal. Seriously, wormages were slacking off all that magic and not a single summon CNC machine spell around. This Earth had to do everything himself, it seemed. They could punch holes in my late alchemy lab and turn trees into mulch while having an orgasm. Yet they couldn't carve a perfect thread for a screw using flow, or at least make something similar to what Rena could achieve with a chisel. I asked. "So we aren't tasked to deliver a certain measure in crops?" my uncle cautiously asked me during the lull in our conversation. I shook my head. "No, just make sure they are picked once they are ripe and send the edible harvest to the kitchens. Feel free to try any yourself first." That made him perk up a little, until Mother yanked at his tunic. "There is no need to rush these plants, they will produce plenty as is. In fact, I would need to come up with good storage designs first, better than ice cellars. Having fresh fruits and vegetables year-round is nice, having them wilt and rot because there are simply too many of them isn't." "And what if there are too little?" Mother probed again. "Then we will plant more, and if we run out of space we will build more greenhouses." I understood their apprehension. Crop deficit and wastage was a common reason for punishment at the farm manors. I was lashed personally a few times for these exact reasons too, but it was hard to explain my confidence to them. It was one thing to have a plant that underwent centuries of selection by farmers' hands. It was completely different to have an AI take the evolutionary blueprint of a plant and apply the whole depth of human knowledge to assemble something never seen before, at least under this star. Overwhelming the kitchens with fresh produce was a valid concern, especially since I haven't introduced the concept of pasteurization and canned food, which is why many of the early plants would produce industrial materials and easy-to-store seeds, nuts, and beans. And a few just for me personally. Some plants should be universal, and their absence in Emini was just criminally cruel. The reason for the industrial stuff was very simple. I had no oil or natural gas, rubber or plastics. And I would need plenty of these in the future, just as I would need lubricating oils, cooling agents, and solvents. Yet another group of very essential things that would require an entire industrial complex to produce. Or a single bioprinter. Seriously, the pre-space Earth had it tough, having to synthesize complex hydrocarbons while one could program a plant to secrete it for you. Yes, I wouldn't be able to make 1,000,000 tons of something, but it would take me decades at least to reach those levels of consumption. I will worry about the industrial complex then. Right now, I wanted jars of jam that would seal nicely. Maybe some methane for fuel too, because charcoal was starting to get annoying and messy, and I was loath to burn my nuclear batteries just to heat pottery kilns. They still had a lot of juice inside, but they were a single-use type. and the organic capacitors could only be grown under pressure in a helium atmosphere. I didn't have the greenhouses for that yet. Specific growth conditions weren't the only limiting factors either. Some stuff required specific molecules and elements. I wouldn't have spent so much time chasing different minerals and compounds otherwise. Proteins had an enormous range in functionality but were limited by a narrow temperature range. Likewise, with the grown bioprinter, I had the ability to synthesize any dye color for clothing but not every glaze for a pot. I smiled slightly, watching my family explore the greenhouse, pleased to see the genuine interest in their eyes while being slightly amused by the places my own thoughts took me to. Unka Tuk even started drawing flowers in the dirt with his finger, offhandedly marking the spots that my ma had deemed suitable for plants. Although, I will head out and kiss Yeva, then check on Kevin, and then I'll visit Akarim. XXX. First you seek the refuse of smithies and now you are looking for the copper slag? Domina raised her eyebrow. I shifted uncomfortably in my litter. Akarim's sister had pulled rank and insisted on inviting both of us to the primary manor of Kaimidal. I wasn't just walking beside her as I'd done before, I was given a personal litter for myself to lounge on as we coasted through the streets of Samet. Not a very pleasant experience, surprisingly. While my feet were off the general filth of the street, the ride wasn't that smooth. 4 burly men tried to carry me as evenly as possible, but it was still a bipedal gait in 4 independent corners. Rocking was inevitable and quite unpredictable, leagues ahead from the shaking of a cart, but it still required getting used to. Nevertheless, I had to oblige. This wasn't done for my comfort but to display our status. Her future son-in-law wasn't allowed to greet her elder sister with flakes of shit on his feet, especially when said elder sister was concerned with certain rumors spreading around. Iron bloomeries and copper smelters have one thing in common: they only collect the readily available material and discard the rest. The ore is rich enough that it is cheaper for the slaves to dig more of it, rather than try and salvage the remainder. Suffice to say, everything took a backseat as we prepared for this meeting. Instead of talking about this new idea of mine, I spent my time on the appropriate gift for her uncle, just in case we needed Vernon Shaw on our side. The gift, that Rena probably had nightmares about, was now carefully tucked into my tunic, allowing me to bring up the other topic once again. Akarim frowned. You want to waste time to obtain more copper, why? Not copper, I shook my head. Cobalt, it tends to occur in copper deposits. Processing slag would get me a decent amount. She kept frowning. How necessary is it? While copper cuts are cheap, copper mines are an extremely valuable commodity and only 2 manors are allowed to have them. They also smelt copper on the spot, so if you are looking for slag you would need their permission to collect it. Hey, let me start from afar then. I scratched my head, thinking about how to frame it in the best possible light. Judging by how Akarim's whole posture changed when I said that, I didn't need to try that hard. The tail swished as she leaned on her hand, subtly licking her lips, her eyes on me, expectant and anticipating. The lady already knew I was about to rock her sandals off, so I just got myself a potter to make me pots and plates as well as molds and other things. Like chamber pots? Akarim grinned. Toilets, but yes, I rolled my eyes. Somehow my desire for clean, sanitary washrooms was an unending source of teasing and ridicule from everyone around me. The pottery in Emini is somewhat similar to iron smelting. Potters take the mass and sinter it into one solid but porous mass. Likewise, sintering iron gives you a bloom that smiths have to hammer and fold until they turn it into wrought iron. I couldn't stop myself from grinning a little bit, and this is where I come in. By using kilns and furnaces that can withstand a lot of heat and techniques to make my fires hotter, I plan to melt the iron as if it was lead and avoid the long and arduous folding process. And make steel cheaper to make, Akarim purred in turn. Cheaper for my manor, that is. Not just cheaper, in larger quantities as well. I nodded along with the swishing of her tail. I plan to do something similar with pottery. Melt it. Yes and no. I will melt the part of it as if it was glass, vitrifying it instead of simply sintering, so that it will cool into one solid piece, much stronger than the current types of pottery. Strong enough to form delicate figures that wouldn't easily break from daily use. She hummed, thinking, a delicate piece could attract the eye, but not that easily. You would need an exceptional artisan to truly showcase it. Something that your potter is still not ready for, I think. After all, current pottery can be made into intricate forms and beautifully engraved too. If it breaks, it would simply be replaced. Akarim's fingers played with her tail. I admit, this new invention of yours falls rather short compared to the previous ones. Especially since you need other manners for it. Oh no, I already have everything necessary to make it happen. I ignored her teasing tone. I even have something to improve it further. I can cover it with glass. The glaze would give it a striking appearance and make it fully impervious to liquids and leftover food. I scrunched my nose at the memory. One wouldn't need to use pitch to seal the insides of wine jars anymore. I tried your cheap wine, the taste is truly atrocious. That does sound like you now, so what is the deal with this cobalt of yours? She casually flicked her fingers. A piece of something sweet flew through the air. Straight from the plate, carried by a servant nearby and directly into her palm. Well, you see, the glaze can come in many colors. Earthy browns, deep reds, blacks. I am partial to snow white myself, but there is another very pleasing color. I glanced around and leaned closer to her litter. An easy task since her servants carried us side by side, and spoke at the most opportune moment. It is called cobalt blue. Akarim choked on the candy. A few frantic moments later and servants left us alone again, dismissed by the frazzled Domina. You, she growled as a blob of water rose from her cup and splashed me in the face. How different it is from your previous one. Different shade, quite useful for glass and pottery. I smiled, wiping my face down. I assure you the future wares will definitely make eyes turn on themselves. How likely is that someone else discovers it too? Her fingers touched one of the ultramarine rings braided into her hair. If Eska Manor could have, they would have done so by now. Others are quite unlikely to. Cobalt can paint glass very easily and intensely, but does it at high temperatures. A single contaminated batch could have been enough. I wonder if their land is scarce with resources or if it's due to the flux they use. It is. Yusuf merchants buy metals when they can and make a good profit selling them at home, often enough by selling glass and grain. That should explain to you why Shehin Eska came here on the mere mention of a possible glass maker. Glass is one of the few local exports that they have. They chose a really bad place to settle. Their place is good enough. Oases of Yusuf are one of the few places that are both fertile and devoid of creatures. Hard to conquer too, as they are protected by the harsh dunes. Instead of spending their available forces on defense, they can bolster their fleets. Trading or otherwise, the serpent tribes are well known across the sea. I see. Anyhow, I can see Shehin figuring it out in the future, simply due to her proximity and general knowledge about glass. She won't be able to replicate it well, however. Haphazard mixing could yield an approximate color, but it would be full with impurities. By itself, it would be a rarity. When there is a better alternative, however, then it would be seen as second grade, Akarim murmured. Kamital can make batches for Eska instead. We could make it in bulk for the cost of rocks and fuel and then sell it to them for a price they would see as fair. Their artisans would be eager to pay. If only Yusuf gave such color a proper reverence or was willing to part with their gold. The tail started swishing once again. Well, they can pay back with final products. Or make them a deal so only you can trade with final products within Emini. As Domina of Kamital, you know these things better than I do. Besides, that is just for glass alone. Trust me, you would appreciate the porcelain pottery as well. You never fail to pleasantly surprise me, Urf. It was a good thing I let my daughter claim you, or I would be inundated with proposals left, right, and center. She sighed. Very well, talk to Albin then. Shebet Manor owns gold and copper mines nearby. They are responsible for minting cuts and measures too. Other mines are further north and Albin would be quite agreeable to you anyways. I nodded silently, as thanks for the compliment and with gratitude. Albin was indeed an agreeable man and would likely give me the slag just for the fun of it. I wonder if you would pleasantly surprise me with your children too. I coughed awkwardly as my plans screeched to a halt, my Domina. The smug fox grinned. Tell me, Urf, will your children be akin to your other deeds? Will I have truly powerful grandchildren too? As in Wormage? I felt myself blushing. I don't know yet. I need to know more about flow and what makes wormages first before I could promise you anything. I know that mother's blood is strong, your children resemble you more than they resemble their father, but I do not know how much it would affect their spark. Yet, do you mean you will find out when you have them, or you have some other means to check? I might be able to find out earlier than that. I have plenty of time. No, Anais wasn't planning on having children anytime soon. I tugged at my collar, glancing at the looming tower floating above us. We were almost there. Sulla was talking with the gate guards already. Don't worry, her eyes crinkled in a truly vulpine smirk. We will have plenty of time to discuss this further, even inside. I gulped. These damned wormage traditions. Why did they have to make their visitors wait so long? Domina, Sulla delicately intruded into our conversation. Your sister is waiting for both of you. Amengen Irada asked that you visit her post-haste. Akarim blinked, and so did I. Her eyes narrowed as the mirthful amber inside of them made room for a blazing yellow. Thank you, Sulla, she dismissed him with metal in her voice. Her hand waved at me, come here. I leaned closer and Akarim deftly pulled on the golden chain around my neck, freeing the jester from my tunic. My uncle will arrive shortly, she quietly murmured into my ear. Meanwhile, her fingers traced the runic script, making it glow and pulse with power. It is his jester, by now he knows you are here. Go with him and make him dance in the way that only you know how. Make sure to do it well, but do not dare to mention the curved lines, just as we discussed prior. Do you understand? I silently nodded back. The time of jest was over. This was business and intrigue. Her teeth bared in a grin, the fangs looked sharper than her daughter's. My sister wants to show who has the higher rank. Well, she should expect the unexpected too. After all, our trade is full of risk and unforeseen consequences. XXX. You took your time coming back here, Vernon Shaw boomed as we scaled the stairs of the tower. A lot had happened during this time, I scratched my nose. My tasks have kept me busy since then. Yes, my niece had probably run you ragged, and so is her daughter. But never mind that. Come, we have plenty to discuss and ample time to teach that old hag some humility. What? I croaked. My throat was suddenly very dry. Oh, you didn't know, Vernon winked, opening the door to his study. Today was the perfect time for you to visit. Fuck, I stood still, looking straight into the twin pools of yellow. Fuckity fuck. Oh my, the annoyance himself, the draconic Jasmine purred as her tail kept drawing numbers in the sand. Today, Sophia Chassia was fully dressed, clad in blue. A small part of me did note that the color of her caftan wasn't mine. She was using crushed lapis. I've been trying to meet you for quite some time. Unfortunately, your mistress was of no help. And yet, here you are, in the very same room where you taught this senile fart how to predict the future. Fuck me with an anchor. Sideways, Amengen kicked middle errata. Her eyes narrowed at the sight of her younger sister. Alone, I am concerned, Akarim. Amengen started once she lay down on a couch nearby. The city is abuzz with rumors of your actions and your recent murk. I have asked for you to bring him here out of worry, mind you, yet you are here alone. Are you back in the rebellious age, O younger sister of mine? We did arrive together, but our uncle was eager to see him as well. Thinking that we had plenty of time before you would meet us, I let them go into the pillar. Her fingers gripped the silver cup. The visit by Sophia Chassia was unexpected, but she hoped that the two would distract each other in the pillar for a while. And her unrepentant-looking sister delivered the murk straight to them. You are making waves across Samat, sister, and in the process of doing so, you are undermining our family. Akarim's tail slapped on the sofa. You expect me to ignore their attacks. Samet had brazenly tried to steal my property in the middle of the city. They sent collectors into my manor. If I demanded nothing in return, our entire house would have been a laughing stock. So you asked for an aqueduct. You need to stem your avaricious desires. You have an aqueduct of your own, sister, don't be jealous of mine. Amengen slammed the cup into the table. I have the right for an aqueduct since I hold the pillar manor. There were only 7 that were connected to it directly so far. Yours is the first out of secondary manors. Samet had nothing to offer me back that I cared for. A scoff left her lips. You could have demanded a 3rd husband for yourself or a 1st for your daughter. They have nice handles around their heads, easy to hold them in place. Why didn't you? Akarim rolled her eyes. Their matriarch offered some tailings of their blood, barely worth any notice. And by giving them an olive branch and taking one would have allowed them to preserve their dignity and forge a stronger link between our houses. Instead, you chose to fleece them for their blunder and rub it into everyone's noses. Samat will beg me to take any of their sons or daughters within a decade. Her rash younger sister leaned forward. If I decide to take one of theirs, I can wait that long. Within a decade you might not have your personal manor anymore. I am the speaker of Kigmiddle and the second after our mother. If I decide you have brought or are about to bring ruin to our house, I will question your status as domina at the next family gathering, and I will strip you from your power. To do that much you have to prove my actions had brought ruin first, Akaram sniffed. There are consequences already. Quite a few of my debtors are using your actions to weasel out of paying back the gold. They would have done so even if I did nothing at all. Amunjan groaned, yet you gave them an easy excuse for that. Have you forgotten the history of our manor, the ridicule? The only reason we are called a pillar manor is by the grace of gods themselves and no one else. Of course I have an elder sister. That memory burns hot inside my veins. Akaram hissed back. If you hadn't noticed, I follow the path of an artisan, not just a trader. My manor doesn't simply sell and buy, it takes the wool and turns it into fine fabrics. None of them can denounce me for theft. You were accused of stealing the glass technique, she pointed at her with the wine cup. The glossy tail flicked in dismissal, and the Eska envoy was silenced quick and hard for that accusation. Enough to ask for the servitude. And wasn't that a surprise for all involved? Yet Amengen didn't find it wholly welcome. Eska would likely send a delegation and would seek their own justice, but her manor would likely lose their trade no matter what. The primary manor kept the original rights for luxury trading. Precious things like gems, pearls, or spices, glass wares of Eska, and now they were yanked out of her grasp. Whether Eska Manor would refuse to trade with them in the future, or the rumors of superior glass and mirrors were true and Lamuras will be forced to bow to her younger sister. How long can you last? I admit you were fortunate with your slaves and got yourself quite a few skilled weavers. A personal manor was a well-deserved gift for that, but now you are starting to act above your position. Making decisions that affect the entire house and not just your manor. Your textiles aren't making even a tenth of what I deal with. The growing strength of their house was always welcome in Amengen's eyes, but not when it came with an internal strife. Only one manor was supposed to stand on top while others would support it from underneath. A house was like a spear to pierce the forest creatures, a sharp and strong point on the front, supported by a sturdy shaft and the true grip of a warrior. Even their matriarch, her mother, had understood this. After giving up the reins of the primary manor to her first daughter, Nanja Kamital Ida moved away from the capital and settled in the city of Amal, where the Shara and Newer rivers were closest to each other. The location was the only connection for ships sailing in the north that went up the Newer and their southern counterparts that traveled across Shara into the South Sea. It was a crucial trade node and a fast-growing city, but the major trade was still largely grain. By taking charge of the essential yet bulky and not so profitable cargo, their mother became that warrior who held the spear of Kamital. By trading luxuries and banking favors, Amengen became its sharpest point. Ready to strike at their foes and pierce through any armor. My clothes, not yet, I admit, but I have gained other means of income since the beginning of summer. Akaram clapped her hands and a servant brought a tray full of presents. You have heard of glass and mirrors and likely tried soaps and lotions yourself. Your glass is still uncertain until the delegation of Eska reaches us. Amengen tried to ignore the small pile of blue trinkets as she reached out to the mirror instead. This looks like well-polished silver, but nothing more. The smug smile didn't disappear. Silver tarnishes, and this piece had been crafted 10 days ago, still good as new, and will likely stay like this for years. In the meantime, I will have other pieces made, much larger than this. I think a full body mirror is necessary for my bath, perhaps even two. I wish to see that my servants braid my hair properly. She glared at Akaram, and it forced you to expand your manor, considerably so. Something that you can't do indefinitely, especially now that you have offended Samat. You are overextending without a care in the world and will fall and burn if you keep at it. All these discoveries of yours will be lost to Kamital at best. At worst, you will drag the rest of the house with you. Our grandmother was condemned by other manners for acts of usury, yet Vernon Shaw started talking about compound interests after the first visit by your alchemist. You said that you remember our trying times, but I can feel his influence on you. A grape froze near Akerim's lips. A low hiss, are you seeking to take what is rightfully mine? Amanjin flicked her ear in dismissal. I am trying to keep you safe from yourself, younger sister. I know your heart is in a good place, but his words are undoubtedly vile and corrupting. A change of scenery and a stricter hand of a mistress will make him into a perfect asset for the house of Kaemidal. Vile and corrupting, Akerim spat, he was begging me to share my secrets with the rest of Kaemidal. It is me who should be questioning your overextension, elder sister. You are the speaker but not our matriarch, you have no power within my manor. Our mother is traveling to Samet, she is concerned about this just as I am. After all, I kept her properly informed about the situation in the capital. There will be a gathering soon, albeit a minor one, not big enough to strip you of your status but big enough to remove you from his influence. Amanjin leaned back as her fingers slowly braided a new blue tour into her hair. You are young, Akerim. Your connections with other dominas of Kaemidal are still fresh and weak, but you still have a chance. Without any second daughters of your own, you could sway someone else. I believe my second eldest has enough metal to handle the glass and the envoy. Akerim stood up, her tail still and ears down. Well, let us wait for matriarch then. I couldn't refuse the visit by a concerned mother, could I? She shook her head slightly. This young brashness again. Do you think that by lashing out you show your strength? You do not, you sink even deeper. That stint of yours with Vernon. You probably thought yourself so clever to deny my request. I am sure that the censor herself was quite pleased with your actions. She did express her desire to see that merc as well. Amanjin chuckled as Akerim stormed out of the meeting room. Her hand slid across the caftan and cupped the pulsing heat between her legs. As Domina of Shebet, she offered me much more than mere glass, she murmured into the empty room. XXX. Vernon, I elbowed the senile old fart beside me. What is she doing here? Bands of finely engraved gold encrusted her horns, accenting the black. Her sash, vibrant and embroidered with many titles. Her career was just as prominent as that of Albin. She wasn't just known for her math and her status as the censor of Emini, but as a renowned war mage too. How peculiar. Master Siamak and Viter did imply that females led Emini armies while males attacked, yet the Chassia twins were clearly the opposite. So forces of Emini were flexible enough to select by skill and not just by gender. She is here to understand that she is not the navel of the world when it comes to math, the silver fox smirked, just because she can count faster thaw. I blinked as Vernon froze in place mid-speech. Turning sharply, I saw the wordrake rising as her tail absent-mindedly cleaned itself from specks of sand. Enough of his blabbering, Sophia purred. I was already sick and tired from waiting on him to reveal yet another wisdom. A morsel of knowledge he had obtained from you, no doubt. Now tell me, Merc, who taught you, and don't hide behind fake names again. Vernon wasn't the only thing frozen in this room. The sand under my feet was stiff as a rock, and so was the door behind me. Windows were open, but I had the wordrake between me and them, the one that was very eager to keep me here. This was dangerous. My words were true. Just because you didn't recognize the name of Mohammed ibn Musa al-Khwarizmi doesn't make it fake. He had lived quite some time ago, enough for some to forget his name. He popularized these numbers and developed the means of their calculations, giving rise to algorithms and algorithms. He even wrote a book on calculations that was called Al-Jabr, the first book of algebra. I spoke carefully as my body started gearing up. Both to protect myself and to attack if necessary. I had a few contingencies to fake my death if it was necessary, but she could be powerful enough to kill me anyway. You underestimate my age? Her rebuttal was weak and there was a huge frown on her face. It changed dramatically as she heard me speak these terms. Something was telling me that she already knew them. No wonder she was running circles around the senile statue nearby. Poor Saad had to calculate everything in his mind while she could do arithmetics digit by digit. Until I, the annoyance by her own words, had introduced Vernon to the same techniques. I gripped the gift for Vernon tighter in my hand. It will probably annoy her even further. If he lived that long ago, you had no chance of meeting him, lest you dare to say you are older than me, which means you had someone else to tell you about his teachings personally. Or I've read a codex or two, technically I was right. The nanite container also worked as a medium for information. From a certain point of view, it was a very advanced textbook, the one that also grew your muscles as you read it, a wet dream of geeks in the past. And where are they now? She pressed further. I silently tapped on my head. These codices were not designed to be read twice, and I do not know of others. Such an artifact yet used so wantonly, she shook her head. Do you even realize what you had found? My house would have offered you great riches to purchase it, enough to live your life in luxury. Wasted, I raised my eyebrow. How do you know it was not designed specifically for a merc like me? A gift of Emria. Oh, what now? I was sure that I had not heard that name before. Neither Akarim nor Anais had mentioned it in the past. Forget about it, Sophia sharply dismissed my question. Now, I've heard that you are friendly with my brother. I also see that you started to grow your hair. Once you are free, I will purchase you into my manor. And why would I be for sale? I couldn't help but retort back sarcastically. Everyone is, it is just a matter of price, and my house can offer much. Much more than Cametal ever could. Sophia took a step forward. You can't afford me. I took a step back. Believe me, I can. Her lips parted in a vicious smile as she kept walking. Sometimes the price can be more than just riches. Or I could make your domina sell you to me before you are free, one way or another. The only difference is who gets paid. And sometimes a trapped mouse can bite the cat, I whispered. Hurt me or mine and your brother won't be able to save you. You, Sophia laughed, do you think I am a mere wormage that you can catch unawares? Hope to stab me in my sleep like a collector, your blade won't even pierce my skin. I have no need for a blade. I patted my sash where I always kept a few vials with me. I am the alchemist for a reason. Granted, these vials would have been useless against her. I didn't dare to openly carry potent poisons or something even worse, just a few chemicals to irritate or disable an aggressor, but my body was already making something much, much worse. Wormages were powerful, but they were still a race of humans, not a separate species. I knew that much. They breathed the same air and ate the same food. They could even procreate with humans. That meant our cells were identical enough to merge and successfully divide. What was deadly for human cells would be likely just as deadly to wormage ones. I could always raise the dosage if it was necessary. Her flow would be useless if her body lost the ability to process oxygen altogether. I might not be a great warrior, but as I've told Yeva, killing one or killing everyone was an easy task. The yellow eyes glanced down at my sash, and Sophia did something even more outrageous than freezing Vernon in place. She blinked. Not literally, although she did that too. She actually teleported all the way across the room, landing right near the open window close to fresh air. I cursed under my breath. I didn't have any viable means of toxin delivery. Pumping the tower full of poison would kill everyone else first. This was getting trickier. You, Sophia hissed as runic glyphs sprang to life across her body. Some of them even left the clothes completely and floated around her like some magical curtain of power to threaten someone like me. Do you have any idea what this means? Fuck. I didn't expect that my threat would work so well on her. What kind of a powerful wormage folds so quickly when some merc barks back once? Damn Shebbet siblings, did they have their intuition cranked to 11 or something? Only as a last resort, I tried to de-escalate immediately. As you said, Albin is my friend and I prefer to keep my peace. But I will resort to drastic methods if I see no other option available to me. Sophia glared at me as we both stood still, a room apart. A murk chock full of nanites and a mage surrounded by a vortex of power. Yet both were threatened by each other, brightly glowing yellow to my reflective silver. I didn't even know wormages could make their eyes glow like that. I guess I haven't seen a real wormage in full power mode before. You deny my offers while consorting with my brother. Did you think I would ignore such dismissal? Offers, you make demands and nothing more. I am the censor of Emini. You should feel honored that I even deem you worthy of that much. That is the issue. I don't. I am a simple merc and I am far from your ranks of power. I have no spark nor do I wield flow, and your gods are alien to me. Your kind keeps us safe? That is fine, but I also hear that most of M&I force is filled with mercs, not wormages. The food on the table, mercs, the gold on your horns, mercs, the blue in your dress, mercs. What you have is individual power. I respect that. There is nothing wrong with being strong. But when you use that power to demand anything you want, I see nothing but a bully. The respect I give to your brother isn't because he is a speaker of Shebet, but due to his actions toward me. She scoffed, a few trinkets at best, and you run to his side, eager to tell another tale. So he didn't even tell his sister that he used the sphere of negation. Or that he left it at my crash site. That was no mere trinket, judging by the owlish eyes of Akarim when she saw it first. I had no intention of throwing him under the bus either, obviously. He didn't ask for much either, mind you. Nor did Vernon Shaw over here. Akarim Adal wanted more, but a personal estate in my name is a bit more than a trinket. None of them demanded me in entirety, not to my face. Another scoff, like I want anything else but your math. I can have Akarim make your trinkets for me if I need them. Then you don't need me either. I pressed my line. You will find that I am way more amenable to lectures for some trifle trinkets. I am already talking to one wormage, what is there for another? Granted, I wasn't very amenable to that either, but there was a reason for her spoiled behavior. Despite my statements of indifference, the M&I society was on her side. And if I don't give her some means to satisfy her curiosity, she would likely use others to achieve her wants, like Akarim's elder sister. Sophia grumbled and leaned on the windowsill, uncaring for the drop behind her back. We were on the top of a floating tower. The window provided not just a beautiful view but at least 10 seconds of free fall if you weren't lucky. 9 if you decided to visit a nearby roof on your way down. The floating lines of power vanished from the air around Sophia as her eyes took a more normal wormage yellow. I let myself sigh openly. The immediate threat seemed to be over. Jasmine harumphed and crossed her arms. A mere mention that Censor herself listens to your lecture would draw crowds eager to pay, yet you dare to ask for more. I do not seek to teach others, I am already too busy for that. In fact, I would prefer to stay silent on this topic altogether. I had to choke Vernon Shaw once from him bragging to you about me. I don't think I could repeat that with you. Sophia barked a laugh. You wouldn't dare, whelp. Fine, I will agree to your demands. You can have some wires or whatnot. In return, you are to keep silent about the lectures and especially about what has occurred here and now. Do not speak of this to a single soul. Do you hear me, Merc? Ah, probably about her being threatened by a merc. I shrugged. Fine by me, I have no penchant for bragging. If you don't believe me, just ask your brother. And I am looking for something other than wires. The words of Albin are the only reason we are even talking now. She jumped from the sill and walked into the center of the room, back to where she was when this whole thing started. For some reason, he is very interested in your future, interested enough to show his true character, and I am starting to see why. I nodded quietly. You can be just as slimy and obnoxious as he is, Sophia finished her speech. What trinket do you seek then? I've heard that Shebet owns copper mines nearby. I was planning to ask her brother, but I could use it now. A copper mine is not a mere trinket, Merc. Do you want your own? Seek it elsewhere yourself, but let me warn you, the dowsing mages know their craft. You will not find copper simply lying on the ground in Emini, not without someone's mine on top of it. You can seek it past the borders, you can do anything you want there, but you will need protection and resources for that. My house does neither, or do you seek copper? Strange, I assumed that your mistress is wealthy enough. I do not think I am ready to be a mine owner yet. While I do seek copper metal, I am willing to buy it in bulk, so that is not an issue. What I also wish to buy is copper slag, the refuse after the smelting. Slag, what in the 10 hells for? I am the alchemist of Kigmetal, not because I wanted a fancy title. We, alchemists, always seek unusual reagents for our craft. For example, the fancy glass mirrors needed a few barrels of urine, stank quite strongly. Spare me the details, Sophia interrupted me, scrunching her nose. You want that slag, go and take it yourself. I will send the missive to the overseer, she will know to let your workers clear up the garbage for her. I bowed and looked away, hiding my smirk. The best way to deal with curiosity was to drown it in detail, as unpleasant as possible. The fun part was that I didn't lie either. That was exactly how I was getting my ammonia back then. So, do we have an accord? Yes we do, Censor of M&I. Good. But mark my words, if anyone hears about what happened here, you will find yourself lucky if I just take you as a slave. Or I might come up with an even better solution, no matter what my brother would say. And I expect your lectures to be worthy of my time, not his. The old fart is easy to entertain. Well, you might have to forgive me for the topic I've chosen today. I was not expecting your presence here after all. She rolled her eyes. Are you ready? Well, I pointed at the still frozen Vernon. Her fleshy tail slammed into the sand. Before I could say anything else, the crescent of her shark-like tail dragged across the solid sand, gouging a line through a previously drawn runic symbol. When did she? And me doesn't mean anything at all. Vernon had finally finished his speech. His smirk felt almost cartoonish now. Yeah, no wonder about that. This wasn't about some shortcuts at all. Sophia could literally pause you at any moment and take her time thinking. I sighed and suppressed the burning desire to choke him once again just as a preventative measure. I had no time for that right now. Instead, I started my tale. Vernon, you are familiar with the concept of inverse by now, right? Addition and subtraction, multiplication and division. Squaring and the square root, he nodded along. Precisely. During our last time together we had discussed Pascal's triangle and its properties. Vernon took that time to smirk at frowning but quiet Sophia. So, by now you know that the exponents in math don't need to be just a square or a cube. They can go on forever, be negative or even a fraction. Well, yes, although I still find their purpose dubious. We are getting there today. What I am trying to say is that you can take a number and raise it to a specific exponent and get any other number you want. I didn't even realize when chalk was in my hand and I started writing on a blackboard. This one was quite similar to the one I had built for Anais's classes. And you can wear a sandal for a hat, Sophia butted in. How are you going to find that exponent first? Why, by calculating the inverse of it, the logarithm. Inventing a name doesn't help you solve it, she retorted back. Oh, he does that all the time. Vernon poured some wine inside his cup. Irf gives them names just to make it easier to talk about it. I will talk more about how to calculate them a bit later. Beforehand, I would like to show you one of the examples where a logarithm could prove quite useful. I drew a few tens raised to different exponents and multiplied them, making sure to highlight the relationship hidden inside. As you can see, any multiplication or division can be written as the sum of exponents. A 10 squared and a 10 cubed gives us a 10 to the power of 5. My hand reached into the bag, which means that if you know the logarithm solutions of any two numbers, you can easily multiply them by adding their logarithms together. If you take these numbers and place them on a ruler, you will have this. This is a slide rule. I pulled out the contraption that almost made Rena cry, and she was lucky that she didn't have to mark the notches herself. It is a very basic one. It can only do multiplication and division. But once you are proficient with it, it would yield results much faster than counting on paper would. Only, Sophia snatched the slipstick from my hands. You mean it can do more? Give me that, Vernon yelled, splattering the wine on the sand. I shrugged, ignoring the tussle between the mathematicians. Not this one, but the design can be expanded to count many things: roots, squares, functions of a triangle. I could as easily have been yelling into a well by that point. It took some time to calm them down. I was initially surprised by how obsessed both of them were about it, but then it dawned on me. This was probably the first calculator in their possession that could do multiplication. And they acted like any sane person would when given such a powerful device for the first time in their lives. Math theory was put aside so that everything in the room was calculated, both obvious and obscure. In the end, Vernon took his loss and plopped on a sofa, nursing the face slapped by Sophia's tail. So how do you calculate these? I don't think this is all they could do. The slipstick froze in the hands of the wordrake as she listened in as well. Well, as you can see from the board, logarithms can be used in any base, so we need to find one that is the easiest to count in, the most natural. Remember that E number I was telling you about, the one just like pi? Yeah, let's use that. Vernon choked on his wine. We need to change our strategy in the wake of current events, Akaram spoke as she paced through her room. Didn't you expect something like this to happen? I asked from my sofa. I was aware that something was brewing with Amengen Errata after the meeting with Amalric, and Akaram knew about it even longer than that. She did tell me that her sister was getting curious about me and would likely attempt to claim me as her own if an opportunity were to present itself. There were laws and divine mandates to play nice, but that only stopped direct bloodshed and obvious power grabs. At the same time, some competition was subtly encouraged, at least in Kamidal. Akarim wasn't just a brilliant daughter with the misfortune of not being born first. The Kamidal matriarch sent her to Samat as an indirect reminder for her eldest not to slack off. The sudden growth of her younger sister was bound to make Amanjan uncomfortable, but that was before. Now Akarim was visibly concerned. What I did not expect is her going into heat. Urge whistled and Anais quietly swore under her breath. Akarim glanced at me and Yeva and sighed. Tackling her as the speaker of Kamidal would have been easy. However, all she thinks about now is how to get herself stuffed with the best seed on the market. And Sophia Chassia has Albin. An unclaimed male with a brilliant spark. She doesn't even need to offer his rings to her. Trading him for a night would be plenty as far as Amanjan is concerned. I scrunch my nose in distaste. Can she do that? He is her brother. That is exactly why she can. He belongs to her manor. This is how pillar houses operate. Having one of your males spread some seed around is just one of the favors dominas can provide. Or offer one of them as the gift outright. She stopped and checked her glowing fingernails. A runic cheat sheet for whatever spell Akarim was maintaining. It is one of the purposes of Sadakat. Some use it to appease an influential domina, others to take in an exceptional male, whether prominent in blood, connections, or skill. You received my blessing to be taken by my daughter. Similarly, I took Tarhana. He does have a pleasant character and I have learnt to enjoy his presence over the years, but none of that would have happened if his spark was dull or he was from an unknown manor. I sighed and rubbed my aching forehead. There was no point in getting morally upset at the cultural norms of Emini. The norms that were about to give me the third wife were also the ones that were working against me. At least Wormages were somewhat egalitarian by treating everyone as tools to further their cause, whether it was a brother or a merc slave. How does this change things? My sister is likely to push much harder to take you away now, but she won't be stupid about it. By taking you, she would kill 3 birds at once. Not only will it hinder my progress, but she would also get the glass and the seed of a daimon, not you, the Shebet one. Nevertheless, she is the daughter of Kamidal. Amanjan will likely accept defeat if she is sufficiently placated herself or if she notices that other dominas are leaning to my side. There is still a chance, however, that Sophia Chassia would try to sweeten the deal. We did come to an agreement, I frowned. She can join in my meetings with Vernon. Yes, for now. You should have noticed that Censor was suspiciously quiet once my sister joined us in the tower. Sophia is content with Amanjan continuing her attempts. While I managed to convey the basic outlines for logarithms, the in-depth study was interrupted pretty quickly when Akarim, followed by Amanjan, entered Vernon's rooms. I was quickly extracted by the will of my domina, but that wasn't hard. Both mathematicians were busy digesting the new information. What if I talked to Albin himself? I am pretty sure that he has no plans on getting laid by your sister. You can try, perhaps luck is on our side and he can make his own domina backtrack. His personal distaste would help you little otherwise. When it comes to both of them, my sister would take Sophia's word above his. What we should do is strike back just as hard. Amanjan is the speaker, but she is not the matriarch, nor does she speak for all of us within the house. Amanjan is merely hoping to profit one way or another from the situation of her own making, whether by getting you or by milking concessions. The large fluffy tail swished as she spoke, steel in her voice. Her concerns would fall on deaf ears once the rest of my house is struck speechless, gawking at the wealth and gifts of my manor. I want them to be uncertain at the sight of all that splendor, unwilling to offend the rising power. Obviously, they would clamor and talk, but by that time it would be too late. My daughter will be in your Sadek and I will have you shipped off to the border regions. So we are finally going on the offensive, I cracked my knuckles, as we must. I wanted my family to be impressed, but now it is not enough. Now I want them stunned. Do your navigator magic. Do discuss each project with me personally within this room, however. I want this feast to shock the Emini without being outright blasphemous in its audacity. You are afraid I will be struck by some tribulation? I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the sudden display of piety, somewhat disgruntled by the apparent limitation. Spurred by Acherim's proclamation, I felt a certain itch within myself, a tiny desire to shrug off the concerns and constraints and show off my true power in earnest. A smack by the nearby Anais took me down a notch. Acherim also glared at me but chose to explain instead. There are legends of the past when gods chose their own gifts during the divine rituals. You said that your knowledge recovers what is lost. I do not wish for you to revive that tradition as well. It is my final word about this. We shall not discuss this further for the time being. I raised my hands in silent concession. Her speech about gods, despite barely mentioning them in my presence before, had more than one meaning. The point was to awe others with splendor, not unnerve them further with something trivial to me that Emini somehow found blasphemous. Especially when having the censor as an opponent. The city reacted negatively when I tried to appropriate their animal looks, a merc trying to step above his God-given status. It was just as possible that thunder was considered the sole domain of a local Zeus, and tinkering with electricity would get me branded as a heretic. Acherim's cagey demeanor didn't help. At least it did look like she was trying to steer me away from things she wouldn't speak about rather than try to drag me to some local form of inquisition. Stunned, huh? I scratched my chin. Something tells me that you aren't just looking for a few more mirrors. Although we should still postpone glazing the greenhouses and make more mirror panes instead. Not only to make heads turn, but they could also work as gifts to sway people with. Give me time to think. I have many ideas, but we are limited on time. The difficulty of the question wasn't about picking something. My head was full of ideas. The problem was to find solutions that were quick to make and glaringly obvious in their value to the crowd of centuries-old wormages. Ones I've never seen in my life. The entrance feast was also less than a month away, and Kamital dignitaries were likely to arrive even sooner. You only have 10 days, Acherim agreed with my inner thoughts. Your current inventions are dazzling, but they aren't new anymore. I am not just trying to rub it in their faces. The point is to show that your continuous presence benefits my manor and the entire house in general. The arcsite or that cobalt glass will definitely make a commotion, but these are delicate goods to brag about. I want my family to know we have them, but not how much. So no painting whole rooms in blue. Yeva coughed beside the sputtering Anais. No painting whole rooms in blue, Acherim cut me off deadpan. We will have bolts of blue cloth as offerings, perhaps some glass as well. Leave such tactics for someone like Sophia. I nodded. Some things are already at our disposal but will need to happen as fast as possible. Proper kilns and ball mills are necessary for Kivan to produce the new type of pottery. At the same time, Isra's smithy and furnaces have to be completed. I will need more people, at least for the grunt work. Hauling slag from copper mines, bauxite and clay. You will have some? I still need to prepare for the events, but many tasks in the manor can wait until the divine ritual is over. Processing wool is a lengthy process, and the current stock won't be ready anyway. Thank you. Regarding the more complex tasks, Let me do it, Yeva interrupted my thought. Now that I can see, I can do alchemistry alone. Isolating alumina out of bauxite would be a trifling matter. In the meantime, Kivan can concentrate on less extreme fireclays and structural bricks. Please, I smiled back at her. As you are now aware, this step is critical but time-consuming. I also don't want some layman to dabble with caustic compounds at high temperatures. Yeva nodded in silent agreement. I was suspicious for quite some time, but the depth of this interaction pretty much confirmed it. Acherim watched me like a hawk as she spoke. You've done something to her that not only gave her sight but knowledge and wisdom. Now tell me, why was I not aware of it, and why haven't you done it before? The tone was pressing but not accusing. I had the benefit of the doubt. 3 reasons, all equally important. This ability of mine needs time to charge and proper fuel to feed it, and it took me this long to acquire both. Yeva was the weakest in my sadak as well. If an interested party were to try to capture or kill one of us for blackmail, she would have been the perfect candidate. Finally, she is a merc just like me, no spark within, and this ability of mine is extremely complicated and was designed with mercs in mind. Until I am absolutely sure that it would pose no danger to or wormages, I won't use it on any of you. And I will need extensive access to wormage corpses to be sure. Domina nodded. Until a better time then, we have no time nor bodies for something like this right now. I will tell Sulla to assign a group of servants to her then. Do you want me to help her as well? Urge glanced at both of us. I could see she was just like me, itching to do something but still unsure what to concentrate on first. No, Domina didn't let me speak. You will study flow directly under my daughter. I need your skills to be high enough to have non-ruined cups of wine jumping into your hand. If we are to impress others with this Sadek, glowing runes on your caftan won't be enough. Urge and Anais looked and gave slight nods at each other. Ideally, I would want Yeva to stand out as well, Akarim continued, just to avoid someone from picking on her during the celebrations under the assumption of her being an easy target. I glanced from one to the other. Do you want me to introduce you to Vernon? As you are now, you can converse with him on math with ease. She scrunched her nose and shook her head, and have him pester me as he does you, or even worse, have Sophia start paying attention to me as well. Right. His gesture gave me some protection and status but also brought a lot of hassle. Moreover, we can't ignore that someone else can put two and two together and realize that your knowledge is unnaturally vast for Emini. What of her playing the guitar? Anais mused. I've seen plenty of renowned guitarists during parties and celebrations and she can stand equal to them with ease. Especially after she got her sight back, her unique melodies will make her stand out even more. Your father had said the same as well, Yeva murmured. I just don't want to look like I am some sort of performer. Trust me, you won't. Not with your skill. Performers are like prostitutes, they sell their skills for money, but you have no need for that. I know you like to play, for for us, for yourself. Famous guitarists are like that as well. They enjoy playing and only play when they want to, and if someone is desperate to hear their songs, they need to bring gifts and offer favors to have such opportunity. The important part here is, this will be your choice, Yeva, I said, getting up. I know I had similar thoughts myself when I first learned to play the guitar, but now I find myself not caring that much. Unfortunately, I do not think me playing one would be sufficient anymore. Talk with Kivan in the meantime. Your decision on guitar can wait. You already know how to play and your skills won't go rusty with time. Refractory bricks unfortunately cannot. She smiled gratefully at me and nodded in agreement. You are leaving? Akarim raised her eyebrow. I need to mull over what I can make to woo your family, I smirked ruefully. I also want to interrogate a certain Wordrick. A brisk walk across the city should help with both. XXX. If you want me to change her mind, you are more insane than I thought. I stopped mid-step and stared at the scruffy sailor nursing a mug of something in the street-side establishment. The lower city was filled with residential blocks, densely packed rooms that offered little impersonal amenities. Most didn't even have washrooms, even fewer had personal kitchens. Especially since fires were common due to the open flames and lack of proper firefighting methods. Emini had some fire brigades, but they usually dealt with preventing the spread of fires by collapsing nearby buildings rather than extinguishing the source. All that meant that most of the Samet populace was buying food from street vendors rather than attempting to cook at home. Restaurants sprouted across the city. Some simply offered bread and grub for workers to eat on the go, while others had places to sit and eat. Quality and reputation also varied greatly, mostly due to the vast demand. Are you going to stare and gawk, or are you going to join me? The sailor smirked. I blinked. The voice was awfully familiar. Albin. I confess you look like shit. You know I didn't expect this even from you. Bah, he performed his role with great aplomb. Compared to the stuff I do daily, this is almost negligible. It does help me avoid some conversations, however. So he was hiding from his sister. Yep, that was the Albin I knew. No other wormage would even consider morphing into some sketchy disguise just so he doesn't have to talk to his family. I shook my head and sat across from him. This means my plan to convince your sister is a bust then. Is there any way for me to convince you otherwise? A mug slid across the table. Sniffing it, I realized this was one of his expensive wines and not some fermented swill from the bar. The disguise was purely visual. Just because Albin acted it didn't mean that he would sacrifice many of his comforts. Can I convince her? I probably can, but let me be honest with you here, He leaned over. I don't want to. I sipped the drink, thinking on it, reminded of my actions with Akarim. He had his way of saying things, but my previous experience helped me not to jump to rash conclusions. And why is that? You want me to be taken away from Akarim? You have fuck you knowledge at your disposal. I coughed on the wine. He continued, grinning, I am sure you will come up with ways to keep the horny fox frustrated, and I do want to see them. Suddenly his grin was gone and a piercing blue shined through the moldy gray eyes of the sailor. What I want you to do is teach my sister the meaning of the word no. She had lived a life of luxury with all her wants met immediately. Unfortunately, she is also strong enough to get anything else until you showed up, a merc that doesn't fear her spark. I am a good brother and I want Sophia to learn and grow. The world stilled around us. What sister did by drawing on the sand with her tail, brother has done with but a wave of fingers. The flow is uneasy, Albin murmured into his cup. Something is brewing across the river of fate. I once thought it was you who made these ripples, but now that I am close I sense something else. Another navigator. He shook his head, not your kind. But this is nothing but my worry. I am not talking about what will happen tomorrow but centuries from now, or never. However, if it does happen, I wish to see my sister stronger than her current spoiled self. Well, I need to smack down a few grabby hands first. I grumbled. It would be hard saying no to your sister if Amengen gives me to her on a silver platter. He idly removed the cup, leaving the wine frozen in the air. If you worry about the foxes, think about who they are. The House of Trade, just give them something all traders would salivate about. What you really should worry about is the ritual after. Make sure that for everything you show off, there is a proper offering at the altar. An image jumped into my mind. A giant open square, easily seen from Vernon's place. Right between all 7 floating towers too. Beautifully ornamented and clean. I heard there were servants that washed it daily, while most of the city residents were forbidden from entering lest they bring dirt from their feet inside. So that plaza is where offerings will be taken during the divine ritual, including slaves. Albin cut the wine with his finger and sent a piece into his mouth, like it was some sort of floating gelatin dessert and not some time-frozen liquid. Yep, including slaves. Make sure you don't get included in the process, but I am sure Akarim will have you covered on that. What, you think the gods will take me away? Someone might, he shrugged, cutting another piece. I silently watched his shenanigans and decided to leave that worry aside. I had to tackle everything in order. Traders, huh? A small smile crept upon my lips, mirroring that of Albin. I had already given them better bookkeeping, now it was time for something more material. But first, I had a mug of wine in front of me in some sort of temporal stasis. The scientist in me couldn't let this go. MMMMMH. Crunchy Anais Capital Hillel. Anais, you are unusually quiet today, especially after skipping the last few meetings. A voice to the side jostled her alert. Thinking quickly, she put a tired but welcome smile on her face and gestured to a servant to fill her cup once again. Forgive me, Lidaf. The preparations for the divine ritual are extensive, and I also have my own entrance feast to worry about. The last few 10 days have been especially challenging. The girl in question grunted as her gray, wolfish tail slapped the sofa. Indeed, the elders of my manor are abuzz as well. I can't even train my flow in peace as some slave is already there with yet another kaftan from my father, relaying the urges for me to think about my appearance on such an important date. This was one of the once common tasks that Anais had neglected in recent days. The lavish parties and dinners between young adults of the manors, especially the pillar ones. It was a time away from redders and trainers filled with laughter and extravagance. Despite her previous enjoyment, she had found her mind wandering away. The conversations about who learnt a new spell and which manor produced another child with a bright spark once felt so extremely important and absolutely crucial to her. Now, they felt like just another way to spend time while gossiping. The issues and concerns that Anais had spent days obsessing about before felt like minor inconveniences against the backdrop of everything else going on in her life. Did it matter that Mushaf had managed to master her family craft and made the roasted pheasant run around the table? A few 10 days ago, Anais would have felt envy. Now, under the tutelage of Vernon Shaw himself and with a few tricks around her bria up her sleeve, she merely acknowledged the progress of her peer. A wormage across from them scoffed, "You need to blame the fox for that. Her mother waited until very late with the new bolts of cloth. Now every manor is busy making sure their dresses are either better or of equal quality. I assure you we opened our coffers as soon as we heard about the ritual. Anais waved her tail, with reasonable prices too. In sizable amounts. You were stockpiling goods, waiting for a perfect time to pounce. She hid her smirk. From what Anais had heard from her mother, there was barely any stock at all. What they did have were new looms that made consistent product fast enough. Additionally, the use of new bleaching agents made them look like the snowy peaks of the Cephid Mountains. It was no wonder they were in great demand right before the divine ritual. And Urf was already mumbling about some new dyes and harvesting silk from spiders. She was curious about the first and a little bit unnerved by the second. That tree of his was already quite creepy. If he were to infest it with spiders, she would probably avoid going to that room altogether, and make him wash after his visits to the greenhouse too, just in case. Are you trying to accuse us of being prudent? Anais raised her eyebrow, or that we somehow knew the divine will well before others? A set of giggles spread around the room as Mushaf's verbal jab at her went nowhere. She no longer had a reason to deflect or deny the accusations. Not only did it put her in a more legitimate position, but the new looms were still a secret of Akarim, and Anais had no intention to undermine her mother just to brag a little bit. Somehow, she found herself uncaring of the usual grandstanding across their group, all for the sake of some internal rank. Well, you need to have something if you are lacking in other areas. Mushaf pushed her floppy ear away with an air of dismissal. Some have the shine of gold. Others shine elsewhere. The bones of a recently eaten bird jumped from a plate and formed the skeletal arusak. It picked up a nearby fruit and hurriedly offered the treat to its mistress, jumped into a refuse jar and broke into separate bones once again. Some, however, have both. The dog Wormage smirked. Anais grit her teeth. Kishava Manors clashed with Kamidal quite often. Both houses revolved around trade, and there was always some friction between their domains. Contrary to Kamidal dealing with peaceful trade, Kishava Manors provided logistical support to Emini arms. They also were the ones who brought back and sold the spoils of war, including the slave trade that Kishava held firmly in its grasp. No other manor could move slaves around unless given direct permission. Even their manor could only purchase slaves from within the city. Anais wasn't sure if Albin had such permission when he set off to purchase Urf's family, not that it mattered compared to his use of that sphere. Obviously, all of their manors were luxuriously rich, even after spending a significant portion of their wealth to maintain Emini arms. Not only that, but they also hailed from the old manor of war, the first house of Emini, the one that grew so big and large that gods themselves had to intervene and split it into three. And old families meant vast knowledge of flow, like the control of Arusakan constructs. Anais could move bones independently as any other object, but she was nowhere capable of holding tens of them in place and having them act as if they were alive. That was something that gnawed at her for the last few years, forcing her to seek ways to improve her strength and skill, like befriending a certain merc with a jester on his neck. A choice that turned her life almost upside down and caused her inordinate amounts of worry, but she didn't regret it one bit. A sparkling curiosity had led her to true treasure, even if the path was a bit rough. I've heard that you started studying under Vernon Shaw himself. Her rival continued, knowing you, I expected to hear boasts for the fifth time by now, yet you are awfully quiet. Don't tell me his work was for nothing. Or even worse. Mushaf, be nice, Lidaaf gently chided. The Kamshad girl was pleasantly soft-spoken despite her larger build and well-defined muscles. She wasn't as tall as Anais's father but comparable to Urge. All Wormages of the House of Battle were usually ponderous and well-mannered, and extremely vicious on battlefields. They were the most martial-oriented manners of Emini. Their children learnt about war as early as 5. Sons would train to do battle while daughters to lead the arms. There is little to show, Anais shrugged as if uncaring. I have to rely on my own strength and skill and not on a flashy spell that my family passed down to me. Vernon Shaw also has no use for something like that, preferring solid foundations instead, but I can try. Anais knew that she shouldn't do this. She wanted to keep this secret for a lot longer. But she couldn't just sit and look at this smirking dog no longer. With her hand extended for better precision, Anais thought about that fateful evening in Earth's alchemy shack. Her mind brought back the vivid memories of his fingers that were trailing on the curve of her breast, teasing her as they would slide toward her hard nipples but never reach the destination, the lines that were not. The hand that followed after. "You don't need to struggle so hard, your face is already red." She heard the mocking voice but paid no attention to it. "If you push even more, all that would come out is a fart. Look, even runes on the whole table are glowing. Your flow is leaking everywhere." A loud crack interrupted the jeers. The table at the center of the room, full of food and alight with runes, rose in the air and folded into itself. Again and again, every set of eyes gawked at what once was a piece of furniture warping itself into a ball of splinters. It also made an incredibly loud noise in the process, as the wood splintered and groaned from the forces that crumbled it like a piece of parchment or a lump of soft clay. Anais had the presence of mind to release the flow slowly, letting the flakes settle into a pile at the center of the room and not fly off into all directions. Despite all this, it was a bit unusual. Based on the previous attempts, she expected it to happen instantly. Instead, it took some time to crumble. The room fell into stunned silence. A handful of servants were shaking in the corners out of fear. What was that?" Mushaf shrieked, pointing at the pile of rubble. "The current spell that I am working at," Anais shrugged while trying to act nonchalantly. "How uncouth," the dog Wormage sniffed. "Mushaf. What?" It was loud and messy. No elegance in spellwork whatsoever. "The table was runed against flow," Lidaf said while frowning. "She shouldn't be able to do that at all. Her flow would simply reinforce it further, not crush it." The room descended into loud whispers and murmurings. Anais licked her parched lips. That explained why the spell took so long. It also put too much attention on her in the process, more than she wanted. Her plan was to snap the table out of existence, including that pile of bird bones on it, and dazzle them with speed. "You are saying she overpowered them? You can see her spark. She is nothing special." "I know how my table was ruined. She could have the brightest spark in Emini, and all that would give her is her previous meal on the floor." Lidaf got up and poked her finger in the pile of wood chips and smatterings of food and metal. "All that remained from the dishes and their plates. Is that a spell from Vernon Shaw himself?" "I can't discuss this openly, you know." Anais let her tail swish as she desperately tried to avoid future scrutiny. "Each family has their own tricks." "What about a trade then?" came an unexpected response. The murmur of the crowd grew louder, but one glare from the wolf Wormage was enough to keep everyone quiet and, most importantly, away from the discussion. Despite everyone here being somewhat of equal status, there were obvious outliers in the group. Lidaf was one of them, but she usually preferred to observe, letting Mushaf act as an interim leader. Anais swallowed. The wolf was on her trail, and the previously friendly gaze was replaced by a shrewd and calculating one. "Lidaf Kamshed Hikmat," Mushaf hissed, "you can't offer something like this for a half-crafted spellwork." For the first time today, she was grateful to the yapping dog. "I can and I will," came an instant reply. Obviously, Dominas would settle on an appropriate price among themselves, but as the lady of the house, I can initiate the process. "But Mushaf is right." Anais didn't waste time exploiting the offered help. "This spell is raw and incomplete. As a daughter of Keimiddle, I pride myself as a trader. I couldn't dream of selling an inadequate product." Lidaf barely twitched her eyes as she kept staring at Anais, thinking in silence about her possible response. "I've heard your manor is sending a new batch of warriors to the north," she finally said, and Anais flinched. "Your entourage, no doubt. I will keep a close eye. A field of battle has its risks, but it would be an ideal place to train your flow. Perhaps we could assist each other there." The young daughter of Keimiddle closed her eyes and cursed in her heart. "Albin Shebet Chassia. Why are you trying to interfere with my plans?" "I am trying to save you from yourself, sister." He put another card on the table. While he was quite adept at hiding, it was fruitless to run from his sister for too long. She was the faster one in the family, after all. "You don't even have to look her in the face. I'll just borrow your dick and get her done." And she would bring him over on a platter. Albin scrunched his face in distaste. "That is the crux of it. He will fight back." "Why would he? Our manor has everything that Keimiddle does. Moreover, either one of us can give him more than that young fox can. Much, much more." He sighed. Akarim is already giving him what he wants, something that you won't give. His fingers traced the line only he could see while shuffling the deck, setting it alight. The reinforced sofa groaned when Sophia threw herself into it. Why does he care so much about freedom? He will still rely on a manner which will rely on heuristics in turn. And if he doesn't, he will find himself alone against the rest of the civilized world, and quickly thereafter dead. All that knowledge that Emria blessed him with would be wasted. The light flickered out and time flew once again. Another card hit the table, the empty tablet. He finally lifted his eyes and looked at the frustrated sister. Do I need to remind you that I found him first? By the agreement, he is mine. Sophia scoffed. Yours. You don't even do anything about him. That is the point. He yearns for something more than freedom, something that Emini doesn't have. That knowledge of his is pushing him somewhere, and where exactly is what I wish to find out. The best way to do it is to let him roam free and see where his feet would take him. She lay there in silence for a while. Mother is coming. His hand froze midway to the table. The divine choice once again. I know. She might take him for herself. She won't. Too busy. They sat in silence once again. What if he annoys her too much? I don't know, Albin sighed. Some fates of this world are too gruesome to ponder about. She wheezed, trying to catch her breath. Her body, caked in chalk, was leaning on a large shield stuck into the ground. Urge tried to glare at her trainer, but Master Siamak didn't look like he cared at all. He sat nearby, whistling some tune as the streams of water and heaps of chalky powder floated around him, ready to fly at her at any moment. And if she was unable to shield her body, the training would continue. Stupid Urf and his stupid body. Her incredible Merc decided to show off in front of the wormage trainer, and now she, as his possible prime, had to surpass his achievements. Urge's spark made her strong, resilient, and agile, but it wasn't as ridiculous as his worms or whatnot. She didn't have his stamina, proven many times when he could fuck her tired, a feat she thought impossible until she met him. Urge didn't have his brain worms either, the ones that made him learn the movements after a single practice. Unlike him, she had to sweat blood and tears to learn. Perhaps getting her own set of worms wasn't such a bad idea after all. But Urge wouldn't wait for that to happen. The scar on her shoulder was a great reminder of how weak she truly was and how much there was at stake. Block to the left. With a loud grunt, she yanked the shield from the ground, slamming it back in a new location. Mere moments before a stream of water slammed into the wood. Intercept right. Urge angled the spear out, bracing it on the ground. The tip, somewhat shaky in her tired arms, managed to find its target. A large flying barrel filled with sand. The shaft groaned in her arms from the impact but held strong. Urge sighed with relief. This was her 7th spear this day. Good, actor Kamadal Siamak was of the same opinion. Remember these movements. A sharp spear will do you no good if it breaks once a creature lands on it. Your shield work is also adequate for now. You can take a break. Her knees buckled as she collapsed to the ground. The damn shield is too bulky, Urge muttered between the gasps. How do mercs fight with it? They don't, not while carrying it on the hand, the werfox spoke from above. During battles, the shield acts as a moving wall that you can fight and shoot behind. The sword on your belt is sharp, but most battles are won by mages raining spellfare, not foot soldiers stabbing someone nearby. Still, I thought I could lift it with flow, yet it is just as heavy. Because it is runed against flow. Or did you think mere wood could withstand battle spells? Master Siamak thought for a second, then, with a swish of his tail, a bow jumped into his hands. I confess I did not expect a slave wormage, but here we are. I didn't know I was one until recently. Urge shook her head. He hummed, a weak wormage without childhood training? Quite possible. Although as a wormage, you do not need the military service to declare yourself free. She shook her head again, not doing it just for that. I need to protect my husband too. Unfortunately for you, it would be he who will protect you in this case. Domina instructed me to teach you archery. Now that I know about your status as a wormage, it starts to make sense. Try to grab this bow with your flow. Urge stretched her hand and focused on the weapon. It took her a few futile attempts, but the bow eventually lit up and flew into her palm. A bit slow for battle, actor shook his head, but that is something you can practice by yourself. This is a werbow, a weapon for those wormages that are otherwise too weak to throw spells effectively. All that it requires is a good aim and the ability to power runes at a moment's notice. You have to be careful with it. Once the runes are active, the flow will force it straight. It will yank the arrow and the tips of your fingers if you aren't ready. But once you have enough practice, you will be able to shoot heavier arrows further away and punch through heavier armor all at the same time. Take this bow with you and practice activating its runes as fast as you can. In the meantime, target shooting will be added to your training routine. Added, she felt the shiver going down her back. AI added. Just because you can use a warbow doesn't mean you are allowed to slack off in other aspects. Bows need maintenance and can snap on you at the worst possible time. No one is going to wait for you to restring your bow or find a new one. Stupid Earth. This is all his fault. She will need a good massage right after this. He was also curious about M&I ranged weaponry. Perhaps he could do his navigator magic and improve her bow somehow. Armor too. Urge tried a few pieces and immediately understood why Earth was grumbling so much about them. Enough rest, get up and let us continue. She got up with a groan but without further complaints. The training was harsh, but this was the price for a safe future, and it was a price she will pay readily, and then make Earth pay it back with his skillful fingers. XXX. Judging by the smirk on your face, your trip has been fruitful, Akarim observed. The question is, what kind of fruit exactly did you find? I scratched my nose. You were right about Albin. Not much can be achieved on that front. I did get a few ideas as we spoke, however. Her tail swished. Things to impress my family. She stretched on her sofa. Go on, don't leave me waiting for too long. Right, I nodded, ignoring her teasing. I realized that I should aim for something that would impress your entire house at once. Something tangible that every Kamital Domina would appreciate from a single glance. I do not know their likes or dislikes, but I do know that this is the house of trade. Every one of them is either trading something or assisting someone else in doing so, both locally and, most importantly, abroad. I pulled out a map of Emini and opened it in front of Akarim. I was initially thinking about introducing some new concept or improving map-making calculations. But the first required an audience that was willing to listen, while the latter had to rely on the knowledge of curved lines and similar ideas that you aren't willing for me to share with others just yet. So those are out, which leaves us with tools that every merchant should recognize their worth simply by explaining what it does. So you did come up with one, she hurried me along. Oh no, I grinned as my fingers tapped the map. I came up with three: a compass, a sextant, and a spyglass. One to tell you your direction even during the densest fogs. One to accurately measure angles between any two objects you can see and therefore know your location. And the last one to see as far as the horizon would allow you to. If you combine all three, not only can your ships map out the seas with greater precision, but you can travel directly across the sea without following the shoreline. And yet, these aren't artifacts. Akarim shook her head and sighed. How easy are they to make and reproduce by others once they know about them? We should have at least basic designs ready by the time your family arrives. I chose them exactly because I have the necessary tools to make them now. Replicating them? Quite likely, unfortunately. Some components might be harder to obtain, but a dedicated person could make a compass using a lodestone or use polished metal for the sextant's mirror. A spyglass is a bit tricky but still doable, especially if one has an original at hand. She drummed her fingers in thought. Slowly but surely the tail started swishing once again. That is good. A chuckle escaped her lips. Honestly, Earth, I ask you to impress my family and you start producing things that could easily have you kidnapped yet another time, even by my own family. Proceed as you were, or do you need some additional resources? I gave it a quick thought. Copper. The pure kind, preferably in wire form but not a necessity. The golden era of electromagnetism was about to dawn on Emini.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.